Chapter 2065. It's you all who haven't seen much of the world. Chapter 2065. It's you all who haven't seen much of the world. The void vibrated. Several young girls, fluttering with immortal chi, slowly walked out. The girl in the front was dressed in clothes whiter than snow. Although she was not a beauty, she was also quite pretty. It was just that there was an additional trace of viciousness between her brows, giving people a feeling of keeping strangers away. The few people strained their eyes and looked into the distance. A large-scale city rose up from the ground ahead, looking magnificent. Beside the white-clothed girl, one of them said, "Senior apprentice sister son, this is the heavenly Eagle Imperial City," that little junior sister said. Right? I didn't expect that a mere imperial city is actually so magnificent too. Mentioning that little junior sister, a hint of disdain and mockery flashed across in her eyes. Senior apprentice sister Sun pursed her mouth and said scornfully, "A mere imperial city made so luxuriously. The person managing affairs must like to do grandiose things to impress people, not making any contributions." Humph. I get angry at the mention of that wretched girl. If not for her, we also wouldn't have needed to travel across the Heavenspan Mountain and run to the southern border from the northern border. The pretty junior apprentice sister smiled and said, "That wretched girl feels that she has the profound, divine physique and looks down on eldest senior sister. Master's kindness toward her is as weighty as a mountain, but she doesn't think about repaying it, and even wanted us senior apprentice sisters to run here from far away to capture people. Really, am in it. When we capture the person she's in love with, we'll have to teach him a good lesson." Senior apprentice sister Sun did not express anything and just said coolly, "Come on, enter the city first before talking. Figure out that kid's situation first. Otherwise, if we beat the GRAS and startle the snake, it wouldn't be good if he runs." The party of 5 followed the crowd and entered Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Only after entering the city did the 5 people detect Heavenly Eagle's prosperity. It actually did not lose to ordinary imperial capitals. This made them very surprised. Compared to the number of martial artists here, this city was not big, but appeared too small. Senior apprentice sister Sun, is this really a little imperial city? Why do I feel like this place is even more flurries? I plus ing than the average imperial capital? The pretty junior apprentice sister looked left and right and said in surprise. Senior apprentice sister Sun frowned and said, "This place has medicine shops in great numbers. Alchemy prevalent, looks rather like an alchemy holy land. That girl said before that her little lover is an alchemist. Looks like it matches. There's an inn ahead. Let's go over and inquire about it." The few people entered an inn and found a table next to a window and sat down. When the waiter came over, the pretty junior apprentice sister hurriedly asked, "Waiter, I see that your Heavenly Eagle Imperial City seems to have a lot of alchemists." The moment the waiter heard, he could not help saying with a proud look, "Ladies, you came from other places, right? Hoo-hoo, our Heavenly Eagle Imperial City is the southern border's #1 alchemy holy land. If you want a request for pills, then you came to the right place." The moment the few junior apprentice sisters heard this, they could not help snickering. The pretty junior apprentice sister said in amuse, "ent, #1 in the southern border? A little imperial city also dare claim to be the southern border's #1? Your place is remote and has probably never seen before how big the world outside is, right?" Her meaning was saying that Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's people had never seen much of the world. It was just that the pretty junior apprentice sister's laughing made everyone around her laugh instead. "Little girl, not that we haven't seen the world. It's that you all haven't seen how big the world is. You go out and inquire and you'll know that our Heavenly Eagle Imperial City is #1 in this southern border. I guarantee this is the truth. Haha, even if 7-star alchemy DS arrived at our Heavenly Eagle, they also have to bend their backs and walk. Little girl, do more homework before going out. Otherwise, you'll become a joke when you reach the place." There were kind laughters all around, but it was incomparably ear-piercing to these few people. The pretty junior apprentice sister's face turned red and was about to fly off the handle, but she heard senior apprentice sister Sun cough lightly. Senior apprentice sister Sun looked at the waiter and asked, "This little brother, since your place here is an alchemy holy land, then have you heard of a young man called Yi Yuan before?" As if afraid that the waiter had not heard of him before, senior apprentice sister Sun added, "Heard that his age isn't old. His alchemy skills should still be as sable." The moment these words came out, the whole place was silent. Extremely strange looks appeared on everyone's faces. Senior apprentice sister Sun and everyone immediately also realized that something was wrong. Could it be that her words violated some taboo? But they did not take it to heart. A mere imperial city, even if it violated some taboo, what could they do to her? Why? Did this young lady say something wrong? Senior apprentice sister Sun asked curiously. The waiter revealed a strange look and said, "That's not it. However, if Lord Ye's alchemy skill is still as sable, then other alchemists can find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with." "Oh, in that case, he's very impressive." Senior apprentice sister Sun did not take it seriously and asked coolly. She was already very convinced that the people of this imperial city developed a wildly arrogant personality because it was too out of the way. Think that they were invincible under the heavens with a few formidable alchemists in the city. Ignorance was truly terrifying. She had still heard of the southern border's alchemy world before. The most powerful ones were Empyrean Piljade, as well as the leaders of the 6 great holy lands. When was it a puny little imperial cities turned to some hegemony? The waiter smiled and said, "Impressive? Hoo-hoo, more than just impressive. Tell you this then. Even if 7-star alchemy DS came, they would also have to respectfully call His Excellency Grandmaster." Senior apprentice sister Sun pursed her mouth, a disdainful look on her face. This bunch of country Mkins was truly wildly conceited to the extreme. But the waiter was not aware at all and said without caring about others, "Turns out that you want to meet Lord Yi. Then you all came to the right place. If it's at other places, you really can't meet him. But Lord Yi likes our shop and frequently comes to patronize our shop. What a coincidence. Lord Yi is here." The waiter shot a glance and just happened to see a young man bringing 2 followers downstairs, coming up the inn slowly. Senior apprentice sister Sun's gaze turned intent, a hint of joy flash. Plussing across in her eyes. It was truly wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search and finding it by chance without even looking for it. When the waiter saw that Yi Yuan came, he hurriedly went over to greet. Yi Yuan already went up the 2nd floor. "Haha, Lord Yi is here. The box room is already prepared. Your Excellency, please enter," the waiter said with a broad grin. Yi Yuan casually fished out a piece of high-grade divine essence stones and threw it to the waiter, saying with a smile, "Thanks for the trouble. Take this." The waiter received it with a chuckle and said smilingly, "Thank you, Your Excellency, for the reward." At this time, the 2nd floor's guests all stood up and gave a bow towards Yi Yuan, shouting in unison, "Your Excellency." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a laugh, "All sit, all sit." This Ye's mouth was just feeling itchy and came to have some dishes. Everyone laughed and all sat down. Yi Yuan being close to the civilians was known to all in Heavenly Eagle. Hence, everyone did not mind and were also not scared that they would affront Yi Yuan. Rather, when Yi Yuan glimpsed and saw senior apprentice sister Sun 5 people, his brows could not help furrowing. These few people concealed their cultivation and seemed to have enmity towards me. No time for him to think too much either. Senior apprentice sister Sun 5 people already got up. Senior apprentice sister Sun used a tone of looking down from a height and said coolly, "You're Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "It's precisely this Yi." Senior apprentice sister Sun continued, "Then do you know Lu'er?" When Yi Yuan heard that, his expression changed wildly. When senior apprentice sister Sun saw Yi Yuan's expression, she was immediately certain and said indifferently, "Looks like I'm right. Yin Xian, take him down." Chapter 2066, Cruise.H.I. Plussing the enemy with one punch. Chapter 2066, Cruise. H.I. Plussing the enemy with one punch. Yes, Senior Apprentice Sister. Behind Senior Apprentice Sister Sun, a girl in palace attire answered and stepped out. Following her taking a step out, her aura rose straight up, reaching peak fifth firmament true G. Oh, D very soon. That Lien Xin had a proud look, her gaze sweeping over everyone's faces, hoping to see wars. H.I. plus paying looks from the eyes of the people crowding around and watching. A middle stage true G. Oh, D mighty expert was A.G. Oh, D in imperial cities. It was just too bad that she was disappointed. The diners were indeed somewhat surprised at first because they did not think that these beautiful ladies actually wanted to deal with Yi Yuan. But very soon, the expressions of these diners calmed down, and in their gazes, it even carried a trace of pity. Even though these people's strength did not pass celestial deity realm at the highest. The big spectacles that Heavenly Eagle's martial artists had experienced before were too many. Forget about a measly little true G. Oh, D realm. Even if it was an Empyrean powerhouse, didn't they also apologize to everyone obediently? Senior Apprentice Sister Xian said coolly, just break the 4 limbs will do. Don't harm his life. Otherwise, that T will probably threaten to kill herself. The moment these words came out, Yi Yuan's face fell. Originally, when he suddenly heard Luer's news, he even thought that she was pretty good with these girls. Who knew that the other party wanted to break his 4 limbs the moment they made their move? A surge of evil fire immediately rose in Yi Yuan's heart. Senior Apprentice Sister, rest assured. Lien Xin knows how far to go and when to stop. This kind of trash, whichever place I want to break him, it will be broken there. Senior Apprentice Sister Sun nodded her head, clearly thinking so too. The current Yi Yuan looked to be just celestial deity realm cultivation too. He was utterly not worth mentioning in her eyes. It was not that Yi Yuan was deliberately concealing his cultivation, but that he traveled incognito and did not wish to swagger through the streets. But in the eye of Senior Apprentice Sister Sun and her group, he became a target that could be kneaded as they pleased. Finished talking, Lien Xion's palm reached over, aiming for Yi Yuan's shoulder blade. A surge of ice laws instantly spread out, enveloping over toward Yi Yuan. The entire SPAC seemed like it was going to be frozen. This palm was very swift and fierce. If hit, the shoulder blade would definitely shatter. Humph! Acting recklessly and blindly, Yi Yuan gave a cold snort, bending his fingers into a claw, and actually reached first despite launching later, directly disregarding Lien Xion's domain. Crack! It was only to hear a crisp sound. Lien Xion fell to the ground with a painful cry. Her shoulder blade bones were already crushed. Senior Apprentice Sister Sun's pupils constricted, and she cried out in surprise. Spatial law. Yi Yuan ignored Senior Apprentice Sister Sun's surprise and said in a solemn voice, "Where's Lua? Who are you people?" These few girls clearly did not have good intentions. Most likely, Luer's current situation was also not much better. Yi Yuan was naturally anxious in his heart. After a brief surprise, Senior Apprentice Sister Sun recovered her calmness, her mouth curling as she said, "I underestimated you. But do you think that you can be unbridled because you know a bit of spatial law? Don't you worry. After breaking your 4 limbs, this young lady will slowly tell you that T's news on the way. 20. Teach him how to behave properly." "Yes, Senior Apprentice Sister." The pretty girl smiled sweetly and turned to Yi Yuan and said, "No wonder that T always kept you in her thoughts. I didn't expect that your talent is actually not weaker than hers. Cultivating to become a 5th firmament true G, D in a short 1,000 years. However, it's useless. You dared to hurt my Ice Cloud Tower's disciples. It won't be as simple as breaking 4 limbs." While talking, Huan Yi's aura gradually grew stronger. Taking 3 steps out, Her aura already rose to 6th firmament true G. O.D. But when that waiter saw the situation, he shook his head slightly and said with a sigh, "Really a little girl who hasn't seen much of the world before. Asking for trouble." When others all nodded slightly when they heard it, deeply feeling that way too. If Yi Yuan was just an ordinary martial artist, they would definitely be worried for his safety. But the one standing here was Yi Yuan. Even Lu Zi, that kind of genius who comprehended 5 kinds of laws, died in Yi Yuan's hands. These few little girls in front of them thought that their strength was powerful, but actually, in Yi Yuan's eyes, they were simply ants. The waiter's voice was not concealed. Hearing the waiter's words, her pretty face could not help turning cold, suddenly pointing a finger out and actually pointed at the waiter. "Ignorant ant, go and die." The waiter was merely divine Lord Realm cultivation. Being hit by this finger, he would definitely be frozen into an ice sculpture. But the waiter did not have the intention of dodging, because he knew that Yi Yuan would not let him die. "Humph! You're the ignorant ant." Yi Yuan had long lost his patience. The other party kept on calling S.L.U.T. How could he not be furious? It was only to see his figure arriving in front of Huan Yi like a ghost. Huan Yi knew that Yi Yuan knew spatial law and was actually long prepared. But even so, she still jumped in fright from Yi Yuan's ghostly figure. Huan Yu's ice law suddenly released. Russ. H.I. Plussing toward Yi Yuan frenziedly. But sadly, Yi Yuan did not give her the chance at all. SMAs. H. Plus a clear slap sounded out. Huan Yi was directly slapped flying out. This time, Yi Yuan did not stop, figure moving once more, already arriving in front of Senior Apprentice Sister Sun. Senior Apprentice Sister Sun laughed coldly, the aura on her body suddenly releasing. She was shockingly 7th firmament true G. O.D. Courting death. Senior Apprentice Sister Sun's reaction was also extremely fast. With a cry, her longsword was already in her hand in a twinkle, but Yi Yuan did not dodge or avoid. A fist met with Senior Apprentice Sister Sun's sword. Seeing that Yi Yuan actually used his physical body to forcefully resist her true G. O.D. mystic treasure, Senior Apprentice Sister Sun was even more scornful in her heart. Ice Sleet Sword 1. It was only to see the tip of her sword point. Countless ice sleets extended out of the void, piercing straight for Yi Yuan. Those ice sleets were condensed by her with the power of law, the power immense. Each one was akin to a sharp sword. Even if a 7th firmament true G. O.D. forcefully resisted it, they would also have to be poked into a mesh. Yi Yuan actually forcefully resisted with his fleshy body. In her eyes, he was simply courting death. But very soon, Senior Apprentice Sister Sun's expression changed wildly. Because Yi Yuan rushed over. Crack, crack, crack. It was only to see golden light radiate brilliantly on Yi Yuan's body. When those ice sleets touched the golden light, they were directly split into 2, like ordinary ice cones. These ice sleets that were able to pierce a 7th firmament true G. O.D. to death were actually unable to stop Yi Yuan in the slightest. How could she know that when Yi Yuan broke through domineeringly at Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital the last time, his physical body already broke through to late-stage 6 transformation. Even when encountering a high-grade true G. O.D. mystic treasure, he did not fear in the slightest too, let alone ice sleets condensed from mere power of law. At this moment, Senior Apprentice Sister Sun's move was already ending and did not have time to change moves at all. Seeing Yi Yuan's punch slam over, she did not have time to think too much, power of law erupting suddenly on her body. All around her body was actually covered in layers of ice armor. Yi Yuan did not care and directly slammed a punch on it. Poor Senior Apprentice Sister Sun vomited a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, figure directly flying out of the inn, her life and death unknown. Tianping, bring her to the city Lord Manor, Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Yes, Your Excellency. Ning Tianping had followed Yi Yuan for a long time and knew that Yi Yuan was currently already enraged to the extreme. At once, he did not dare to dawdle, his figure going out of the inn with a dash. The Ice Cloud Tower's few disciples looked at Yi Yuan like seeing a ghost, their gazes full of shock. Huan, he covered her face and cried out in surprise. Senior Apprentice Sister Sun's ice law is already cultivated to late-stage rank 6, but she was actually sent flying with one punch? She could not help it but to be shocked. Senior Apprentice Sister Sun was a small stage higher than Yi Yuan. Her ice law was also cultivated to late-stage rank 6 already. Her strength could also rank in the top 5 among the Ice Cloud Tower's young generation. She actually could not even not block one of his punches. Was this fellow still human? I already said that you all haven't seen much of the world. How can His Excellency's strength be what you all, these little fellows, can judge? The waiter had a smug look, as if the one who won was him. One, not sure if icicle would be better, because different term. Chapter 2067, Northernmost Step. Chapter 2067, Northernmost Step. Returning to the City Lord Manor, Yi Yuan was too impatient to wait to interrogate Senior Apprentice Sister Sun and the rest. Luer's departure was 1,000 years ago without news. Over these 1,000 years, Yi Yuan was constantly worried about her news. It was just that the heaven-span world was so big, so where would Yi Yuan go and find? Now, he finally managed to hear Luer's news. Yi Yuan's emotion had been uneasy since then. Moreover, he even knew that this piece of news definitely would not be too good. Ning Tianping dragged Senior Apprentice Sister Sun and threw her in front of Yi Yuan. Senior Apprentice Sister Sun started coughing fiercely. Huan Yi and the rest looked at Yi Yuan with terrified faces, full of disbelief. This man in front of them was too powerful. One punch had beaten Senior Apprentice Sister Sun to heavy injuries. Speak. Where's Luer now? I hope that you all don't force me to search your souls. Yi Yuan looked at Senior Apprentice Sister Sun and said coldly, Cough, cough. Your realm isn't even as high as mine. Want to use soul-searching art on this young lady? Cough, cough, bring it on. Senior Apprentice Sister Sun said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan's realm was not as high as hers, so his divine soul was naturally not as strong as hers. If he cast Soul Search, not only would it not succeed, it would harm his own divine soul instead. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said, Since that's the case, you go and die then. Presumably, this woman never did anything good for Luer too. If killed, then killed. Yi Yuan did not have any psychological burden. An ocean-like soul force poured out of Yi Yuan's mind sea. The faces of the few girls changed wildly, only then knowing that Yi Yuan was not joking around. Breaking through the last time, Yi Yuan absorbed the sea of law. His divine soul already reached the limit of true G-O-D realm. Stop! I'll say. Senior Apprentice Sister Sun screamed. Too late. Yi Yuan did not give her the chance at all, directly attacking Senior Apprentice Sister Sun's mind sea. Senior Apprentice Sister Sun's divine soul attacked in retaliation frenziedly. Yi Yuan just gave a cold snort. The soul-suppressing pearl's power suddenly poured out, instantly tearing down all of her resistance. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest sympathy, reading Senior Apprentice Sister Sun's divine soul roughly. One scene after another flashed across in Yi Yuan's mind. The more he looked, the angrier he got. It turned out that the northern border had a region called Northernmost Steppe. That place was a land of bitter coldness, factions complicated and complex. Things were not well defined like the southern border, belonging to some heavenly emperor Bottomanda. That place was a no man's land. Heavenly emperors did not have any interest in this region at all. Hence, it was divided up by major and minor forces. But as a matter of fact, there were 9 great Empyrean-level factions that were the strongest here. This Ice Cloud Tower was one of the Empyrean-level forces. Roughly 1,000 years ago, Luer appeared at the northernmost step by some unknown means and was taken fancy on by the Ice Cloud Tower's master. She was then taken in as a disciple. Back then, Luer was merely Heaven Glimpse realm, but the Ice Cloud Tower's cultivation method was extremely suitable for Luer. by relying on the profound and divine physique. Her cultivation speed was extremely fast. Over 1,000 years, she already cultivated to true G-O-D realm. At present, she was already a fifth firmament true G-O-D powerhouse. Of course, this was also all thanks to Yi Yuan. Back then, he helped Lure's 9 divine link meridian to improve further with divine pills, evolving to become the profound divine physique. That was how there was the present Lure. But walking along this path, Lure suffered considerable hards. H.I. plus P.S. This senior apprentice sister Sun was envious that not only was Lure pretty, but her cultivation talent was also even extremely high. In fact, back then, because Lure violated a rule, she hung Lure up to beating until Lure nearly died. If not for second senior sister helping out later, Yi Yuan probably would not be able to see Lure anymore. Of course, although this senior apprentice sister Sun was jealous, she only listened to others. The one who really wanted to deal with Lure was eldest senior sister, He Yun. As for that Ice Cloud Tower's master, she had an attitude of letting things take their course. Although this Ice Cloud Towers was a female force, under the environment of the northernmost steppe, they were mostly self-centered and would not care about the life and death of the people below at all. In this Ice Cloud Tower, to really talk about treating Lure well, there was only second senior sister, Yang Fei. This time, the reason why Sun Qingling came to find Yi Yuan was because another of the northernmost steppes Empyrean-level forces young lord took fancy on Lure, intimidating the Ice Cloud Tower's Tower Master with threats and beguiling with benefits, making her marry Lure to him. The Ice Cloud Tower's master could not resist the temptation and finally still agreed. It was just that Lure threatened to die. That was how the Ice Cloud Tower's master did not succeed. Lure's thoughts were pure, and her feelings for Yi Yuan were known by eldest senior sister, He Yun long ago. Hence, she suggested to the Ice Cloud Tower's master to capture Yi Yuan to threaten Lure and force Lure to give in. The moment the Ice Cloud Tower's master heard this, she was overjoyed and immediately allowed it. Because she knew that the place Yi Yuan was merely an imperial city, so sending Sun Qingling over was already more than sufficient. It was just that the Ice Cloud Tower's master never dreamed that with Yi Yuan's present strength, killing Sun Qingling was merely a matter of flicking a finger. Moreover, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's strength at present was not the slightest bit weaker than Ice Cloud Tower. What was laughable was that Sun Qingling and company thought that they were powerful and came over to capture people without even making inquiries, resulting in being directly annihilated by Yi Yuan. You all very good. When he said this, Yi Yuan's teeth creaked from grinding. When Ning Tianping and Bai Chun by the side saw this scene, they could not help secretly being speechless. They did not know what Yi Yuan saw in Sun Qingling's divine soul, but they rarely saw such a furious expression on Yi Yuan before. It could be seen that Yi Yuan was already enraged to the extreme. Why, Your Excellency, spare our lives? How could the few girls still have any proud appearance? They were already terrified to the extreme. This he isn't someone who kills indiscriminately. It's just that you all normally treated Lure like that, so you can't be spared. Finished talking, Yi Yuan waved a hand. Several streaks of sword energy fired out, directly blasting the 4 people to mere residue. These 4 people were all Sun Qingling's accomplices. In these 1,000 years, there were no few instances of bullying Lure and even quite a few times of harming Lure to death. How could Yi Yuan spare them? After killing 4 people, Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath, forcefully calmed down, and said, "Invite Senior Bai Tong they all over." Hearing that Yi Yuan was going to the northern land, everyone was very worried. After all, arriving at that sort of place, no one knew Grandmaster Yi. If anything mishap happened, that would not be good. Bai Tong frowned and said, "Why not? I go together with you." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "At present, Heavenly Eagle has just stabilized. Forces everywhere are casting covetous eyes, so there must be an Empyrean-level powerhouse holding down the fort. All of you stay. Just Tianping following me will do. Bring Bai Tong over would naturally be much more secure." But the southern border was not calm and tranquil. Empyrean Pilljade and the rest were all casting covetous eyes. Without an Empyrean-level powerhouse holding down the fort, Yi Yuan could not set his mind at rest. Through several years of seesawing and negotiations, the Myriad Treasure Tower and Heavenly Eagle joined the Southern Border Alliance once more. With this battle, the Myriad Treasure Tower was naturally the greatest beneficiary, but Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's limelight was the brightest. As the saying went, the winds howl around the highest peaks. It was impossible for Empyrean Pilljade they all to willingly be suppressed just like this. Perhaps some troubles would occur. Baitong was not just an Empyrean powerhouse, but a 7-star alchemy GOD2. With him garrisoning Heavenly Eagle, Yi Yuan could naturally be much more assured. When Master isn't around, this land of Southridge will be presided over by you. If you encounter anything that can't be resolved, consult Senior Bai. Understood? Yi Yuan instructed. Yini nodded and said, Yes, Master. After arranging everything for Heavenly Eagle, Yi Yuan brought along Ning Tianping. The two embarked on the journey to the northernmost steppe. Chapter 2068, Just Telling the Truth. Chapter 2068, Just telling the truth, the northernmost steppe was said to be a GRAS land, but actually it was merely a wasteland. The area here was vast, with fierce beasts everywhere. The humans living here had to band up together to keep warm, gathering together. It was also precisely because of this that the people here were stubborn and unruly, killing people at the drop of a hat. Only the strong could survive here. This place was a magical place where martial artists formed factions and gangs, for the sake of benefits and murdering each other. But each beast tied, they were able to put aside all grievances and resist the fierce beasts. Jiuluoji was such a place. The northern land was extremely cold. The air here seemed to be able to freeze people into ice sculptures. Even if one's cultivation reached true D-realm, you could feel the bone-piercing chill too. This place was the world of ice law. Hence, the moment people were born, they would grasp a law that was ice law. Hence, the martial artists here were powerful and often grasped more than 2 laws. At this time, inside a small tavern in Jiuluoji, martial artists were gathered in 2s and 3s, drinking and chatting. This was the way of life of martial artists in their leisure time, warming their bellies with strong alcohol and chatting about the affairs of this northernmost steppe. Hence, the tavern's business was very good. A man and a woman, 2 young people wearing fur skirts, entered the small tavern and did not find after looking around for a long time, their expressions somewhat disappointed. The girl pointed at a corner and said, Big brother, look, the table over there only has 2 people sitting. Why don't we go over and share tables? In a corner, 2 young men were currently drinking alcohol. One of them was all wrapped up and still freezing until he was trembling. The other was dressed in thin attire, but he seemed to be completely fine. The man nodded his head and said, Come, go over and take a look. The 2 people came beside the table. The man clasped his hands and said, This little brother, I'm Southwater Street's Wu Song, and this is my younger sister, Wu Ling. You look, this Raging Fire Tavern's business is too good. Can we share tables? The young man dressed lightly sipped a mouthful of wine and said coolly, Sit. The brother and sister 2 people were overjoyed and directly sat down opposite and shouted, Waiter, bring 4 jugs of Raging Fire brew. All right, far away, the waiter shouted at the top of his voice. Very soon, 4 jugs of Raging Fire brew were served. Wu Song opened the seals and directly swigged a mouthful, saying with a smile, Refres. I plussing. This little brother, come, cheers. The young man opposite raised his GLA.S in a slight gesture and sipped another mouthful of alcohol. When Wu Ling saw the appearance of rejecting people 1,000 miles away opposite, she curled her mouth and said, Putting on an appearance. Wu Song laughed and said, Little brother, don't blame her. This younger sister of mine doesn't think before talking. Wonder how do I address you 2 brothers? Ji Qingyun, Ning Tianping. The two people answered one after another. These two people were precisely the Yi Yuan master and servant who crossed over the heaven-span mountain and borders to come. Currently, more than 50 years had already passed, said since senior apprentice Sister Sun and the rest went a heavenly eagle. The master and servant, two people, went through many twists and turns and were travel-weary, finally hurrying to the northernmost step half a year ago. But they did not take action immediately. With the two of their strength, even if they barged into the Ice Cloud Tower, it was also impossible to rescue Lu. Fortunately, Yi Yuan ascertained that Lu was fine for the time being. Hence, he started planning how to save Lu. Arriving here, it was naturally not suitable for Yi Yuan to use his original name, so he simply used his previous life's name. Turns out that it's Brother Ji and Brother Ning. I'll gift these 2 jugs of wine to you too. Just take it as thanking the two of you for offering your seats. Wu Song pushed 2 jugs of wine forward and said. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Then this Ji won't be courteous." Wu Song sized Yi Yuan up and could not resist the questions in his heart and said, "Isn't Brother Ji cold wearing so lightly?" Speaking of which, this master and his servant, 2 people, were weird too. One wore very little but was aloof and indifferent, while the other wore very thickly but was trembling heavily. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not cold." By the side, Ning Tianping could not resist rolling his eyes, his gaze full of envy. He also did not expect that this trip out was actually such a tough errand. With his presently 3rd firmament true D cultivation, he was actually trembling from the cold like a mortal. But his lord was not at all unadapted to this kind of environment. This guy had a late-stage perfect 6 transformation golden body and did not know what cold was at all. Wu Ling snickered and said, "Putting on airs. In my view, he's definitely keeping out the cold with divine essence, but doesn't know that this is a big taboo in the northernmost steppe. If you encounter any enemies and only have 70 to 80% divine essence left, there's no difference from seeking death. Divine essence, keeping out the cold, this could indeed resist the chill. It was just that in the northernmost steppe, no one dared to do so, because at this place, there were murders to seize property at the drop of a hat, or fighting with fierce beasts in the wilderness. One must maintain their peak state. Divine essence to ward off the cold had to deplete large amounts of divine essence under this kind of extremely cold weather. Once encountering the enemy, it would be too late to even cry. Ning Tianping was just about to flare up when he heard that, but Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hoo, this Ji has plenty of divine essence and isn't afraid to consume it." Wu Ling could not help choking when she heard that and said with a cold snort, "Don't listen to an elderly person's advice and you'll suffer right away. Really won't be rewarded for good intentions." Wu Song was a little awkward by the side and said with a laugh, "My younger sister is frank with a ready tongue. Come, this who drinks a toast to 2 brothers." Finished drinking, Wu Song put down the wine jug, wiped his mouth, and said, "Refres. I+ing. In this Ju Luo Ji, it's still the raging fire brew that has the strongest kick. Drinking a mouthful down is like a ball of fire burning. Comparing the alcohol of other taverns to it, there's still much more lacking. Brother Ji, you're also into this alcohol, right?" Yi Yuan shook his head slightly when he heard that, and said, "This alcohol is just average, still sable." Wu Song's brows furrowed when he heard that, thinking to himself that this kid was indeed something who put on airs. Would you die if you did not trigger people? The Raging Fire Brew was a strong drink that was renowned far and wide and deeply loved by the martial artists in the steppe. But reaching Yi Yuan's mouth, it became average sable. Even if Wu Song was broad-minded, he nearly spewed a mouthful of alcohol over 2. Who knew that this tavern's boss had sharp ears and actually heard Yi Yuan's words? He immediately laughed coldly and said, "Lad, don't be so arrogant when speaking. In this Ju Luo Ji, who doesn't know that our Raging Fire Tavern's Raging Fire Brew is akin to a fire on the GRA's slans and mandatory for the GRA's slans martial artists. Even compared to the medicinal pills of masters, it doesn't pale in the slightest too. All around, people who love to drink all had unhappy expressions too. Kid, your hair isn't even fully grown yet, and you dare to posture here? Then kid, you're wearing so little. Is it using divine essence to ward off the chill? If you have the capability, don't drink this alcohol. Raging Fire Brew is your father's favorite. Are you King trying to court death? Yi Yuan's one sentence immediately ignited the tavern. Wu Long snickered by the side and said, "See, I knew it. Putting on an appearance, you incurred public wrath now, right?" Rather, it was Wu Song who was kind-hearted, hurriedly standing up to clasp his hands at everyone, saying, brothers don't mind it. This brother of mine misspoke after drinking. Misspoke after drinking. The tavern's boss had a cold smile on his face as he said, "Misspoke after drinking? Haha, if you feel that my alcohol isn't good, don't drink if you have the capability. Go, go, go. This place doesn't welcome you." Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "I was just telling the truth. Don't drink, then don't drink then. Either way, it's also dull and tasteless." Chapter 2069, Suns.H.I. plus an E glow. Chapter 2069, Suns. H.I. plus any glow dull and tasteless. King H. ELL. When the tavern boss heard Yi Yuan's words, he was angered until he stomped his feet. When the others saw this scene, other than finding it funny, they could not help pitying Yi Yuan. This tavern's boss was called Zhang Tuesday. In his early years, he killed people and committed arsons. His evil deeds knew no limits. His strength also reached middle stage true G. O. D realm and was not a good person. All the way until acquiring this Raging Fire Brew's formula later did he open the Raging Fire Tavern here. The tavern's boss directly dashed in front of Yi Yuan in rapid steps and said with a cold smile, "Kid, I, Zhang Tu, have sold the Raging Fire Brew in this Jiu Luo Ji for 10,000 years and have never heard anyone say that it's dull and tasteless before. If you don't give an explanation today, don't think about walking out of this door." Everyone used pitying gazes to look at Yi Yuan. Jiu Luo Ji's veteran folks all knew that this Zhang Tu was not to be trifled with. Otherwise, with his Raging Fire Brew being highly in demand, could be that no one dared to have designs on him. It was that no one dare, that's all. Wu Ling rolled her eyes and said, "How? Made people angry, right? Why don't you have a lid over your mouth? See how you clean up the mess." Wu Song shot a fierce glare at her. Turning around with a fawning smile, he said to Zhang Tu, "Boss Tu, this little brother of mine just has arrived and doesn't know the rules. Don't stoop to his level." But Zhang Tu smiled coldly and said, "Who the H.E.L. are you? What's your basis for not making your father stoop to his level? I'm going to stoop to his level today. If these words were to spread out, how will your father's shop still run?" Finished talking, he looked toward Yi Yuan again and said with a cold smile, "Brat, don't blame your father for not giving you a chance. As long as you bring out a better alcohol than Raging Fire Brew today, this matter will be dropped and your father will even apologize to you. If you can't take it out..." Zhang Tu had an appearance of itching for a fight. Clearly, he harbored ill intent. Wu Song shot Yi Yuan a fierce glare by the side and whispered, "Apologize. Brother Ji, quickly apologize to Boss Tu." Yi Yuan sat there calmly and completely ignored Zhang Tu, but he looked at Wu Song with a smile as he said, "Sit down, Brother Wu. Just based on you defending this Ji like so, this Ji will treat you to a cup of wine today." While talking, a small flask appeared in Yi Yuan's hand. Yi Yuan pulled open the lid of the flask. A thick aroma of alcohol instantly filled the entire small tavern. So fragrant. Fine wine. My G.O.D. This wine is more than 10 times more fragrant than the Raging Fire Brew. What alcohol is this? This old man has never smelled before such an alcohol aroma in this life before. Upon lifting the flask lid, cries of exclamations within the small tavern linked up together. Quite a number of people were already hazy-eyed from drunkenness just by smelling this alcohol aroma. Zhang Tu's expression instantly became extremely ugly. He did not expect that Yi Yuan really took out the wine. Just based on this alcohol aroma, the wine in Yi Yuan's hand far surpa. Said the raging fire brew. A smell so good. Big brother, I want a drink. By the side, Wu Ling was already drunk, letting out a light moan that was unable to hide her hankering. It was only to see that saliva already drooled out at the corner of her mouth. This fragrance was truly tempting. Smack! Wu Ling just reached her hand out and was smacked flying by Yi Yuan with a slap. Ouch! Why did you hit me? This slap also woke Wu Ling up from the pain. But at this time, she looked at Yi Yuan with a look of surprise, as if she had seen a ghost. This guy really had fine alcohol on him. This alcohol is only for Brother Wu to drink, none of your share. Yi Yuan said coolly. TCH stingy. Don't drink then, who wants it? Although she said so, Wu Ling's pair of eyes lingered on the small flask, saliva drooling out again from the corner of her mouth. In this northernmost steppe, women similarly love drinking. It was not just Wu Ling. Everyone in the small tavern smacked their lips, staring fixedly at the small flask in Yi Yuan's hand. Under the watchful gazes of the people, Yi Yuan poured a small GLA. S for Wu Song. The moment the wine came out of the flask, the fragrance became stronger. Wu Song looked at Yi Yuan with a look of surprise. He was smashed dizzy by this biscuit that fell from the sky. Only he could drink this wine. Brother Wu, sample how's this yes wine. Yi Yuan made an inviting gesture and said with a light smile. Wu Song desperately swallowed his saliva. The gluttonous bug in his abdomen was already endlessly agitated. Then, this won't be courteous. Wu Song raised the GLA. Placed it at the tip of his nose and took a whiff and almost threw the GLA. Away. Too fragrant. He drank so many years of wine and had never smelled before such a fragrant to the extreme wine. The others looked at Wu Song, saliva dripping all over the floor, all incredibly envious. Rather, it was Wu Song who actually could not quite bear to drink it after the wine reached his mouth. By the side, Ning Tianping said with an envious look, "Tizke to his sons. I plus any glow. His Excellency couldn't even bear to let me drink one mouth. Boy, you have the good fortune of the mouth." Yi Yuan scolded laughingly. "You rascal, don't think that I don't know how much you secretly drank to actually still dare to vent your grievances here? Really think that I don't dare to beat you?" Ning Tianping had an embarra. Said look as he said, "Wasn't it because I was scared of the cold? Your Excellency's wine really tastes better the more you drink. Even several times stronger than the dreamlike wine." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and could not be bothered to care. Arriving at this land of bitter coldness, in this half a year's time, apart from inquiring information, Yi Yuan was brewing this son's I plus any glow. Although Yi Yuan did not fear the cold wind, it was uncomfortable in this land of bitter cold after all. Drink a mouthful of warm wine, and everything would naturally be resolved. Brother Wu, not that this Yi is stingy, you can only drink a cup of this wine. Any more and you'll definitely collapse, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Wu Song smiled when he heard that and said, "Brother Ji is looking down on this Wu too much. This Wu known as 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Even this raging fire brew, I'll be totally fine after drinking 5 jars too." Finished talking, he tilted his head back and downed it in one go. Drinking finish, Wu Song had a peculiar look on his face. When Zhang Tu saw the situation, he immediately laughed loudly and said, "Ha! What did I say? What bulls? I plus T sons. I plus any glow. How can it compare to my fine wine?" Zhang Tu's words were said halfway, when it was directly cut off by these two resounding to the extreme words of Wu Song. "Fine wine, fine wine, fine wine. Really King delicious." Wu Song said 3 fine wines in a row and followed up with a vulgarity. Zhang Tu's face immediately fell. "Would you die if you freaking let me say finish?" But the others could not wait and looked at Wu Song blankly as they asked curiously, "Brother, how is it good? Yeah, quickly say. TSK, really want to drink a mouthful." The current Wu Song, his eyes actually already started becoming hazy shaking his head hard, wanting to wake himself up a bit. When everyone saw the situation, they could not help being secretly tongue-tied. This wine was so strong. I can't describe it. Either way, it's just delicious. Wu Song said in a rough voice. Zhang Tu had a look of refusing to submit, as he said with a cold smile, "What's the use of being delicious? My raging fire brew has the effect of warding off the cold. Drink of that, and you don't need to use divine essence for 3 days. No matter how fragrant your wine is, it also can't compare to my raging fire brew." When he said this, he had a proud look. This raging fire brew's greatest function was not deliciousness, but it was keeping out the cold. In this land of extremely cold, it was the most practical. As for deliciousness, that was still secondary. It was just that his voice had yet to fade when Wu Song directly pulled open his leather mantle and took off all of his clothes, shouting at the top of his voice, "Hot! So hot!" Chapter 2070. Just waiting for someone here. Chapter 2070. Just waiting for someone here. Everyone used pitying looks to look at Zhang Tuesday. His final trace of pride was trampled to pieces by Wu Song's unwitting stripping. Everyone could tell that Wu Song was not pretending. Currently, Wu Song's skin was slightly red. His body actually emitted steaming vapor. Refres. I plusing. Truly refres. I plusing. Brother G, this wine of yours is simple G. Ode like. Wu Song said with a big laugh. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Drinking this cup, you don't need to expend divine essence to keep out the cold within half a month." Wu Song nodded slightly and said, "I can feel that this wine entering the abdomen is just like there's a pool of hot spring reaching throughout the entire body from the abdomen. At the rate of the current speed, there's absolutely no problem not using divine essence for 10 days to half a month. Sons, I plus an E glow. The wine is indeed as its name suggests. Right now, I feel like there's a warm sun glowing inside my body, being incomparably warm." By the side, Wu Ling was long already drooling with envy. She used a guileless gaze to look at Yi Yuan and said in a spoiled manner, "Big brother G, let me drink a cup too." Yi Yuan gave her a meaningful glance with a strange expression. Wu Ling suddenly understood something. Her face could not help changing. Her pretty face flues. I plusing red. Ha! Loud hoots of laughter echoed within the house. "Girl, no worries. Just strip. We'll take it as we can't see." "Scared of what? Our extreme North's girls are men." Ha! Everyone burst out laughing. Wu Ling wished to find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. At this time, a middle-aged man walked over and said to Yi Yuan with a smile as he said, "This little brother, I want to ask for a cup of wine to drink. Is that okay?" The moment this man came out, everyone's hearts turned cold. It's Lightning Blade W.A.N.G. Hang. If this kid dares to not give the alcohol to drink, he'll likely can't go out of this door today. Someone discussed softly. W.I.N.G. Hang is a tough character who'll pull out his blade at a word of disagreement. More importantly, there are few people who can last beyond 3 blades under his hands. When Zhang Tu saw this scene, his face switched to a relaxed expression again. This kid was likely here to cause a scene today. There was finally someone who came to take care of him. Yi Yuan did not even look at W.A.N.G. Hang. Picking up the small flask, he poured himself a full cup, then held it up. "Tisich, pretending for what? Didn't he still yield?" Wu Ling whispered. W.N.G. Hang also had a smile on his face, his saliva almost dripping down, reaching his hand over. Who knew that Yi Yuan directly tilted his head back and drank it himself? W.N.G. Hang's expression turned stiff, his hand extended there, unable to take it back or leave it there. "Kid, you tricked me?" W.A.N.G. Hang glared and said in a solemn voice. "I already said, only Brother Wu can drink. Did you take it that I was joking? Giving you to drink, where'll my face go?" Yi Yuan said coolly. These people were all watching the show just now. Now, they wanted to ask for alcohol to drink. Yi Yuan was not so lowly. Seeing W. A. N. Ji Hang's expression turned grim until water could drip out. Everyone felt their scalps tingle. This boy was too capable of causing trouble. Provoking Zhang Tu was still not enough. And then he provoked W. A. Ji Hang. Did this guy really want to go out horizontally today? This boy is mad, right? He actually dared to provoke lightning blade W. A. Ji Hang. W. A. N. Ji Hang is peak fourth firmament true G. O. D. It said that he once contended with a fifth firmament true G. O. D. with his lightning blade and didn't get defeated. This kid is tired of living. Seeing Yi Yuan's death-courting action, everyone turned pale with fright. When Wu Song heard Yi Yuan's words, the originally 30% drunkenness was immediately frightened awake. Brother Yi, forget it. Just a cup of wine. This is Lightning Blade W. A. N. Ji Hang. W. A. N. Ji Hang was very famous in this region. Wu Song naturally knew his name. Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping, two people, both conceal their cultivations. In other people's view, these two people were merely young men who were over 1,000 years old. So how much strength could they have? Therefore, the people in this house did not take the two of them seriously. I had too late to dare refute my W. A. N. Ji Hang's face. There's only death. Killing this brat, your father can naturally drink his wine. While talking, W. N. Ji Hang suddenly pulled out his blade, the power of ice and the power of lightning revolving around him. This W. A. N. Ji Hang actually fused ice law and lightning law. The commotion of this blade was outrageous to the extreme. It's over dead for sure. This boy is really stubborn. Isn't that so? Just a cup of wine. Just as everyone had sympathetic faces, the blade already arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Following that, it was dead silent inside the tavern. Yi Yuan actually used his palm and directly caught W. A. Ji Hang's knife edge. Just this light grab, and the fused power of law immediately vanished without a trace. Zhang Tu's pair of eyes became wide circles, looking at this scene in disbelief. The strength of this W. A. N. Ji Hang's lightning blade absolutely did not lose to his. The edge of the blade was actually caught by this kid with a grab. W. A. N. Ji Hang was similarly incomparably alarmed and terrified. He stared at Yi Yuan with a dumbstruck face, desperately wanting to pull his blade out. But unfortunately, no matter to what degree he pushed his divine essence, his lightning blade seemed to be welded to Yi Yuan's hand, unable to budge an inch. I'll let go. Still not letting go. Your father won't be courteous anymore. W. A. N. Ji Hang said, threatening in manner, but inwardly shaky. When Yi Yuan heard that, he gave an O lightly, his palm opening up. W. A. N. Ji Hang was currently using strength to pull the blade. With Yi Yuan's releasing it, his entire person directly did a dog-eat-s. H. I. plus T tumble. It's you who made me let go. So why didn't you prepare well yourself? Yi Yuan said with an innocent look. When had W. A. N. Ji Hang suffered such unprecedented humiliation before? He immediately said in a great rage, Punk, you're courting death. Ice lightning blade. Go to H. E. L. L for me. This time, W. A. N. Ji Hang's body erupted with an even fiercer aura. The fused power of laws was even pushed to the peak by him. Everyone's faces revealed great shock. Someone exclaimed in admiration, This is W. A. N. Ji Hang's true strength. This aura probably doesn't lose to fifth firmament true G. O. D. S., right? But Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and said coolly, I already spared your life just now, but you insist on coming to seek death. Forget it. I'll send you off then. Following that, amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Yi Yuan lightly met W. A. N. Ji Hang's blade with a finger. Poor work. The terrifying fused power of law immediately evaporated into thin air. W.A.N. Ji Hang's entire person directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Yi Yuan waved his hand, directly annihilating the blood mist. It was deathly silent inside the house. Everyone used eyes like they had seen ghosts to look at Yi Yuan. This was Lightning Blade W.A.N. Ji Hang. He died, just like this. This guy caught a true G.O.D. mystic treasure with his bare hands. So how powerful was his fleshy body? It turned out that this boy was really not boasting about not being afraid of the cold. Why would a fleshy body rivaling a true G.O.D. mystic treasure be scared of the cold? Zhang Tu's face seemed to have opened up a dye house, changing colors nonstop. He secretly sighed at getting lucky. Fortunately, the one who attacked just now was W.N. Ji Hang and not him. Otherwise, the current him should be about the same as W.N. Ji Hang, right? How could this boy be so strong? I'm just waiting for someone here, so you all don't annoy me. You guys can drink this wine in the future, but I'm just afraid that you all can't afford it, Yi Yuan said coolly. He filled a cup of wine for himself and poured another cup for Ning Tianping, and downed it in one go. Everyone was speechless. Didn't you say earlier that could only drink one cup? Chapter 2071. Issuing Challenge Letter. Chapter 2071. Issuing Challenge Letter. Waiting for someone? Humph. I think that you're here to cause a disturbance. This place doesn't welcome you. Please leave. Zhang Tu hated and feared Yi Yuan at this time, and only wanted to make him leave this place sooner. But he did not dare to provoke Yi Yuan too much either. This malefic star's strength was too strong. So contradictions were laid bare in his words. Yi Yuan poured another cup of wine and drank it, and he said coolly, "You rest assured. After I settle my business, I won't come even if you invite me to." Yi Yuan drank his wine. The aroma of the wine overflowed, teasing everyone until they drooled heavily. Smelling this alcohol aroma, drinking the raging fire brew again completely did not have any taste anymore. This guy definitely did it on purpose. Within the small tavern, grievance points rose sharply. How could Zhang Tu not tell what the others were thinking? He wished to kick Yi Yuan out with a foot, but Yi Yuan just refused to leave. Before long, a gray-robed old man walked into the raging fire tavern. The moment the old man came in, he shouted, "Zhang Tu, give this old man 3 jars of raging fire brew and a few side dishes." The moment Zhang Tu saw the arrival of this person, he could not help being overjoyed, hurriedly moving closer and saying respectfully, "Goodness, Master Song Chao, you haven't come for a few days." Not just Zhang Tu. When the rest saw Song Chao, they all stood up one after another, paying their respects to the old man. Clearly, Song Chao's status in Ju Luoji was very high. Virtually no one did not know. Song Chao laughed and said, "I've been busy refining pills these few days. The gluttonous bug in my stomach flared up the moment the medicinal pills are refined completely, so I immediately came over. It smells so good. Old too. Your place produced a new product? Why is it so fragrant?" Song Chao said a few sentences when suddenly, the tip of his nose twitched slightly. A whiff of alcohol aroma tunneled into his nose, gladdening the heart and refresh. Plussing the mind. But the moment he said it, Zhang Tu's expression immediately became ugly, faltering, not knowing how to answer. Some meddlesome person pointed at Yi Yuan and said, "Master Song Chao, the wine was brought by that kid himself." Song Chao looked toward Yi Yuan with a slight surprise. Raising his foot, he walked over and said smilingly, "Kid, this wine is pretty good. Let this old man have a taste." His words carried a trace of tone that did not allow any dispute. That meaning was that you had to give whether or not you were willing to. When Zhang Tu saw the situation, he could not help being delighted in his heart. "Weren't you showing off, punk? Now that Master Song Chao came to ask for wine, see if you still dare to not give." Yi Yuan did not lift his head. Drinking a cup of Sun's plus any glow on his own again, he opened his mouth and said indifferently, "You're Song Chao?" Song Chao's brows furrowed, somewhat happy with Yi Yuan's attitude in his heart as he said in a solemn voice, "That's right. This old man is precisely Song Chao. Kid, this wine." His words were said halfway when Yi Yuan suddenly took out a challenge letter and placed it on the table in front of him. Challenge letter? Song Chao was taken aback and could not help laughing as he said, "Brat, you want to challenge this old man? Do you know who this old man is?" The others were taken aback with Phil. This boy was crazy, right? Where did this brat pop out from? Could it be that he lost his mind? Master Song Chao is our Jiu Luo G's top 3 ranking 6-star alchemy G. OD. This snotty brat, actually wants to challenge Master Song Chao. Master Song Chao's status is venerated. How can he be what a mere body can challenge? This boy went crazy wanting to become famous, right? To actually use this kind of method to draw attention. I understand. Turns out that the person he's waiting for is Master Song Chao. At this time, someone finally reacted and cried out in surprise. If say one-shotting lightning blade W. N. G hang in one move earlier, everyone could still accept it. Now, wanting to challenge Song Chao, they were unable to accept it. After all, this place was the northernmost step. Easily lifting the blade and killing people was normal. But in the northernmost step, the status of alchemists was venerated. The northernmost step's environment was harsh, spiritual energy thin. It was not suited for the growth of an alchemist. Hence, as long as an alchemist emerged here, their status would be very high, because the martial artists here actually had even higher requirements towards medicinal pills. They must experience endless slaughter in order to survive. They naturally needed more medicinal pills too. And Song Chao was one of the strongest 3 great 6-star alchemy G. DS in Jiu Luo G. He was practically standing at the summit of Jiu Luo G already. Now, a brat that popped out of G. D knows where actually wanted to challenge Song Chao the moment he opened his mouth, overestimating his ability too much. Hearing everyone's cries of exclamations, Song Chao had a smug look as he said, "Hear that, kid? This old man's strength is sufficient to rank in the top 3 in Jiu Luo G. Even the top 2 are also not much stronger than this old man. You, a brat who just made his mark in the world, want to challenge this old man? Ho! The challenge letter isn't for you. It's for your master, Empyrean Lone Swan. You don't have the qualifications to make me challenge you." Yi Yuan sipped a mouthful of wine and said coolly, "Words H-E-L, bent on shocking people to death." Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Even Song Chao was also abruptly stupefied there. His master, Empyrean Lone Swan, was Jiu Luo G's strongest alchemist. Not one of the strongest, because he was the one and only 7-star alchemy G. OD. Even the Jiu Luo G's other few Empyreans also addressed him as a brother when they saw Empyrean Lone Swan. "Ichihu kid, are you crazy? Challenging Master Lone Swan? Who gave you the guts?" Song Chao felt like he heard the most hilarious joke today. In his eyes, Master Lone Swan was a G-O-D, a G-O-D that brooked no blaspheming. Now, there was actually a brat who wanted to challenge this G-O-D. This was something that could not be tolerated. Yi Yuan said coolly, "I knew that it wouldn't go so smoothly. How about this? I'll fire out a flame, and if you can extinguish it, consider it my loss. I won't say a single word about this matter of challenging him, and will even gift you a jar of suns. H-I, plus any glow." Ha ha! The surroundings hooted with loud laughter. They were laughing at Yi Yuan's ignorance, laughing at Yi Yuan for overrating his own abilities. A hint of amuse. T was revealed in Song Chao's eyes, and he said with a smile, "Kid, our land of extreme North's alchemists might not be able to beat other places in refining pills. But the art of controlling fire, that's what other places absolutely can't compete with. You're playing fire with this old man?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "You just say yes or no." Song Chao snorted coldly and said, "Fine, this old man agrees to you. If this old man loses, I'll help you deliver this challenge letter immediately. But if you lose this one, what he cared about most was not winning or losing, but the suns. H.I. plus any glow. This wine was too fragrant. Yi Yuan casually beckoned a hand. A jar appeared on the table. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes almost popped out. It turned out that this kid still had so much suns. H.I. plus any glow on him. Could it be that this wine was really brewed by this boy? Smack! Yi Yuan snapped a finger very casually. A small CLUS. Tur of fire flew towards Song Chao, falteringly. Song Chao laughed in spite of himself when he saw the situation and said, "This is your fire-controlling technique? Kid, you're really making a spectacle of yourself. But your wine is really pretty good." Amidst the loud laughter, Song Chao beckoned with his palm. A CLUS, Tur of light green flames, turned into a fierce tiger, and it rushed straight at the tongue of flame that Yi Yuan summoned. The others also revealed disappointed expressions. They even thought that Yi Yuan would show a breathtaking performance. In the end, it was just this bit of strength. Indeed, talking big to impress people. Puffed, only to hear a slight puffing sound emit in the air. The moment that fierce tiger met the tongue of flame, it immediately disappeared without a trace. The whole place was silent. Chapter 2072. Treat you to a cup of wine. Chapter 2072. Treat you to a cup of wine. How can it be? Master Song Chao actually lost in a fire battle? That small tottering flame, which can be smashed with one smack. Master Song Chao actually failed to beat it? Could it be that this boy is really a fire control master that conceals deeply? Cries of exclamations sounded out all around, clearly not expecting that such a sudden turn of events would occur. Jiu Luo Ji's top alchemy master actually lost to an unknown little fellow. Just this bit of capability? You disappoint me too much, Yi Yuan said coolly. Song Chao got a shock. A solemn expression was revealed on his face, and he said in a deep voice, "Terrific, lad. I underestimated you. Watch this." Done talking, Song Chao formed seals with both hands. The divine fire turned into a giant hammer and suddenly smashed over towards that small CLUS, Tur of fire. Bang! The giant hammer directly crumbled. Song Chao's expression changed drastically. This time, he was genuinely shocked. If that time previously was just him doing it casually, then this time he already unleashed 70% of his strength. It actually could not even withstand a single blow in front of this small, falteringly CLUS, Tur of fire. Wu Ling's small mouth opened to form a circle, looking at this scene in disbelief. Big brother, did Master Song Chao underestimate the enemy too much? This is also too unreal, right? Wu Song's expression was solemn as he shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that it's not as simple as underestimating the enemy. I also felt that that small flame just now was too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. But looking at it now, the flame was compact to the extreme, so in the view of outsiders, they can't feel the temperature and aura at all. This fire-controlling technique has reached the acme of perfection." Wu Ling could not resist looking toward Yi Yuan. Could it be that this hateful guy was actually a fire-controlling expert? Not bad this time. The flame is much more condensed. However, it's still far too lacking. If you're still not convinced, you can try again, Yi Yuan said coolly. In his view, that handling just now was still okay. Compared to the flask, H.I. plus Ness without substance before, it was clearly much more condensed. The alchemists of this northernmost step would frequently protect the body and expel the cold with flames, and were indeed much stronger than alchemists of other places in terms of fire-controlling technique. It was just that this bit of strength was still inadequate in front of Yi Yuan. One had to know, his alchemy strength was the southern border's #1 person. And what was a foundational skill of alchemy? It was naturally fire control. In terms of fire control, the world was so big, but there were really scanty few that could win Yi Yuan. Kid, don't you get C-O-C-K-Y? Watch this song, get rid of it for you to see. Song Chao gritted his teeth, and made his move once more. It was just that no matter how he cast the fire control technique, that small CLUS tur of faltering fire was just like a small diamond, standing steadfast. Unleash. Plussing 7 to 8 moves in a row, Song Chao still could not do anything to the flame. His face was grim until it was almost dripping water. Yi Yuan also got somewhat impatient and said coolly, "You're too weak. Better invite your master to come out. In order to reward you, I'll treat you to a cup of wine." Done talking, Yi Yuan poured a cup of wine and pushed it in front of Song Chao. Fragrance immediately suffused everywhere. Song Chao's expression flickered indeterminately, but he discovered to his dismay that he already unleashed all of his ability and really could not do anything to this small CLUS tur of flames. He even had a feeling that even if his master, Empyrean Lone Swan, was here, he might not be able to do anything to it too. But very soon, he chased this kind of ridiculous notion out of his head. How is this possible? His master was a 7-star alchemy GOD. He was invincible in this Luo. How could a mere brat who was still wet behind his ears possibly make his master helpless to do anything? Song Chao's attention was drawn over by the thick wine aroma very soon. This wine was too fragrant until it made people unable to refuse. Song Chao could not resist swallowing his saliva and finally still downed it in one shot amidst everyone's questioning gazes. Good wine. Truly fine wine. This old man has never drunk before such a delicious wine. The moment the wine entered the mouth, Song Chao could not resist giving praises from the bottom of his heart. He felt a stream of top-quality wine flow into his stomach, which then instantly set his whole body on fire, making each of his pores open up. It was as if a blazing sun rose in his heart, warming his entire body. In comparison, the raging fire brew that he had always cherished was simply like garbage. When everyone saw Song Chao's pleased appearance, they no longer doubted the sun's plus any glow. Previously, everyone was still half dubious, suspecting if Wu Song was pretending or not. Now, with Master Song Chao personally confirming it, who else would still doubt? It was just that this way, the group of martial artists hankered after the sun's plus any glow even more. The feeling of being able to see but not being able to drink was truly uncomfortable. "Kid, I'll help you bring the challenge letter." But this wine, Song Chao stared fixedly at the small flask in Yi Yuan's hand, his goal self-explanatory. He said nonchalantly, "I said 1 cup, it means 1 cup. Don't give me that look. You go back and tell your master that as long as he, Empyrean Lone Swan, accepts the challenge, if this G loses, this sun's plus any glow's recipe will be offered up with both hands. Don't use this kind of eyes to look at me. With your paltry cultivation base, you can't it away." Song Chao's eye swiveled around, clearly already having the thought of hing it. In a place like Luo, there was no justice in law at all. Things that caught your fancy, just it. As long as your fist was big, whatever you say works. By the side, someone saw that the atmosphere was not right and worn out of goodwill. Master Song Chao, just now, Lightning Blade W, and Ji Hang was planning to take action to and was defeated by him with 1 punch. Song Chao's face changed, and he cried out in surprise. Lightning Blade W, Ji Hang? He fused 2 kinds of power of laws, his strength being already comparable to 5th Firmament True GOD. He was actually blown up with 1 punch? That person said again, "Master, so many people were watching it. Could I still be deceiving you?" Song Chao's gaze turned intent, only then discovering that it seemed like Yi Yuan really could not be underestimated anymore. It was only to see his gaze turn dark, and he said, "Okay, this old man will help you deliver the challenge letter, but I hope that your alchemy skill isn't just a little bit of fire controlling technique. Farewell. Finished talking, Song Chao put away the challenge letter and directly left. News spread extremely fast. Jiu Luo Ji had existed for Ji. Oh, D knows how many tens of thousands of years already. It had never been heard of that someone dared to challenge Empyrean Lone Swan. A 7-star alchemy Ji. Oh, D was a divine master in the northernmost steppe. Their status was extremely venerated. Now a hothead that popped out from G. Oh, D knows were actually wanted to challenge Empyrean Lone Swan. For some time, Jiu Luo Ji that had already been quiet for a long time started boiling with excitement. No way, right? Where did this kid pop out from? Never heard before that a remarkable young alchemist emerged in Jiu Luo Ji. Might have come over from the northern border? The brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth actually dares to challenge a 7-star alchemy G. Oh, D. Haha, there's a good show to watch now. I heard that kid completely defeated Empyrean Lone Swan's accomplished disciple, Master Song Chao, in a fire battle. Wonder if it's real or fake. It's probably that kid deliberately fabricating it in order to grow his reputation, right? Master Song Chao's fire-controlling technique, saying that it's #1 in Jiu Luo Ji, is not even overboard. Just based on that kid? But I heard that this boy has a kind of wine in his possession that's extremely delicious. Empyrean Lone Swan only accepted the challenge for the sake of this recipe. The news spread out, questioning voices were everywhere in Jiu Luo Ji. All because of this unknown boy who was going to challenge the G. Oh, D of Alchemy Dao in their hearts. No one thought that Yi Yuan had hope. This was completely a suicide-style challenge. Chapter 2073. Looks like you don't have much confidence. Chapter 2073. Looks like you don't have much confidence. In Sky Return Plaza, people were everywhere. A 7-star alchemy G. Oh, D taking action. This was a grand event of Jiu Luo Ji. Yi Yuan issuing a challenge letter to challenge Empyrean Lone Swan spread throughout the entire Jiu Luo Ji like the wind. Eldest senior brother, you are also too sloppy. Having master compete in alchemy with a snotty brat, this is disgraceful. Song Chao's junior apprentice brother, Luo Yu, said with a disdainful look. Another junior apprentice brother said, isn't making master compete in alchemy with this brat pretty much the same as having master compete in alchemy with us? This kind of alchemy battle doesn't have the slightest suspense at all. Song Chao smiled coldly and said, what the H? How do you guys know? That kid has a wine recipe in his hands. Once we obtain it, we can definitely earn boatloads of money. At that time, North Day AS, Symbols Empyrean Dragon Jade and Splitwind S, Symbols Empyrean Juanhao will all have to bow their heads in submission toward Master. The moment Luo Yu heard this, he said in puzzlement, Senior apprentice brother, is this wine really as good as you say? Song Chao had a look of recollecting the aftertaste as he said, more than good. It simply brings back endless aftertastes. Senior apprentice brother, I only drink a mouth, and during this half a month, my whole body has been warm. I don't even need to use divine essence to ward off the cold with divine fire at all. Delicious plus keeps out the cold. Who do you think can resist its allure in this northernmost steppe? The apprentice brothers were all skeptical. Since eldest senior brother came back from Raging Fire Tavern the last time, his mouth kept on praising this whatever sons. H.I. plus any glow with endless praises as if he was bedeviled. Seeing him always talk about it every day, these few people also could not help drooling. Among the people in this northernmost steppe, there was none who did not like to drink. Hearing that it was so delicious, how could they not be moved? Except those who had drunk before the sons. H.I. plus any glow present was just Song Chao and Wu Song, two people. Whether it really tasted good or not, they were also not sure. But they understood in their hearts that if it was really as Song Chao said, then as long as this wine was rolled out, it could absolutely sweep across the extreme north's various territories. He's here, he's here. It's this boy, so young. At this time, there was suddenly a commotion in the crowd. A ridiculously young figure slowly walked onto the stage. This This is also too young, right? Just like a little kid, he's qualified to challenge Empyrean Lone Swan? Where did this kid pop out from? Simply blaspheming the idol in my heart. Get down. When the people saw that Yi Yuan was so young, they immediately exploded, having a feeling of being cheated. So young, he probably had not even figured out what were medicinal pills and came to challenge Zhu Luo Ji's alchemy, down number one person. Was this a joke? With someone taking the lead to hoot, many people also shouted along, asking Yi Yuan to get down. Yi Yuan had an indifferent look as if he could not hear anything. After a while, these guys would naturally shut up. When Luo Yu saw that Yi Yuan was so young, he was also stunned and said disdainfully, "Really a fool who overestimates his own ability. So young, and he actually dares to challenge Master 2. Truly ignorant." But Song Chao said in a solemn voice, "I don't know how's his pill refinement, but his fire-controlling technique is truly transcendent. If this wasn't the case, why would I make Master take action? I would have suppressed him myself." Luo Yu was surprised when he heard that and said, "Eldest senior brother, you really lost to him in a fire battle?" Song Chao's expression was slightly dark as he nodded his head. Luo Yu did not quite dare to believe it. He was naturally aware of Song Chao's fire-controlling technique. Even he was a million miles away compared to Song Chao's skill. But such a formidable eldest senior brother actually lost to this kid. Could it be that he was really an alchemy genius? Right at this time, a powerful aura descended from the sky. Empyrean Lone Swan is here. All thanks to this brat that I can see Empyrean Lone Swan's true face. Lord Lone Swan, teach this punk a good lesson. There was cheering in the crowd. Empyrean Lone Swan was A.G.O. like existence in their hearts. In this northernmost step, a 7-star alchemy G.O.D was the sun in the sky, illuminating the world. A brat like Yi Yuan Russ, H.I. plussing into challenging Empyrean Lone Swan was blaspheming the idol in their hearts. An old man in azure robes slowly stepped out of the void. His gaze swept all around, his awe displayed in its entirety. Disciple pays respect to master. Song Chao brought the group of apprentice brothers and directly knelt down. Empyrean Lone Swan nodded slightly, his gaze finally landing on Yi Yuan. He could not help being slightly surprised. Yi Yuan's youth still far exceeded his expectations. "You're the Ji Qin Yun who wants to challenge this Empyrean?" Empyrean Lone Swan's gaze was scorching as he said. The moment he came up, he applied tremendous pressure on Yi Yuan. Except Yi Yuan was composed and collected in front of this pressure, and even had signs of being able to stand up to it as an equal. When Empyrean Lone Swan saw the situation, he could not help being surprised in his heart. How could he know that even when Yi Yuan was facing Empyrean Pill Jade, that level of horrifying existence, his aura was also not the slightest bit weak. His bit of pressure was too much of a child's play and even had some suspicion of showing off in the presence of an expert. "It's precisely this, Yi Yuan said coolly. Empyrean Lone Swan deliberately pretended to be magnanimous as he said, "Indeed, heroes come from youngsters. To dare come and challenge this Empyrean at a young age. Your courage is commendable. Rest assured, this Empyrean won't be bullying the weak by being strong. In a while, when this Empyrean takes action, I'll definitely pay attention to the proper limits. You pick the medicinal pill then." This battle was simply a piece of cake to him. It was just that his acting was the demeanor of a grandmaster in the view of those people below. He was tolerant and open-minded. Indeed, well-deserving of being Empyrean Lone Swan. Toward a young man's affront, he's actually not angry at all and even has the intention of guiding him. Hey, you look at that kid. His proud appearance really SES people off. Actually, how is there any pride? Yi Yuan just had a calm expression, that was all. It was just that in the view of these people, when Yi Yuan saw a powerhouse like Empyrean Lone Swan, he should be reverent and respectful, trembling with fear and trepidation, akin to treading on thin ice. Only that way would it be apt for Yi Yuan's status. Yi Yuan gave Empyrean Lone Swan a glance and said with a strange expression, "Really want me to pick?" Empyrean Lone Swan could not help laughing as he said, "This Empyrean is a 7-star alchemy G. Oh, battling in alchemy with you, a junior, could it be still let this Empyrean pick?" Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said indifferently, "In that case, Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul Pill then." Empyrean Lone Swan's gaze turned sharp, almost choking to death. This Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul Pill was one of the medicinal pills with the greatest difficulty among rank 6 divine pills. Even refining it with his current strength, the success rate was also not high. Furthermore, even if it succeeded, the grade would not be too high either. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but he did not know what he should say. Say that he could refine? What to do if he screwed it up? Saying that he could not refine? Did he have shame or not? Junior, you're deliberately here to mess with this Empyrean, right? This medicinal pill, you probably can't even learn the rudiments, right? Empyrean Lone Swan said with a dark expression. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Looks like you don't have much confidence in refining the Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul Pill. Then why not the Amethyst Instant Pill then?" Empyrean Lone Swan nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. "Don't dig up people's dirt like this." Furthermore, it was another level 9 medicinal pill. He was already very sure that this kid was definitely here to mess with him. Could he have been sent by those few fellows? Chapter 2074, Distinguished Guest. Chapter 2074, Distinguished Guest. The Amethyst Instant Pill doesn't work too? Yi Yuan shook his head with a disappointed look. He already lowered the benchmark by a lot, but this Empyrean Lone Swan's strength somewhat disappointed him. Looking at the other party's appearance, he reckoned that being able to reach the middle stage Dao realm was already very impressive. Most likely, he was still lingering around the initial stage Dao realm. Then let's lower the difficulty a bit. Earth Nether Imprint Pill, then. Yi Yuan talked to himself. Empyrean Lone Swan's face opposite turned green. This guy was absolutely here to nauseate him. Humph. Earth Nether Imprint Pill, then. This Empyrean wants to see if you really have that much capability to be able to refine a level 9 medicinal pill, Empyrean Lone Swan said with a cold snort. Although this Earth Nether Imprint Pill was a level 9 medicinal pill, he still had some confidence. Basically, refining middle grade or even high grade was not too big of a problem. Below the stage, the faces of Song Chao and the rest were similarly ugly. The rank 6 medicinal pills that Yi Yuan said, forget about refining them, they could not even learn the rudiments of them. Their master could naturally refine them, but the success rate was not high either. It was not that they doubted master's strength, but that these medicinal pills were seriously too difficult to refine. But in the view of other martial artists, they were somewhat surprised. Empyrean Lone Swan yielded to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said 3 kinds of medicinal pills, but he chose the final medicinal pill. Clearly, he did not have much confidence in the other 2. Humph. Ignorant fool. To refine level 9 medicinal pills, one needs to at least enter the Dao realm before one has the chance to refine those pills successfully. He's so young, so could it be that he could be a Dao realm powerhouse? Song Chao said with a cold smile. Humph. So what even if he's a Dao realm powerhouse? Our master is already peak initial stage Dao realm, coupled with the disparity in cultivation realm and soul force. Could he still lose to him? Luo Yu said with a disdainful look. Amidst the questioning voices, the 2 people started the alchemy battle. The moment Empyrean Lone Swan's aura released, everyone burst into an uproar. These martial artists had never seen a 7-star alchemy G.O.D. take action before. The moment he made his move at this time, it was G.O.D. knows how many times stronger than the likes of Song Chao. To these martial artists, it was incredibly astonies. H.I+ing. This is the strength of 7-star alchemy G.O.D. Even level 9 medicinal pills are also a piece of cake to Lord Lone Swan, right? That kid actually wants to challenge such an existence. Is his head okay? In my view, this kid is deliberately here to nauseate people. At his age, knowing some superficial knowledge is already pretty good. The moment Empyrean Lone Swan made his move, It gave people an extremely breathtaking feeling. It was as if what everyone saw in the past were all ugly girls. Now, suddenly seeing a top-grade beauty, it drove people crazy. There was a wave of cheering voices below the stage, cries of exclamations, as well as disdainful voices toward Yi Yuan. Ning Tianping could not resist rolling his eyes and said speechlessly, "Truly a bunch of you kids who have never seen the world before. This bit of strength can let them cheer until like this." Song Chao was standing right beside him. Hearing that, he said in a great rage, "This bit of strength? That brat probably doesn't know how to refine pills at all, right? You look, he hasn't even started until now." Ning Tianping laughed in spite of himself and said, "My lord is being kind-hearted and is giving your master a chance to perform. The moment he makes his move, your master will be crushed until he could be badly mauled all over." Song Chao smiled coldly and said, "Being razor-tongued can't change the outcome too. You guys had best be prepared to hand over the sons. H.I. plus any glow's recipe." Yi Yuan stood on the stage, his gaze BRMING with a look of disappointment. Empyrean Lone Swan's bit of strength could not even compare to the weakest Empyrean in the Cloud Pill Summit. "Open." Yi Yuan gave a low cry, reached his hand out, and beckoned. The medicinal pills were all taken into the medicinal cauldron. Immediately after, a vast surging aura burst out of his body. Everyone's cheers abruptly ceased. Under Yi Yuan's aura, Empyrean Lone Swan's alchemy aura was like a baby, weak to the extreme. Empyrean Lone Swan's expression changed wildly. The seals formed in his hands could not help but to stop. It was only to hear a puff. A burnt smell came out of the medicinal cauldron. The materials inside were directly being refined into a ruined pill. It was very taxing for him to refine level 9 medicinal pills to begin with. So how could he withstand Yi Yuan's heavy pressure? To him, Yi Yuan's aura was like Mount Tai Cruz. H.I. plussing down on top of him. He did not have the slightest strength to resist at all. A shock to the extreme expressions appeared on Empyrean Lone Swan's face. However, he did not fly into a great rage, but was attracted by Yi Yuan's pill refinement very soon. Not just him, his disciples were also drawn by Yi Yuan's bedazzling pill refinement. In a place like the northernmost steppe, encountering such earth-shaking alchemy skill was undoubtedly like a good rain after a long drought to them. Yi Yuan's every move and action had a tremendous sense of beauty, possessing unusually deep Tao ACCU. Mulations. In their eyes, Yi Yuan was not refining pills, but manipulating the great Tao. This kind of alchemy skill had simply reached the acme of perfection. Inconceivable. Amidst everyone's cries of exclamations, Yi Yuan successfully condensed the pill. Only after a long time did Empyrean Lone Swan awaken from the shock. Then, amidst everyone's shocked gazes, he bowed in salute toward Yi Yuan and said, "Master Ji's alchemy cultivation is unrivaled. Lone Swan admires greatly." This Lord Lone Swan, an exalted Empyrean, actually paid such solemn respects to a true Ji. Oh, D-Realm boy. Shocking. Too shocking. I originally thought that Lord Lone Swan's alchemy cultivation already reached the acme of perfection. Who knew that Master Ji's alchemy strength is more than 100 times stronger than Lord Lone Swan? In Sky Return Plaza, astonished voices rose and ebbed like waves. A dignified 7-star alchemy G.O.D. actually carried out the etiquette of a disciple to a 6-star alchemy G.O.D. How could it not make people marvel? These martial artists were not versed in alchemy and did not understand the disparity between Empyrean Lone Swan and Yi Yuan. But as an alchemist, Empyrean Lone Swan understood that the disparity between him and Yi Yuan was too big. People should not look at how he was a 7-star alchemy G.O.D. The rank 7 divine pills that he could refine were very limited. When rank 7 divine pills reached level 3 difficulty and above, one could not refine them at all if their realm was lacking. Hence, When he saw that Yi Yuan had such strength, he was immediately shocked beyond words. As for Song Chao and the rest, they had long turned to stone on the spot. Their like master was actually defeated just like this? How could this brat-like young man have such terrifying alchemy strength? Lone Swan has many questions on alchemy. I wonder if Master Ji has spare time to give Lone Swan a pointer or two. Empyrean Lone Swan asked carefully. Yi Yuan said coolly, "The northernmost steps alchemy Dao is behind the times. Coming here, this Ji will just take it as giving you a fortuitous encounter." The moment Empyrean Lone Swan heard, he could not help being overjoyed. If there were no accidents, his accomplishments in alchemy would just be like that for life. But if there was someone giving guidance, especially the guidance of a master like Yi Yuan, that would be totally different. Many thanks, Master Ji, for showing pity. Lone Swan can't repay it, even with 10,000 deaths. Lone Swan was incredibly agitated and gave another respectful bow toward Yi Yuan. Finished saying, he straightened his back and immediately recovered his Empyrean's majesty as he said in a clear voice, "From today onward, Master Ji is this Empyrean's distinguished guest. If anyone dares to offend Master Ji, it's setting yourself against this Empyrean." Chapter 2075, Sweeping Through Jiuluo. Chapter 2075, Sweeping Through Jiuluo. Several days later, a piece of extremely explosive news spread throughout the entire Jiuluo Ji. Empyrean Lone Swan acknowledged Ji Qingyun as his master and paid respects to the latter as a disciple. This news was akin to a heavyweight bombsh. Stirring up tanic waves in Jiuluo Ji. Did I hear wrongly? No matter how powerful that Ji Qingyun is, he's also merely a 6-star alchemy G.O.D. Does Lord Lone Swan have this need? Truly inconceivable. A 7-star alchemy G.O.D. actually acknowledged a 6-star alchemy G.O.D. as a master. I've lived for tens of thousands of years, but it's still my first time hearing of such a thing. Just what kind of G.O.D. is Ji Qingyun to actually be able to bring Lord Lone Swan into submission? The entire Jiuluo Ji blew up. Everyone was discussing this matter frenziedly. Everyone was filled with curiosity toward this Ji Qingyun that popped out from no idea where. Empyrean Lone Swan had always been a G.O.D.-like figure in Jiuluo Ji all along. Even Empyrean powerhouses also showed extra reverence to him and did not dare to offend in the slightest. But now, this kind of G.O.D.-like existence actually acknowledged 1,000 over years old youth as his master. It was simply too Estonies. But very soon, another explosive news came over. Grand Pill Establishment rolled out a new kind of wine. The name of the wine was Suns. Any glow. Grand Pill Establishment was recruiting 9 sales representatives. Once the news came out, it immediately caused a great sensation in the entire Jiuluo Ji. This Grand Pill Establishment was Empyrean Lone Swan's force. Not only this wine called Suns, any glow had excellent taste, but also had the effect of keeping out the cold. As long as Celestial Deity Realm martial artists drank a cup, they would not need to use any cold warding method for half a month. As soon as this wine was rolled out, it immediately spread throughout the entire Jiuluo Ji in a frenzy. Various restaurants, taverns, and wine shops rushed toward Grand Pill Establishment crazily, wanting to obtain Suns. Any glows dealers. P writes. Hearing this news, Zhang Tu almost went mad. Others did not know, but he knew that this Suns any glow was Master Ji's wine. Now, his intestines were almost green with regret. Back then, if not for a moment of muddle-headedness, offending Master Ji with the Raging Fire Tavern's strength and his relations. P with Master Song Chao wouldn't getting Suns I plus NE glows dealers. H I plus P rights still be accomplished with ease? But sadly, there was no regret medicine in this world that could be eaten. Even so, Zhang Tu still brought a large gift and went to find Song Chao. Master Song Chao, you're also aware my Raging Fire Tavern is #1 in Jiuluoji. There are hundreds of branches alone. #1? Heh, that's all in the past. The moment Suns I plus NE glow emerged, your Raging Fire Tavern probably can't even enter the top 10 anymore. Brother, don't blame me. Want to blame someone? Blame yourself for not having eyes, offending Grandmaster. These things, bring them away. If Grandmaster knew about it, wouldn't he break my legs? Zhang Tu's words were not finished saying yet, and were interrupted by Song Chao coldly, directly issuing an order to evict the guest. Leaving the Song Manor, Zhang Tu felt like the entire world turned gloomy. A single misstep resulted in eternal regret. In the old days, his Raging Fire Brew was unique in Jiuluoji. It could be said that he could summon the rain and wind in Jiuluoji. But now, the Raging Fire Brew was left without anyone caring about it overnight. Sure enough, the 9 great representatives were picked very quickly. As soon as Suns I plus NE glow came out, it was akin to like a fierce wind sing through, being all the rage. There were long queues in the shops of the 9 sales representatives every day. Many martial artists queued for several days and nights in order to taste a mouthful of this legendary Suns I plus NE glow. Really too freaking delicious. Grand Pill Establishment is really harming people. After drinking this wine, drinking other wines will be like horse pee. Equipped with this jar, I won't need to think of ways to ward off the cold within a year anymore. This wine should only belong in the heavens. Fine wine, fine wine. After Suns I plus NE glow came out, it became an extremely popular item very soon. Even if Grand Pill Establishment brewed it around the clock, it was also unable to satisfy the enthusiasm of all the martial artists. Later on, the various major restaurants could only limit the supply. A cup of Suns I plus NE glow was even hiked to a sky-high price. But even so, no one would go and sell the wine at all. People who had the luck to purchase the wine all cherished what was theirs, hiding and tucking it away, fearful of being known by people. On this day, Zhang Tu finally purchased a small jar of Suns I plus NE glow after queuing for 7 days and nights. Hence, he could not wait and drink a mouthful. The moment the wine entered the abdomen, a mellowness instantly spread throughout his 4 limbs and bones, as if an electric current ran through. At the same time, a hot current gathered at this dantian area, as if it was the blazing sun illuminating from high up, continuously warming his body. Fine wine, truly excellent wine. Zhang Tu could not resist praising. But after praising, his expression turned dim. Such a fine wine, he actually said right by it. Originally, it should be him who became a figure who could summon the wind and rain in this Jiuluoji. But now everything was gone. Inside Grand Pill Establishment, Empyrean Lone Swan was looking at Yi Yuan with a look of wars. I plus P. Toward Yi Yuan, he already prostrated on all 4s in admiration. After Yi Yuan entered Grand Pill Establishment, Empyrean Lone Swan asked him about some areas that he did not understand. The incisiveness of Yi Yuan's understanding took his breath away in astonishment. On some areas that were obstructed originally, he suddenly saw the light. The following few days, the more he consulted Yi Yuan on alchemy Tao, the more that he felt that Yi Yuan was unfathomable. He even suspected whether or not Yi Yuan already stepped into the legendary ancestor realm. Otherwise, how could he have such a deep understanding of alchemy Tao? Therefore, he steeled his resolve and acknowledged Yi Yuan as his master. Yi Yuan hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. This Empyrean Lone Swan could acknowledge him as master as a 7-star. It could be seen that he genuinely loved alchemy. Furthermore, Yi Yuan still had to borrow Empyrean Lone Swan's power to save Lu'er. After acknowledging him as his disciple, Yi Yuan took out the sun's H.I. plus NE glow's recipe and handed it to Empyrean Lone Swan. After Empyrean Lone Swan drank the sun's H.I. plus NE glow, he felt even more respect towards Yi Yuan from the depths of his heart. As the saying went, those who reached first can teach. Yi Yuan could casually take out such a freakish pill formula. It could be seen how deep his attainments in alchemy Tao were. Indeed, as expected, as soon as sun's H.I. plus NE glow rolled out, it immediately swept across Jiu Luo Ji and allowed Grand Pill Establishment earn boatloads of money. Listening attentively to Master preach on Tao these few days, this disciple suddenly saw the light and seemed to have already touched the threshold of middle-stage Tao realm. Empyrean Lone Swan said excitedly. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and shook his head and said, "You're still far away. Although you became an Empyrean and a 7-star alchemy G.O.D., your foundation is too shallow. It seems like you've already touched the threshold of middle-stage Tao realm, but in reality, you're too far away. Even if give you 1,000, 10,000 years, you might not be able to enter middle-stage Tao realm too." Imparting Tao to Lone Swan these few days, Yi Yuan was already shocked. He had never seen before a 7-star alchemy G.O.D. with such a shallow foundation. Being able to enter 7-star, this Empyrean Lone Swan absolutely got Ma's Sively lucky. Placed in the southern border, Empyrean Lone Swan was probably even inferior to Yun E, let alone talk about other 7-star alchemy G.O.D.s. Hearing Yi Yuan's face, Empyrean Lone Swan also had a look of embarrassment on his face as he said, with vicissitudes of emotion, "It's exactly as Master said. It's just that this northernmost step, spirit medicines are lacking and inheritances are missing. Wanting to step into 7-star is as hard as ascending to heaven." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Hence, if you want to improve further, don't reach beyond your grasp, but be down to earth." Empyrean Lone Swan repeatedly said yes. The two people chatted for a while when Empyrean Lone Swan suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Master, Jiu Luo Ji's other 7 great Empyreans have heard about you. All of them want to come over to pay respects to you. I wonder, what's your opinion?" Chapter 2076, Awing the Group of Empyreans. Chapter 2076, Awing the Group of Empyreans. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, thinking to himself that the thing he waited for finally came. He naturally did not do so many things in order to show off his power and make a name for himself. It was actually in order to make these Empyreans pay him a visit. Jiu Luo Ji had 9 great Empyreans. Yi Yuan, as an outsider, running over to ask for people without rhyme or reason was no different from a lamb being thrown to the wolves. Then what could let him get close to these Empyreans? It was naturally alchemy, since Empyreans revered alchemy immensely. Then as long as he displayed his alchemy strength, would these Empyreans still not look to him for help? In addition, Yi Yuan also took out the sun's H.I. plus NE glow, this major killing tool. These Empyreans would view him in a different light even more. As for Empyrean Lone Swan, wanting to acknowledge him as master, this exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. 8 Empyreans appearing in unison. The atmosphere in the hall became heavy all of a sudden. Song Chao and the rest of the disciples waited upon them carefully, not daring to even breathe loudly. Yi Yuan sat up straight, looking calm and composed. The 8 great Empyreans all sized Yi Yuan up with curious faces, clearly all carrying a trace of doubt. They never would have thought that Empyrean Lone Swan's master was actually so young. "Master, disciple will introduce to you. This is Sword Star Pavilion's Empyrean Void Sword," Empyrean Lone Swan said. "Master Ji," Empyrean Void Sword said with clasped hands. Yi Yuan looked over, nodded his head slightly, which was considered to have greeted Empyrean Void Sword. Empyrean Void Sword's brows furrowed, thinking to himself that this boy was so arrogant. Empyrean Lone Swan appeared slightly awkward, but he knew that Master had great ability. Being a little cold and arrogant was normal. Hence, he carried on making introductions to several others. This is Ice Cloud Tower's master, Empyrean Ice Cloud. Her ice attribute laws have reached the acme of perfection, with her strength being powerful. But the fourth one that Empyrean Lone Swan introduced was a middle-aged woman who had already partly lost her good looks, but still retained her graceful bearing. Actually, from the moment she came in, Yi Yuan's attention was placed on her. Among Jiu Luo Ji's 9 great Empyreans, only this Empyrean Ice Cloud was a woman. Who could it be if it was not her? Yi Yuan still grunted a response perfunctorily. Empyrean Ice Cloud gave a cold snort and said, "Your esteemed self is also a little too arrogant, right? We're this Jiu Luo Ji's masters no matter what. Us greeting you and you gave us this kind of attitude?" The moment Empyrean Lone Swan heard this, he knew that it was going to be bad. Others did not know, but he knew that his master was not being arrogant. It was his master having the confidence. How could ordinary Empyreans enter his eyes? It was just that Empyrean Ice Cloud, this old lady's temper, was not an ordinary kind of cold arrogance. How could she stand Yi Yuan's attitude? Sure enough, the other Empyreans were all reserved. But reaching her, it broke down. Clearly, the other Empyreans also knew Empyrean Ice Cloud's temper and were all waiting for her to jump out. Everyone was not a fool. For Empyrean Lone Swan to be able to acknowledge such a young person as his master, this young man definitely had aspects Serpa. Sing others. Although they all did not believe it, they also would not be silly enough to go and offend the other party. After all, they were all here to request for pills and not to look for trouble. Once they offended the master, where would they go to find medicinal pills? Sure enough, Yi Yuan's eyelids raised slightly, and he said indifferently, "If Empyrean Ice Cloud feels like this G's attitude is haughty, you can leave first. You all came here simply for the sake of requesting for pills. Since you have something to ask this G, then whatever attitude I have, you have to endure it. Isn't that so?" The moment the group of Empyreans heard, they all thought, "Terrific fellow," indeed clashed. How venerated was Empyrean Ice Cloud's status in this Jiu Luo Ji? When had she suffered this kind of wrong before? It was only to see her laugh. She then said, "Ho-ho, what a wildly arrogant Master Ji. I wonder if your ability is as great as your spirit." Yi Yuan gave her a light glance and said coolly, "How can my ability be what you can gauge? I already said, those who don't believe me can very well leave." Empyrean Ice Cloud's frosty eyebrows rose in anger, and she suddenly stood up. With her flying into a rage, Empyrean pressure swept over toward Yi Yuan crazily. She actually wanted to take action. With this, Empyrean Lone Swan was enraged too. He said with a cold snort, "Ice Cloud, letting you all come in is master giving you guys face. But you're not giving this Empyrean face like this. This place doesn't welcome you. Please leave. Also, don't come and beg this Empyrean for medicinal pills for your Ice Cloud Tower anymore in the future." Empyrean Lone Swan had long already prostrated on all fours in admiration toward Yi Yuan these few days. Although he was an Empyrean, he would never put on any airs of an Empyrean in front of Yi Yuan. Who could have thought that this Ice Cloud did not give face at all, and actually questioned Master in front of him, and even wanted to attack? How could he tolerate it? Empyrean Ice Cloud's expression darkened. Empyrean Lone Swan's move was too vicious. In this northernmost step, 7-star Alchemy G. DS could be this arrogant. No one dared to offend a 7-star Alchemy G. Once offended, one could only feel endless regret. Their cultivation could only rely on luck in the future. Empyrean Ice Cloud's face was extremely ugly, standing there, at a loss on what to do. The others were also secretly startled. They all did not think that the normally incomparably lofty Empyrean Lone Swan was actually so respectful toward Yi Yuan. Empyrean Void Sword hurriedly stepped forward to be a mediator, saying with a smile, "The two of you, don't get angry. Since Master G is Empyrean Lone Swan's master, then he naturally has genuine ability. Younger sister Ice Cloud, you also have to fix your temper. Empyrean Ice Cloud gave a cold snort, but did not dare to make a sound anymore. But she still had a stubborn look on her face, not having the intention of backing down. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and said, I know that everyone questions my strength, but how can my ability be what you can imagine? As long as you all can pool together enough spirit medicines, this G will create 10 Empyreans for you. Where's the difficulty in that? The moment these words came out, everyone's faces revealed disbelieving expressions. Which of them did not corroborate their Tao as Empyreans after narrow escapes, bathed in Beal? OOD, why slaughters in this northernmost step? How could Empyrean powerhouses be created as you wished? Empyrean Ice Cloud's face had an even more apparent sneer. But this time, she learned to be smart and just smiled coldly and did not speak. You all don't put on those expressions. That day when I had the alchemy battle with Master, I didn't open my furnace. But do you all know what grade was Master's Earth Nether Imprint pill? Empyrean Lone Swan said with a cold smile. Empyrean Void Sword said hesitantly, what grade was it? Could it have been superior grade? Another Empyrean said, Heaven grade? Hoo-hoo, you all see for yourselves. Empyrean Lone Swan laughed coldly and threw a small bottle to Empyrean Void Sword. Empyrean Void Sword caught the medicine bottle curiously. The others all stared at all, similarly having curious faces. Looking at Empyrean Lone Swan's appearance, could it be divine grade? Except they denied this notion very quickly. How was this possible? Earth Nether Imprint pill was a level 9 medicinal pill. They knew that Empyrean Lone Swan could at most only refine high grade. Even if this Yi Yuan was formidable, he was also merely a 6-star alchemy G. OD. At the very most, it was also just peak heaven grade. Empyrean Void Sword probed with divine sense, and his expression suddenly changed wildly, looking at Yi Yuan with a horrified face, as if he had seen a ghost. Brother Void Sword, just what grade is it? When everyone saw his expression, they became even more curious. Could it really be divine grade? Void Sword threw the small bottle to another Empyrean and said with a sigh, Brother Huiming, you see for yourself. Chapter 2077, Ruthless Extermination. Chapter 2077, Ruthless Extermination, the medicinal bottle pass, set around the hands of the Empyrean powerhouses. After the person in front finished inspecting, they just silently pass, set it to the next person, the expression on their faces incomparably stunned. Even someone as cold as ice like Empyrean Ice Cloud also had her curiosity stirred. She thought to herself, could this medicinal pill really be divine grade? Younger sister Ice Cloud, you take a look for yourself. Among the 8 people, the stronger Empyrean Red Feather heaved a slight sigh and pass, said the small medicinal bottle to Empyrean Ice Cloud. Ice Cloud looked at him curiously, caught the small bottle that was thrown over, and said scornfully, even if it's divine grade, it's also not to the extent of making all of you have this expression, right? Humph. So what if it's divine grade? Is this the reason for looking down on us? As she expressed her derision, she sunk her divine sense into the small bottle. Talking until the end, her entire sentence was stuck in her throat, and she only felt that her throat was incomparably dry. Vast Spirit, divine grade. How is this possible? Empyrean Ice Cloud's pupils constricted, her gaze full of disbelief. Vast Spirit Divine Pill. In this vast expanse of northernmost steppe, had Vast Spirit Divine Pills appeared before? Empyrean Ice Cloud was also not too sure, but most likely it had never occurred. Although the northernmost steppe was boundlessly vast, the 7-star alchemy DS added up were also just those few. Even if those people's strengths were stronger than Empyrean Lone Swan, it was also not that much stronger. Forget about having them refine Vast Spirit Divine Pills. Even ordinary Purple Spirit Divine Grade, they probably could not refine it. Even if refined, it was also those level 1 and 2 simple medicinal pills. The difficulty of level 9 medicinal pills to them was too high. But this young man in front of them actually refined a Vast Spirit Divine Pill with the cultivation realm of a 6-star alchemy OD? How is this possible? Sigh, younger sister Ice Cloud. You were too impulsive. How can someone capable of making younger brother Lone Swan respect so much not have some ability? Empyrean Redfeather also sighed slightly and said, Some ability? Haha, Master G doesn't have just some ability here. Empyrean Void Sword said with a laugh. Humph. This Empyrean is also a respected figure in this northernmost step. If not for Master's alchemy, Tao, making me look up to it, why would I acknowledge him as my master? Ice Cloud, before you came in, you said that you'd talk nicely. That's why this Empyrean agreed. But now, after entering Grand Pill establishment, you disrespected Master. This Empyrean can't help you anymore. Empyrean Lone Swan said with a cold snort. Wouldn't Empyrean Ice Cloud, looking down on Yi Yuan, be equivalent to looking down on him? Empyrean Lone Swan? How silly would he have been to acknowledge an incapable 6-star alchemy G.O.D. as his master? This, Master G.I. Empyrean Ice Cloud stammered and already did not know what she should say. A 6-star alchemy G.O.D. capable of refining vast spirit divine pills was absolutely a Mount-high existence in this northernmost step. She actually questioned such a major power just now. Only now did she know that when Yi Yuan said he could create an Empyrean powerhouse with a flip of his hand, those were not empty words. Since Yi Yuan could refine a vast spirit divine grade earth nether imprint pill, then refining a divine grade, and above heaven seizing good fortune pill was absolutely nothing difficult. It was just that the spirit medicines that the heaven seizing good fortune pill required were too hard to come by. Otherwise, wouldn't Yi Yuan creating a batch of Empyrean powerhouses be like taking something out of his pocket? Empyrean Ice Cloud, you can leave now. The medicinal pills that you're requesting for, this G won't refine them. In addition, all of Grand Pill Establishment's medicinal pill supply to your Ice Cloud Tower will discontinue starting from today. Yi Yuan opened his mouth coolly and directly issued the order to chase away the guest. He sneered coldly to no end in his heart. Finally, he showed Empyrean Ice Cloud some colors. To dare treat Luer like so, how could it do to not let you taste the flavor of despair? Right from the start, Yi Yuan never planned on dropping in to ask Empyrean Ice Cloud to release her. That was the worst strategy. He thought even less of S.N.A.T.C. Hing Luer with martial strength. Really pressing this Empyrean Ice Cloud into a corner, she might really hurt Luer. Since the ident 1. Tie of an alchemist was useful, then what did bringing Ju Luo Ji to its knees and compelling the northernmost step to submit count for with his strength? One had to know, he defeated the entire southern border's alchemy world with his power alone. Yi Yuan's plan was to overpower her until she yielded, and he also wanted to make her send Luer over obediently. You, bullying people too far. When had Empyrean Ice Cloud suffered this kind of treatment before? She was angered until her middle-aged expression was icy cold. Empyrean Ice Cloud was still thinking of apologizing. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not give her the chance at all, directly cutting off Ice Cloud Tower's grain. Yi Yuan said coolly, bullying people too far? This is just you bringing trouble to yourself. Empyrean Redfeather could not quite look on anymore and spoke up. Master G, younger sister Ice Cloud, she. Before he finished speaking, Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, if anyone intercedes for her, don't come to Grand Pill Establishment to request for pills anymore in the future. The faces of all the Empyreans changed, and they indeed did not dare to say anymore. They had already witnessed Yi Yuan's strength. Although it could not directly increase their strength, it could make their factions much more powerful. How could such a person be casually offended? Even Empyrean Ice Cloud, this kind of hothead, was purely looking for abuse by opposing Yi Yuan. Song Chao and the rest watched until they were quaking in their boots by the side. Good lord, their Grandmaster was really domineering. Empyrean Ice Cloud's chest heaved up and down, and she gritted her teeth and said, Good. This Empyrean doesn't believe that in this northernmost step, there's just you, one alchemist. Finish talking, Empyrean Ice Cloud flicked her sleeves and left. Master, this... Empyrean Lone Swan also did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually have such an intense reaction and did not even hesitate. In this northernmost step, the 7-star alchemy DS were not just him alone. Hearing Empyrean Ice Cloud's meaning, she was clearly planning to find other symbol 7-star alchemy DS to cooperate. But Yi Yuan did not care in the slightest and said coolly, Lone Swan, remember, under my charge, alchemists mustn't be insulted. Not only this G is like this, you as well as Song Chao, they all need to have this confidence, understood? Empyrean Lone Swan's expression turned somber, and then he bowed and said, Yes, disciple understands. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and continued, Lone Swan, starting from tomorrow, you accompany me and head to the surrounding territories to pay a visit to fellow alchemists in the steppes. The moment these words came out, all of the Empyreans' faces changed. Goodness, this was ruthless extermination. If one was unconvinced, kill until the person submitted. Not only was this young man's strength formidable, but his temper was also similarly arrogant. This kind of person must not be offended. All of the Empyreans' hearts turned cold and naturally understood that Yi Yuan was killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. Yes, master, Lone Swan said respectfully. At the same time, he was delighted in his heart. With master garrisoning, Grand Pill establishment could do as it pleased in the northernmost steppe this time. Ha! Master G, this Empyrean has always been on close terms with Lone Swan. Coming here this time, I want to request for several medicinal pills, Empyrean Redfeather said with some awkwardness. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, This is naturally not a problem. If you need rank 6 divine pills, as long as you all gather the spirit medicines, I'll definitely return you a divine-grade medicinal pill. As for rank 7 divine pills, wait for a few more days. I believe that Lone Swan will be able to give you all a pleasant surprise. When everyone heard that, their hearts could not help jumping. Following that, it was wild elation. Rank 7 divine pills were too hard to come across in this northernmost steppe. Chapter 2078, Hishang Yun. Chapter 2078, Hishang Yun in Ice Cloud Tower's dungeon. It was gloomy and cold, and also damp. Several celestial deity realm disciples guarding were chatting while drinking wine to warm themselves. Did you hear? Our Ice Cloud Tower has completely fallen out with the Grand Pill establishment. They directly cut off our medicinal pill supply. I heard that Martial Ancestor flew into a thunderous rage after returning. Senior Apprentice Sister Li got a little on her bad side and was actually killed by her with one palm. What? Cut off the medicinal pill supply? Then what should we do about our cultivation in the future? I heard that Martial Ancestor already sent people to arrange things with North Day symbols Empyrean Dragon Jade. I believe that there will be a result very soon. But that Master G who's new is really too scary to actually be able to make Empyrean Lone Swan acknowledge him as a master. Master G? Which Master G? When did our Ju Luo G have an additional Master G? Ho, Junior Apprentice Sister. You were guarding the dungeon these few days and don't know about the outside world situation. This Master G is called Ji Qingyan. Although he's just a 6-star alchemy G, he defeated Lord Lone Swan in public. Later, Lord Lone Swan even put aside the face of an Empyrean and acknowledged him as a master. Oh, right, this Master G even brought a kind of fine wine called Suns. H.I. plus any glow. It's already being S.N.A.T.C. Head like crazy outside now. S so impressive. That Junior Apprentice Sister's mouth opened wide, a face of disbelief. Empyrean Lone Swan was A.G.O.D-like existence in her eyes. But now this G.O.D-like existence actually acknowledged a 6-star alchemy G.O.D. as his master. Then how formidable was the other party? She was already unable to imagine it. Inside the dungeon, when a gaunt and thin figure heard Ji Qingyan these 3 words, her beautiful figure suddenly trembled. Following that, She actually wept with joy. He came. I knew it. I know that you'll be fine. If Yi Yuan was here, he would be able to recognize with one glance, and this thin figure was precisely the Lu'er that he had already not seen for more than 1,000 years. In these several decades, Lu'er had always been suffering torment. Eldest senior sister He Shangyun told her that her master already sent senior apprentice sister Sun to go capture Yi Yuan. When senior apprentice sister Sun captured Yi Yuan and brought him back, if she still dared to disagree with the wedding with Feng Tianyang, her master would sentence Yi Yuan to death. Senior apprentice sister Sun had left several decades ago. Calculating it, she should also be coming back. Lu'er naturally had confidence in her young master, but the more she cultivated, the more she knew that cultivation was not easy. Senior apprentice sister Sun was a top 5 ranking existence in Jiu Luo Ji, being a late-stage true Ji. D-realm mighty expert. Even if Yi Yuan was formidable, it was likely hard to resist senior apprentice sister Sun too. Hence, these several dozen years, Lu'er did not have a single day where she could cultivate serenely and also did not have a day where she could rest well. Presently, she had a wan and sallow appearance. If Yi Yuan was here, his heart would probably ache terribly. But earlier, the discussion of Ice Cloud Tower's third-generation disciples made Lu'er wildly ecstatic. All the worries in these several decades, all of the suffering, completely vanished without a trace at this moment. Sure enough, young master was invincible. He came to save me. Ji Qingyun this name, others did not know it, but how could Lu'er not know? Moreover, to be able to make a 7-star alchemy Ji... Dee put aside his pride and acknowledged this figure as a master. Who could it be, if not her young master? The current Lu'er was proud and also delighted and also touched. The pain and resentment of these few years had long already evaporated into thin air. Turns out that His Excellency is already so incredible. Even a 7-star alchemy G. D like Lord Lone Swan actually has to acknowledge him as a master. Lu'er's eyes sparkled, the joyous emotion not only expressed in words but also on the face. She knew that her young master was incredible, but she did not expect that 1,000 years had said, and he was already formidable to such a degree. Even Empyrean powerhouses had to acknowledge him as a master. Great martial ant! Lu'er was currently rejoicing on her own when several panicky voices suddenly came from outside. She hurriedly reined in her emotions and concealed her joy. Although Lu'er was pure, she was not dumb. Since Yi Yuan changed his name and came to this northernmost step, he definitely had his plans. If she gave it away, not only would it disrupt Yi Yuan's plans, it might even put Yi Yuan in danger. He Shangyun was born with a mean face and had a high and mighty appearance, making people give rise to detest the moment they saw her. But in this Ice Cloud Tower, her seniority was the oldest and her strength the strongest. Seeing Lu'er, He Shangyun had a cold smile on her face as she said, "You're ungrateful SL*T. You really don't know what's good for you. Master imparted to you cultivation methods and provided resources for your cultivation. Now, asking you to do a little something, you threaten to die." Lu'er said coolly, "Senior apprentice sister, don't need to say anymore. If Master makes Lu'er go and fight, even if I die on the battlefield, Lu'er will also not have any complaints. But making Lu'er commit to Feng Tianyang that be, Lu'er would rather die than submit." He Shangyun curled her mouth and said disdainfully, "What's wrong with Feng Tianyang? He's this northernmost stepp's young generation's #1 person. Getting his favor is your fortune cultivated from your previous life." Lu'er said, "Senior apprentice sister, you don't need to say any more." These words, Lu'er has already listened until my ears are growing calluses. How that Feng Tianyang's temperament is, I believe that senior apprentice sister is even clearer than me. Seeing that Lu'er was impervious to everything, He Shangyun could not help feeling angry and said in a solemn voice, "Humph, are you still harboring hope in your heart? Let me tell you, your senior apprentice sister Sun has already sent news that your little lover has already been captured by her. 3 years if it's short, 5 years if it's long, they will be able to return to Jiu Luoji. Yishang Yun wanted to see a panicky expression from Luer's face, or even kneel on the ground to beg for mercy. But she was disappointed. If it were before, Luer would still be worried. Now, Luer knew that Jiu Luoji had an addition Ji Qingyan, so why would she be worried? However, Luer's face still changed color slightly. It was just that it was reined in very quickly, recovering to an indifferent expression as she said coolly, "Is that so?" Senior apprentice sister Sun left for several decades and has never been heard of since. But today, she suddenly sent news. Don't eldest senior sister find it strange? Saying any more is pointless. If senior apprentice sister Sun really brought young master over, Luer will naturally submit. With Yi Yuan's news, Luer had much more confidence when speaking. "You, little SL*T, you really think that I don't dare to do anything to you?" Yishang Yun said furiously. Luer could not be bothered to argue with Yishang Yun and simply shut her 2 eyes. Luer ignored her. Good. What a stubborn little SL*T. I want to see if you're forged out of iron." Under Yishang Yun's rage, she repeatedly fired out several seals. Lightning suddenly shot from everywhere in the entire dungeon. Luer cried out painfully, her whole body being bound up by frenzied electricity. But the stubborn Luer did not make a sound. It was just that the light moans that came from time to time showed her current agony. The 5 lightning array formation was laid down in this dungeon. It was in order to prevent prisoners from escaping and also to carry out punishments. Since Luer went into the prison, Yishang Yun would come and torture Luer when she was unhappy, all the way until Luer spasmed on the ground in pain. Only then would she leave in satisfaction. But this was already no idea how many times. When those celestial deity realm disciples outside heard the lightning sounds coming from inside, they knew that Martial Aunt Luer was being tortured again. All of them were frightened until they were silent like cicadas in winter. Only all the way until after more than 2 hours, after Luer laid on the ground and made no more sounds, did Yishang Yun laugh coldly. She then said, Tiske, really pity my little junior sister. Although I can't kill you, seeing you get tormented every day is still very satisfying, huh?" Chapter 2079, Despaired Ice Cloud. Chapter 2079, Despaired Ice Cloud in front of Empyrean Ice Cloud Tower. Second senior sister Yang Fei'er said anxiously, "Master, our Ice Cloud Tower has already not had gotten new medicinal pills for the greater part of this year. At present, the medicinal pills reserves are already less than 10%. Yishang Yun smiled and said, "Junior apprentice sister, what are you anxious about? In this northernmost step, what can stump master?" Empyrean Ice Cloud's face was cold as frost as she said coolly, "Humph. That boy thinks that by relying on a mere grand pill establishment, he can boycott our Ice Cloud Tower, truly overestimating his own ability. Although the northernmost step respects alchemists, the ones who know how to refine pills aren't just one lone swan alone. Oh, that boy has just arrived. How can he understand master's means?" Yishang Yun continued tearing up. But actually, she was still somewhat unhappy in her heart. She was presently already 9th firmament true G. D, and already not far from grand completion true G. D realm. Yishang Yun heard that Master G's ability was remarkable and could even refine a divine-grade heaven seizing good fortune pill. If she could obtain one, wouldn't she be able to corroborate her Tao and take the seat of an Empyrean? There was just this one shop in this northernmost step. Yet, her master offended him. Now, being boycotted by him, this thoroughly throttled her trace of hope to break through to become an Empyrean. Yishang Yun understood her potential. It was likely that the grand completion true G. D realm was her limit. As for Empyrean, this step was far too difficult. In this greater part of a year, Empyrean Ice Cloud ran everywhere and finally managed to fix up a contract with North Ace, symbols Empyrean Dragon Jade. They agreed to provide Ice Cloud Tower with medicinal pills. While it was a little troublesome, It was not to the point of having no medicinal pills. Thinking up to here, Empyrean Ice Cloud's expression eased up slightly, and she said coolly, "Amen. Counting the time, the first batch of medicinal pills should already be almost arriving. No need to worry too much. Rather, that lot Sun's side has no news whatsoever until now. Could some accident have happened?" Yun smiled and said, "Master's worrying too much. A mere imperial city. What formidable character can it produce? Rather, it might be that junior apprentice sister, Sun, couldn't find the person. That's why it delayed some time." Empyrean Ice Cloud nodded her head slightly, also feeling that it was not too likely. But by the side, Yang Feier's pretty face changed slightly. If junior apprentice sister Sun brought that Yang Feier back, little junior sister would definitely be forced to give in. The few people were currently chatting when suddenly Empyrean Ice Cloud's thoughts stirred, only to see her spit divine essence. A powerful virtual image appeared in the Great Hall. Seeing the person, a trace of a smile finally appeared on Empyrean Ice Cloud's 10,000-year ice face. "Brother Dragon Jade, how have you been?" Suddenly coming to find Ice Cloud, could it be that the first batch of medicinal pills we agreed upon is arriving? Ice Cloud said smilingly. This virtual image was shockingly a wisp of Empyrean Dragon Jade's divine sense. Dragon Jade smiled and said, "Younger sister Ice Cloud, this Empyrean is finding you to let you know that our cooperation probably can't carry on anymore. As for the deposit that you paid in advance, this Empyrean will send someone to return it in due time. All right, this Empyrean still has something. Goodbye." "Wait, Brother Dragon Jade." Empyrean Dragon Jade completely ignored Empyrean Ice Cloud. His virtual image gradually dissipated, leaving behind Ice Cloud and the rest whose expressions changed drastically. How can this be? Yun was still BRIMMING with confidence previously. Who knew that in a blink of an eye, the situation suddenly changed. Empyrean Ice Cloud recovered to a dead person's expression. Her expression was as ugly as it could get. When she went to find Empyrean Dragon Jade, previously, Empyrean Dragon Jade was still very enthusiastic. Empyrean Ice Cloud also paid a great price for this. But who knew that in a blink of an eye, Empyrean Dragon Jade actually went back on his word. Suddenly, a voice sounded out in the Great Hall. The person said, "Younger sister Ice Cloud, are you there?" Empyrean Ice Cloud's eyes glimmered, and she said, "It's Brother Redfeather. Please enter." A figure slowly stepped in. It was precisely Empyrean Redfeather. In this Luo, the 9 great Empyreans each acted of their own free will. But to talk about relations, P.S. it was pretty good between Empyrean Redfeather and Empyrean Ice Cloud. The moment Redfeather entered the hall, he said, "Younger sister Ice Cloud, you have to be more careful." Master G traveled around the various territories in this greater part of the year, challenging powerhouses from everywhere, with his fame already shaking the northernmost steppe. But he suddenly discovered that the expressions of everyone in the hall were very amiss. Empyrean Ice Cloud even had a face like dead ashes, disbelief on her face. "What is it?" Empyrean Redfeather asked uncertainly. Ice Cloud did not answer. He turned to Yang Feier. Yang Feier laughed bitterly and said, "Lord Redfeather is a step too late. Just earlier, Empyrean Dragon Jade broke the contract and already stopped providing medicinal pills to our Ice Cloud Tower." Empyrean Redfeather's expression changed. Following this, he sighed and said, "Sigh, younger sister Ice Cloud, your attitude should change. This Master G's alchemy strength is unrivaled and really can't be offended." Empyrean Ice Cloud gnashed her teeth in hatred at this time. Her chest was heaving up and down. She was practically at the brink of rampaging already. "I don't believe that a mere 6-star alchemy can still make the northernmost steppe bow its heads in submission. This Empyrean will go and find Empyrean Xiaoyu right now." As Empyrean Ice Cloud said this, she was about to leave. But then she heard Empyrean Redfeather sigh faintly and said, "It's too late. Just earlier, Vast Wind as. Symbol sent news that Ji Qingyun challenged Emperor Xiao Yu. Emperor Xiao Yu suffered a cruise. I, plusing defeat and carried out the etiquette of a disciple in front of Ji Qingyun. The moment these words came out, the expressions of everyone in the great hall changed wildly. What? Emperor Xiao Yu is also defeated? He's the extreme North's #1 alchemy Dao person, a middle stage Dao realm powerhouse. Emperor Ice Cloud was really visibly moved this time. Vast Wind AS symbol was the strongest pill establishment in the northernmost steppe. And Emperor Xiao Yu is also the publicly recognized strongest 7-star alchemy D in the northernmost steppe. But now, Ji Qingyun even defeated him too. Defeated, but Emperor Xiao Yu actually carried out the etiquette of a disciple towards Ji Qingyun like Emperor Lone Swan. Just how monstrous was this Ji Qingyun? Vast Wind symbol was actually managed by Feng Tianyang's father. Emperor Ice Cloud was planning on forcefully bringing Lu to request help from Vast Wind symbol just now. But hearing this news, she was akin to being struck by lightning. Matters between Emperors could not be settled by marriage and becoming in-laws. Ji Qingyun was currently like the noonday sun. Even Emperor Vast Wind also had to give Ji Qingyun some face. How could he possibly offend Ji Qingyun, this great Buddha, for Lu? Let alone that Feng Tianyang had at least 10, if not 8 women too. Why would he pay attention to her? A measly little Emperor Ice Cloud. Emperor Ice Cloud suddenly discovered that with how vast the northernmost steppe was, there was actually no place for her to stay anymore. Emperor Red Feather gave Emperor Ice Cloud a glance rather sympathetically and sighed and said, "Younger sister Ice Cloud, after Master Ji returns, give in to him. While he's a little arrogant, he's actually very easygoing." Having contact with Yi Yuan these few days, Emperor Red Feather discovered that Yi Yuan was actually very easy to have dealings with. As long as one did not oppose him, he would even give quite a lot of concessions and medicinal pills. Furthermore, Ji Qingyun's medicinal pills were really extremely impressive. He requested for a few medicinal pills, and then the disciples under him actually all broke through their cultivation realms. How could this kind of powerhouse be easily offended? Furthermore, Yi Yuan threw them an even larger bait, which was Emperor Lone Swan. This time, Yi Yuan brought Emperor Lone Swan along to tour the extreme north. Once they returned, Emperor Lone Swan might have a large improvement in strength. Chapter 2080, Lowly. Chapter 2080, Lowly at the Grand Pill Establishment. Emperor Lone Swan was more and more respectful in front of Yi Yuan. During this 1 year, Yi Yuan brought him to tour the extreme north's territories and challenged the various mighty 7-star alchemy ODS. There was not a single defeat. Even the extreme north's #1 person, Emperor Xiao Yu, also completely lost to Yi Yuan. Of course, during this 1 year, Emperor Lone Swan gleaned immense benefits by following Yi Yuan's side. He was an Emperor to begin with. He was even more sensitive toward the flow of Tao. The realm that Yi Yuan displayed made him have a feeling of suddenly seeing the light. Coupled with Yi Yuan's guidance normally, Emperor Lone Swan was already just a step away from the middle stage Dao realm. At present, he felt incomparably joyful regarding his own decisive decision. So what if he was an Emperor? Putting down those vague and insubstantial pride and acknowledging an exceptional teacher beats several thousand years of bitter cultivation. Master, it's likely not appropriate for us to isolate the Ice Cloud Tower like this, right? No matter what, she's an Emperor powerhouse too. At this rate, I'm afraid that she'll be detrimental to you. Emperor Lone Swan said cautiously. Yi Yuan could tell that Emperor Lone Swan was really concerned about his safety. But he did not take it to heart and just said coolly, "No worries. Just based on her, she can't harm me yet. All right, help me spread this piece of news out, saying that Master wants to refine a furnace of medicinal pills and require the profound, divine physique to assist by the side. If there's a profound, divine physique that comes forth, Master will definitely show generous thanks. The moment Empyrean Lone Swan heard, he could not help revealing a strange look as he said, There's a profound, divine physique inside that ice cloud tower. Yi Yuan revealed a look of surprise and said, Oh, so coincidental? Forget it. Let that old lady get off cheap then. If she can have that profound, divine physique come to help me refine pills, this matter will be dropped just like that. Oh, right, this piece of news still needs to be spread. Make that old lady come find us. Don't make it like we're Russ. Plussing to beg them. Yes, master. Empyrean Lone Swan received the order and left. Yi Yuan naturally said these words on purpose. Toward Empyrean Lone Swan, Yi Yuan still could not trust completely yet. After all, those who were able to corroborate their Tao and take the seat of an Empyrean in this Ju Luo Ji, which one was simple. Once anything went wrong with this matter, Yi Yuan had the means to protect himself, but wanting to save Lu'er would become extremely difficult. Traveling along the way for several decades, Yi Yuan had long planned everything out. Empyrean Ice Cloud was not on guard against him at all, but he knew about Empyrean Ice Cloud like the back of his hands. He sought out a profound, divine physique to assist in pill refinement with the name of a grandmaster. This was also commonly seen in alchemy and would not arouse people's suspicions. Everything that Yi Yuan did previously was all for the sake of this scheme today. He wanted to make Empyrean Ice Cloud send Lu'er over willingly. It was just that Lone Swan's action of acknowledging a master made his plan go a little easier. Sure enough, the moment the news was spread, Empyrean Ice Cloud ran over. Just lending for a few days, Empyrean Ice Cloud naturally would not let go of this chance to get on friendly terms with Yi Yuan. The incident previously was all Ice Cloud failing to see your true ability despite having eyes. I heard that Master G requires the assistance of a profound divine physique in pill refinement. Our Ice Cloud Tower just happens to have a disciple that's the profound divine physique. Ice Cloud is willing to lend her to Master G to refine pills. I hope that Master G won't bear a grudge against Ice Cloud anymore and let the Ice Cloud Tower off, Empyrean Ice Cloud Tower said with a fawning smile. Yi Yuan had long seen through that this Empyrean Ice Cloud was an old lady who bullied the weak but feared the strong. Vast Wind Ice symbol was strong, so she delivered her disciple up with both hands. Previously, being displeased at the sight of Yi Yuan was because she still had not reached the end of her ropes. But now, she saw Yi Yuan's true strength. So, she yielded. How could the coldness and pride from before still be seen at this time? If one did not know, one would even think that this Empyrean Ice Cloud was the neighbor's mother, being very cordial. Looking at this face, Yi Yuan only felt disgust. Lu'er actually acknowledged such a person as master. Lu'er truly had eyes but could not see. Humph! Since this G made my first appearance in the world, I've yet to be looked down upon by people like this before. So what if Empyrean? This G can't tell how many Empyreans I've seen before. Which one isn't reverent and respectful towards this G? Only Lord Ice Cloud turns your nose up at this G. Act out the full thing when putting on a show. Yi Yuan naturally would not relax his bite so easily. These Empyreans were all extremely cunning. Since he played the role of this arrogant character, then be arrogant until the end. If he let things go so easily, it would arouse people's suspicions instead. At the very least, he had to make Empyrean Ice Cloud feel that refining pills were just in pass. It was not essential. Empyrean Ice Cloud had an awkward look on her face, and she said, What Master G said is right. Actually, after the matter that day, Ice Cloud has always regretted it too. It's just that you felt that you still had a way out and didn't have a need to lower your head to a mere true G. Oh, D-Realm, is it? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Empyrean Ice Cloud was even more embarrassed, said when she heard that. She suddenly felt that although this Yi Yuan was haughty, he was actually extremely scheming and not the kind of silk pants who looked down on everyone. Just looking at his actions in the extreme north, she could tell that the other party advanced gradually and entrenched himself at every step. all the way until he forced her into a desperate situation. Thinking up to here, Empyrean Ice Cloud became even more respectful in her heart. She was born with this mindset. If you were strong, she would be weak, but if you were weak, she would be strong. It was all Ice Cloud's fault. I only hope that I can make up for it a little. Ice Cloud hopes that Master G can provide this opportunity. Empyrean Ice Cloud said respectfully. But Yi Yuan said coolly, I can give you the opportunity, but your Ice Cloud Tower's medicinal pills, the price will increase 10% more than other factions. Don't use that kind of expression to look at me. This is your punishment. You don't think that by sending a profound, divine physique over to refined pills, our enmity can be wiped clean off the slate, right? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Ice Cloud had an impulse to vomit blood. To Empyrean factions, the medicinal pills that they expended every year were very considerable. 10% price did not look like much, but ACCU, Mulat, it would be very horrifying. And this was all money thrown away. However, being able to purchase medicinal pills, this was already a substantial step that was taken. Actually, Empyrean Ice Cloud did not care too much about whether or not she could purchase rank 5 and rank 6 medicinal pills. But the rank 7 medicinal pills that Empyrean Lone Swan refined, she could not survive without them. Ice Cloud already heard that during this 1-year period, Empyrean Lone Swan's strength advanced greatly. Many medicinal pills that he could not refine in the past, he could refine them now. This was simply a piece of Civ good news to them, these Empyreans. Disciples were just tools to earn money for them. Only their own strength, becoming powerful, was important. Many thanks to Master G for giving Ice Cloud this opportunity. I wonder when Master will be refining the pill, so that Ice Cloud can have people bring the profound, divine physique over. Ice Cloud already could not wait to send Lu'er over. But Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, no hurry. This medicinal pill is very hard to refine. This G still has to prepare. After 3 days, you just get people to send her over then. Why? You aren't willing? As Yi Yuan said those words, he discovered that Empyrean Ice Cloud wanted to speak, but swallowed the words back. Yi Yuan could not help furrowing his brows. Empyrean Ice Cloud jumped in fright and hurriedly waved her hands and said, no, no, no. Ice Cloud dare not. It's just that, about Ice Cloud's disciple, Vast Wind Symbol's Feng Tianyang took fancy on her, but she isn't willing, threatening with death at every turn. Ice Cloud is afraid that she'll make use of this chance to escape. So, Chapter 2081, Understand or Not. Chapter 2081, Understand or Not. 3 days later, Ice Cloud Tower's eldest senior sister, He Shang-yun, escorted Lu'er and arrived at Grand Pill Establishment. In order to set Empyrean Ice Cloud's mind at ease, Yi Yuan agreed to her terms. All in all, talk about it again after seeing Lu'er first. But Yi Yuan's requirement was having Empyrean Ice Cloud's eldest disciple personally escorting her over, because in this way, it would show sincerity. D.A.M. N.L.A.S. Let me tell you this. Don't have any lousy ideas. With me around, you can't go anywhere. He Shang-yun said viciously. Lu'er looked straight ahead and could not be bothered to acknowledge, actually. She was long overjoyed in her heart already. Indeed, young master is different from the rest when doing things. If it were others, they would either charge into Ice Cloud Tower desperately or think of ways to infiltrate into Ice Cloud Tower to save people. But her young master was good. He directly made her master deliver her to the doorstep willingly. For more than half a year, Lu'er had been thinking of what method her young master would use to rescue her every day. She thought of countless possibilities, but never thought of this kind of method before. You came to save people and even had the other party obediently deliver the person that you wanted to save in front of you. This kind of means was truly fantastical. This was having to help you count money after being sold, right? Lu'er thought mischievously in her heart. Also, Master G enjoys a high prestige and commands universal respect, his strength being immensely formidable. If you dare to rebut him at all, I'll definitely tear you to shreds. Huh, heard that? Seeing Lu ignore her, Yun could not help getting irritated. Relax, eldest senior sister. The matter concerns Ice Cloud Tower's future. Lu knows the importance, Lu said coolly. Although Lu had been dissatisfied with Empyrean Ice Cloud these recent few years, she had a pure heart and still had more gratitude toward Empyrean Ice Cloud than resentment. After all, in this 1,000 years, it was Empyrean Ice Cloud who imparted to her cultivation method, giving her what she had today. Humph. Hope that you know what's good for you. We're about to enter Grand Pill establishment right away. Behave yourself, Yun said with a cold snort. The two people entered Grand Pill establishment. Under Song Chao's lead, they entered the hall. The moment Lu entered the door, she saw that young and handsome figure who appeared slightly skinny. Her entire person immediately froze there. Even if 1,000 years had passed, even if Yi Yuan's present looks had changed a lot now, Lu still recognized at a glance. This figure lived in her mind every day, lived in her dream, and had never been forgotten. What did she wander for hundreds of millions of miles, arriving at this land of hearts? Hi plus P endured the disparaging and scorn of her junior and senior apprentice sisters, and whipping punishment for. Wasn't it to not become his burden anymore? But who knew that in the end, young master still had to run around for hundreds of millions of miles and come to this land of extreme north to save her. Thinking up to here, her tears wanted to burst forth from her eyes uncontrollably. Lu was currently thinking of diving toward Yi Yuan, but she noticed that Yi Yuan was currently giving her a look, only then abruptly startling awake. Right now was not the time to identify each other yet. Empyrean Lone Swan was currently seating next to Yi Yuan. Ice Cloud Tower, Yun pays respect to Master Ji. When Yun saw Yi Yuan, she bowed respectfully. Seeing that Lu was still in a daze, her face turned cold, and she said in a deep voice, Sell *T. What are you stoning there for? Why haven't you hurrying up and coming over to pay respects to Master Ji? As she said, she was about to make a move to deal with Lu. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, his expression turning cold as he said with a cold yell, Insolence. Yun did not figure out the situation and said with a cold smile, Sell *T. Heard that? You're too impudent. I'm talking about you. Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice. Actually, the killing intent in Yi Yuan's heart currently already filled his chest. He saw how Lu spent these few years in senior apprentice sister Sun's memories. This Yun was the main culprit. Furthermore, with Yi Yuan's eyesight, how could he not tell that Lu currently had a great deal of hidden injuries on her body? Clearly, she had suffered considerable torment. Just looking at Yun's attitude, Yi Yuan could guess that these were likely related to her. It was just that due to Empyrean Lone Swan being present, Yi Yuan could not make a move. Otherwise, the current Yun would already be a dead person. Me? Yun was stunned, clearly not believing it. It was clearly this lot S who did not have manners. So how did it become me, who was insolent instead? However, before she could react, Yi Yuan gave a cold yell again. Lone Swan, slap her mouth. Lone Swan was taken aback, but did not dare to defy, sending a slap over with a whoosh. He also did not understand why Yi Yuan was ting Yun, but he heard Yi Yuan's fury. Spending a long time with Yi Yuan, he had also grasped a little of Yi Yuan's temperament. Therefore, he did not hold back in this slap. How could the slap of an Empyrean be what Yun could block? Even if she was able to react to it, she did not dare to block too. Smack! An extremely resounding slap smacked on Yun's face, directly smacking her flying out. All the way until that moment she was sent flying, Yun still did not able to understand what was going on. Junior apprentice sister was disrespectful to you, Master Ji. Was there anything wrong if I am disciplining my junior apprentice sister? But Lone Swan knew how far to go when he made his move. Although this slap was loud, it was not lethal. After all, Yun was Ice Cloud Tower's eldest disciple. If this slap smacked her death, Wouldn't that old lady come find him to fight it out? But Yi Yuan's order. He carried it out without the slightest hesitation. When He Shang-yun crawled to her feet, half of her face was already swollen badly. It was only to see that she had a confused look, clearly not understanding why Yi Yuan wanted to hit her. Yi Yuan seemed to have seen through what she was thinking and said with a cold smile, "Understood why I hit you or not?" He Shang-yun understood that Yi Yuan was presently the extreme North's big shot. Even her master did not dare to provoke too. She could only endure this slap. Hearing Yi Yuan's question, He Shang-yun shook her head very innocently. "Don't even understand why I hit you? Stupid. Lone Swan hit again." Yi Yuan said coolly. Lone Swan's expression changed, but he still followed Yi Yuan's order. Another slap landed on the left side of He Shang-yun's face, sending her flying to the other side. How heavy was the slap of an Empyrean? Even if Empyrean Lone Swan controlled his strength, these two slaps were also enough for her to suffer. On the two sides of He Shang-yun's face, the mark of 10 fingers was very distinct, as if imprinted on it. 2 slaps made He Shang-yun see stars, and also could not figure out where was north, south, east, and west. After He Shang-yun recovered slightly, Yi Yuan asked again coolly, "Now, do you understand?" How could He Shang-yun still dare to shake her head? She hurriedly nodded her head and said incoherently, "You understood, understood." Who knew that Yi Yuan shouted coldly again, "Lone Swan hit again." With this, even Lone Swan somewhat pitied He Shang-yun, but he did not have the intention of holding back. Another slap flew over. He Shang-yun was sent flying once more. Only after she crawled to her feet did Yi Yuan say coolly, clearly didn't understand, but pretend to understand, "Deserves to be hit." He Shang-yun had 10 million profanities galloping across in her head currently. Your reason for hitting people is really a good reason. It was absolutely out of the question for her to dare say these words out. But He Shang-yun already had tears pouring down her face now, clearly feeling wronged. In this grand pill establishment, who kneels and who doesn't kneel, it's my call. It's OT your turn to come and gesture here and there. Now understand? Yi Yuan looked at He Shang-yun coldly and said calmly. He Shang-yun nodded her head painfully, her face covered with tears. What the H-E-L is this? Chapter 2082, Apologize to Me. Chapter 2082, Apologize to Me, Young Master. The moment she entered the medicine refining room in the back hall, Lu could not hold back anymore and dove right into Yi Yuan's embrace. She then started sobbing loudly. Yi Yuan consoled carefully, his heart also filled with 1,000 regrets. To other martial artists, 1,000 years was very short. But to Yi Yuan and Lu 1,000 years was far too long. Yi Yuan walking all the way from the state of Qin. The one who accompanied him the longest was Lu. The two of them were known as master and servant. But actually, even Yi Yuan himself also could not tell the two of their feelings anymore. 1,000 years was seemingly as long as seas changing into mulberry fields and mulberry fields into seas to them. All right, don't cry, don't cry. Young master came to fetch you home. Yi Yuan patted Lu's back lightly and said akin to being relieved of a heavy burden. Ever since Li and the rest left Heavenly Eagle, Yi Yuan was very worried every day. Later, compared to the situation of White Light and Li the one that he worried about most was naturally Lu. But Lu did not have any news all along. Yi Yuan was also greatly anxious in his heart. The suffering involved, only he himself was aware. Sniff, sniff. Young master, I even thought, oh, did you think that senior apprentice sister son of yours came to capture me, bully me? Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Lu nodded her head. These few years, she lost all desire for food and drink. What she was most worried about was this. Miss Lu, rest assured. His Excellency has a high prestige now. He defeated the southern border with his power alone, and he is presently the southern border's #1 alchemy God. Also, the present Heavenly Eagle is also the southern border's #1 alchemy holy land. Even Empyrean realm powerhouses have to respectfully call Grandmaster Yi when they see His Excellency. Those few senior apprentice sisters of yours didn't even figure out the situation and ran over to capture his excellency, simply not knowing life from death. Ning Tianping said with a cold smile on his face. When Lu heard, it felt like she was listening to a book from heaven, her brain not quite enough to use. Southern Borders Number 1 Alchemy G.O.D. and Southern Borders Number 1 Alchemy Holy Land. The present Lu naturally knew how vast a land the southern border was. Yi Yuan actually became a figure that could command the wind and rain like so in the entire southern border. Turns out that young master is already this formidable. Lu was shocked and also happy. The more impressive her young master was, the happier she naturally would be. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No matter how impressive, I'm also your young master." Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. His expression turned cold, and he said, "You have injuries all over your body. Someone should have used a lightning attribute array formation to hurt you, right? If I didn't guess wrongly, it's that eldest senior sister of yours, Yun, right?" Lu said in surprise. "Young master, you already knew?" Yi Yuan sneered and said, "That senior apprentice sister son of yours was stupid and was already soul-searched by me. If this was not the case, why would I set up such a grand scheme and make Empyrean Ice Cloud send you over obediently?" When Lu heard this, she could not help feeling pain in her heart. Yi Yuan knew Lu's personality and said with a sigh, "Oh, it's been so many years. You're also a grown girl already, to actually not have changed at all. Yun and Sun Mingyao abused you like so, but why you actually still want to plead on their behalf?" When Lu heard that, she could not help saying with a wronged face, They are my senior apprentice sisters, after all." Yi Yuan let out a slight sigh and changed the topic. He said, "All right, don't talk anymore. Young master will help you treat your wounds first." Inspecting for Lu only then did Yi Yuan know how severe the injuries on Lu's body were. How brilliant were Yi Yuan's medical skills. Inspecting slightly, he knew that some of the wounds on Lu's body already lasted for several decades. There were even some old injuries that had been buried in the body for several hundred years. The more he examined, the greater the fury in Yi Yuan's heart. He already secretly made up his mind that this Yun must be eliminated. Of course, he would not tell Lu. Just not long after Yi Yuan and Lu entered the medicine refining room, a matter that shook the Jiu Luo Ji happened. Vast Wind AS, symbols Empyrean Vast Wind Sun, Feng Tianyang, exited seclusion. Empyrean Vast Wind's brother, Empyrean Windlight, brought Feng Tianyang and as a large contingent of troops and came to Jiu Luo Ji to get married. And the target of marriage was a disciple of Ice Cloud Tower. This matter caused a great sensation in the entire symbol. Ice Cloud Tower, that was originally a relatively weak power in Jiu Luo Ji, became a highly popular faction all of a sudden. Vast Wind Ace symbol was one of the strongest forces in the northernmost steppe. Empyrean Vast Wind was even a fifth firmament Empyrean superpowerhouse, his status incomparably venerated. Different from Jiu Luo Ji, everyone going their own way, Vast Wind Ace symbol was ruled by Empyrean Vast Wind alone. There were as many as over a dozen Empyrean powerhouses under his command. And Feng Tianyang was even known as the northernmost steppes number 1 genius, and already a 9th firmament true G.O.D. mighty expert. Just a step away, and he could enter the realm of Empyrean. Even Empyrean Ice Cloud also did not expect that Vast Wind S symbol would regard it with such importance to actually send Empyrean Windlight here. At this time, all of Ice Cloud Tower's disciples all came out to welcome Empyrean Windlight's party. The other 8 great Empyreans were also all present. Hoo-hoo, not seeing for many years, younger sister Ice Cloud is more and more beautiful. Empyrean Windlight said with a laugh. Empyrean Ice Cloud smiled and said, "Brother Windlight is making fun of Ice Cloud. Ice Cloud is already a faded beauty. So how am I beautiful?" Empyrean Windlight could not help laughing as he said, "What years is there to speak of for cultivators of our generation? Younger sister Ice Cloud is too modest." At this time, another old man stepped forward to greet her. The moment Ice Cloud looked, who was it if not Empyrean Xiaoyu? Empyrean Ice Cloud hurriedly returned the courtesy. She did not expect that Empyrean Xiaoyu actually came together too. Everyone present was extremely surprised. Vast Wind Ace Symbol was attaching too much importance to this marriage, right? To actually have two Empyreans come at once. After all, Feng Tianyang had a lawfully wedded wife. Marrying Luer was merely as a concubine. Those who were not aware of the details all knew that Empyrean Xiaoyu probably had an ulterior motive, and it was with that Master Ji. Especially Empyrean Lone Swan. It was something that he already knew. This Empyrean Xiaoyu was actually very envious of him, entering Yi Yuan's tutelage. Feng Tianyang pays respect to Senior Ice Cloud and various seniors. At this time, a mighty youth flashed out from behind Empyrean Windlike and bowed to Empyrean Ice Cloud. But his appearance was not as a junior bowing respectfully to a senior, but as peers talking on equal footing. Empyrean Ice Cloud did not mind either, saying with a smile, "Ho, not seeing for some time, Honorable Nephew Feng's cultivation grows with each pas sing day." Empyrean Ice Cloud was also very surprised in her heart. The last time she saw Feng Tianyang was still 100 years ago. At that time, Feng Tianyang was merely a middle-stage ninth firmament true G. O.D. Now that 100 years said, Feng Tianyang's strength already approached grand completion. He was only a step away from becoming an Empyrean. At this rate, in less than 2,000 years, this boy would likely be stepping into the realm of Empyrean. Feng Tianyang just smiled faintly, paying no attention to this kind of compliment. It was just that his gaze swept, but his brows knitted together, and he said in a solemn voice, "Senior Ice Cloud Tower, your Ice Cloud Tower's disciples are all here. Why is only Luer missing?" Empyrean Ice Cloud's face changed, and she hurriedly gave a few words of explanation. Who knew that Feng Tianyang gave a cold snort and said, "Senior Ice Cloud, your way of doing things is also too preposterous. Lone Swan is my unwed wife. You actually had her stay in the same room with another man. Empyrean Lone Swan, that Ji Qingyun is your Grand Pill establishment's people. You order them to bring Ji Qingyun over right now and apologize to me. Just say that I, Feng Tianyang, said it." Chapter 2083, Self-Satisfied. Chapter 2083, Self-Satisfied. Everyone's hearts turned cold. Was this opposing Master Ji? Everyone knew that at present, in this northernmost step, Master Ji's limelight was in full bloom, even crushing Ice Cloud Tower until it had to bow its head in submission. In Feng Tianyang was the extreme North's #1 person of the junior generation, a peerless heaven's chosen, a powerhouse who was about to step into Empyrean. These two great gods were going to clash head-on. Empyrean Xiaoyu's brows furrowed, and he said, "Tianyang, Master Ji enjoys a high prestige and commands universal respect. I'm afraid this isn't appropriate, right?" Feng Tianyang was unrivaledly domineering as he said with a cold snort, "What's inappropriate about it? I've long wanted to meet this Ji Qingyun. I want to see if he's really as impressive as the legends say." He was not an alchemist and did not have that much awe and veneration toward Yi Yuan at all. In his view, no matter how impressive this Master Ji was, if he could not be used by him, what use was there? Since he wanted to meet Master Ji, and there was also such a good excuse, so why not use it? As for whatever lone man and woman, Feng Tianyang was not worried at all. In this land of extreme north, no one dared to touch his, Feng Tianyang's, woman. Seeing Lone Swan not moving, Feng Tianyang said in a cold voice, "What, Lone Swan? Can't hear my words?" At this time, Feng Tianyang was already very impolite when speaking. Facing Empyrean Lone Swan, he even dropped the honorifics and actually directly called him by name. Lone Swan's expression flickered incessantly. Vast Wind Assemble was powerful. He could not afford to provoke Feng Tianyang. Among the extreme North's factions, they were mutually interdependent and also exercised control over each other. A major faction like Vast Wind Assemble, its strength exceeded the other factions by significantly a lot. Others naturally could not afford to provoke it. In a northernmost steppe, the situation of one faction swallowing another was not rare. For the vast wind assembled to have such a scale, it was the result of Empyrean vast wind going on expeditions all around. It was precisely because Empyrean vast wind was very domineering, sweeping across the extreme north, that Feng Tianyang had the confidence to treat these Empyreans as he pleased. Empyrean Ice Cloud was already frightened by Yi Yuan and could only warn Tianyang that Master Ji's personality is very proud. I'm afraid that, Feng Tianyang sneered and said, scared of what? Isn't Senior Ice Cloud just worried that there will be no one supplying medicinal pills in the future? Rest assured, Lu will be this Feng's wife in the future. Why would I ignore her parental home? Senior Xiao Yu will supply Ice Cloud Tower's medicinal pills in the future. There's no problem, right? Empyrean Xiao Yu understood in his heart that Feng Tianyang was making an example out of Ji Qingyun. It was just that Feng Tianyang was the same as his father, being extremely domineering. He could only nod and said, no problem. The moment Ice Cloud heard, she immediately felt assurance in her heart and said smilingly, then, I really thank you so much, Honorable Nephew Tianyang. He Yun was long already bursting with joy behind Empyrean Ice Cloud and complained tearfully, Master, that Master Ji is really too arrogant. You have to stand up for me. That day, she escorted Lu to Yi Yuan there. In the end, she was directly dealt a few slaps by Yi Yuan. Until today, the swelling still had not gone down. After He Yun, who had a stricken, senseless look, returned, she complained tearfully to Empyrean Ice Cloud. Although Empyrean Ice Cloud was angry, how could she still dare to offend Yi Yuan? She could only swallow the insult and humiliation silently, and swapped with second eldest sister, Yang Fei, to go over. But now it was different. Empyrean Ice Cloud said coolly, since that's the case, you take a trip together with Empyrean Lone Swan then. If that Yi Yuan dares to go against Honorable Nephew Tianyang's orders, directly detain him and bring him here. Empyrean Lone Swan's face changed, and he said in a cold voice, Ice Cloud, what's the meaning of this? Could it be that you're ignoring this Empyrean? Lone Swan, could it be that you're deeming this Feng as nothing? Empyrean Ice Cloud had not spoken yet when Feng Tianyang said with a cold snort. Lone Swan's expression changed several times. Snorting coldly, he flicked his sleeves and left. Empyrean Ice Cloud was overjoyed in her heart. She originally thought that Feng Tianyang was just playing with Lu. Looking at it now, he clearly regarded Lu with great importance. With a vast wind assemble as a backer, who would she still be scared of in this Jiu Luo Ji? Yun, what are you still in a daze for? Ice Cloud said coolly. A hint of a cold smile flashed across He Yun's face, and she followed after. The group of Empyreans was silent like cicadas in winter. Clearly, they did not expect such a big hoo-ha to occur the moment they met. Although they were all not willing to offend Master Ji, Feng Tianyang clearly did not think so. Everyone also discerned that Feng Tianyang wanted to take Ji Qingyun in to use for himself. If he could not compel him to submit, then he would destroy him. Although everyone felt that it was a shame, they also did not say anything. After all, in this northernmost steppe, the strong reigned supreme. In the end, Ji Qingyun was merely a true god realm. Even if He Yun went, he was not a match against her. He Yun was self-satisfied and already plotting on finding Yi Yuan to settle the scores. She had lived in this Jiu Luo Ji for so many years and had yet to suffer such unprecedented humiliation before. She had the personality of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance to begin with. Now that she found a chance, how could she not take revenge? Previously, not daring to make a move was dreading Empyrean Lone Swan on one hand. On the other hand, it was that Yi Yuan's prestige was too strong. She did not dare to offend. But now, with Feng Tianyang backing her up, what was she still afraid of? A mere Yi Yuan. So what even if his pill refinement was any stronger? With her ninth firmament true God powerful strength, Wouldn't trampling on Yi Yuan still be effortless? Master, vast wind assembles Feng Tianyang has arrived. He said to have you send Miss Luer over. Also, talking up to here, Empyrean Lone Swan truly found it hard to speak out anymore. At this time, He Shangyun followed closely behind. Seeing Empyrean Lone Swan's appearance, she could not help laughing mockingly and said in a clear voice, Ji Qingyun, get out for your grand aunt. Lord Tianyang orders you to immediately bring that SL*T over and offer an apology to him. Empyrean Lone Swan's brows furrowed slightly, opening his mouth, but did not say anything. The vast wind assemble was powerful. Lone Swan, alone, could not afford to provoke. However, no one answered. He Shangyun clearly did not have that patience. Not answering was perfect. If Ji Qingyun went obediently, she would really not have the reason to explode. Senior Lone Swan, I believe that you've also heard Lord Tianyang's words. Now, it's Ji Qingyun making light of Lord Tianyang. Don't blame Shangyun for taking action. Finished talking, He Shangyun was just about to make a move to destroy the door. Empyrean Lone Swan snorted coldly and said angrily, Get lost. How can Master's prestige be what you can violate? He Shangyun's face changed, but she was not afraid. She then said with a cold smile, Senior Lone Swan, you're also an exalted Empyrean. To actually acknowledge a 6-star alchemy god as a master? Now, Lord Tianyang is clearly going to take care of Ji Qingyun. With vast wind assembles might, could it be that you wish to resist with your power alone? When talking, He Shangyun had a smug look. With Feng Tianyang backing her up at the back, why would she think anything of one Empyrean Lone Swan? Empyrean Lone Swan's face changed several times. Finally, he said with a dark expression, Stay here obediently for this Empyrean. If you dare to move rashly, this Empyrean definitely won't spare you. Done talking, his figure moved, and he was planning on pushing the door and entering. Right at this time, the hall's door opened with a creak. A figure slowly walked out. When He Shangyun saw Yi Yuan, a hint of delight from taking vengeance flashed across on her face. Pointing her finger, she said in a commanding tone, This young lady thought that you had a tough and unyielding character and would rather break than bend. Didn't expect that. You're a loser too. Call Luer and take a trip with this young lady. A faint smile hung on Yi Yuan's face, and he walked over leisurely, his aura growing stronger and stronger. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2084, Showdown. Chapter 2084, Showdown. Seeing Yi Yuan come in a threatening manner, He Shangyun was not alarmed but happy instead. She was currently worried about not finding the reason to fly off the handle. But she did not expect that Yi Yuan actually delivered himself to the door. Peak 6 Firmament True G. OD? Hoo, Ji Qingyun, the humiliation that you gave this grand aunt this time. I'll return it to you this time along with the interest. He Shangyun revealed a cruel smile. At the same time, her aura rose to the peak. That delightful sensation of taking vengeance was practically filling her up. Yi Yuan's bit of strength was nothing at all in her eyes. She was Ice Cloud Tower's head disciple, an initial stage 9th Firmament True G. Ode, the mighty expert. Wouldn't dealing with a mere 6th Firmament True G. D still be captured with ease? Master, you're not her match. You mustn't be rash. H. Plus, Empyrean Lone Swan's face changed, and he was about to make a move. But his figure had not moved yet when Yi Yuan's nonchalant voice came over. Yi Yuan said, No need for you to take action. This be *TCH, I'll do it myself. Originally, He Shangyun was still somewhat wary of Empyrean Lone Swan, but this guy was actually courting death himself. At once, He Shangyun laughed coldly, ice laws suddenly expanding out, ravaging over towards Yi Yuan frenziedly. The commotion was outrageous, making the Empyrean Lone Swan by the side feel anxious and fearful. Yi Yuan walked over leisurely. The very first step was just around 10 feet, but the further to the back, the greater the distance his one step took. Under He Shang-yun's powerful aura, Yi Yuan appeared too weak. Freezing domain. He Shang-yun shouted and said with a cold smile, "The humiliation that you gave me, I'm going to return all." The words were said halfway, when He Shang-yun's expression changed drastically, looking at Yi Yuan with a horrified look. Yi Yuan actually said through inside her freezing domain with ease, arriving in front of her in a blink of an eye. Smack! A resounding slap instantly echoed throughout the entire Grand Pill establishment. This slap, Yi Yuan did not employ divine essence. It was merely struck with the power of the physical body. However, how horrifying was the power of his physical body. This slap directly slapped He Shang-yun flying out. Empyrean Lone Swan and Yang Fei-er, who were not far away, both opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. Yi Yuan, who was just 6th firmament true G. Oh. Descent the 9th firmament true G. Oh. He Shang-yun flying with a slap? Yi Yuan took a step out, stood in front of He Shang-yun with his hand behind his back, and said coolly, "Just now, what did you say that you were going to do with the humiliation I gave you?" He Shang-yun's face hurt to the extreme and already lost all sensation. Currently, half of her face was already swollen badly, being akin to a pig's head. She covered her face, looking at Yi Yuan with a stunned look. Her freezing domain could even freeze S.P.A.C., but Yi Yuan actually cut through it? How is this possible? The reason why she did so just now was actually to give the frozen Yi Yuan a few slaps to take back her humiliation. Who knew that her freezing domain actually did not have any effect on Yi Yuan at all? How could He Shang-yun know that Yi Yuan's attainments in spatial law were sufficient to rival Empyreans? She only came into contact with a smattering of spatial law through ice law. How could she resist Yi Yuan? I'll kill you. After the shock, He Shang-yun completely turned angry from Embark's smint and already had killing intent aroused. In her view, it was just a moment of carelessness earlier. It was impossible for Yi Yuan to be her match. Limitless ice arrows. He Shang-yun's gaze was full of hatred. Forming seals in her hands, compact and tiny ice arrows suddenly condensed in S.P.A.C., and they carried out indiscriminate attacks inside this area of S.P.A.C. Even if a 9th firmament true G.O.D. got caught inside, they would also be injured even if they did not die. She was fast, but Yi Yuan was faster than her. The moment He Shang-yun's spell activated, Yi Yuan's figure moved. Smack! Another slap sent her flying once more. Yi Yuan looked at He Shang-yun with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Kill me? Based on your strength?" By the side, Empyrean Lone Swan was long already stupefied from watching. It was his first time knowing that Yi Yuan's martial Dao strength was actually so strong. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that not only did Yi Yuan comprehend spatial law, his fleshy body even reached the late-stage 6th transformation golden body. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's 6th transformation golden body seemed to be special. Yang Fei-er similarly had an astonished look. The extremely powerful eldest senior sister in her eyes actually lost and failed to even receive a single move. Not only was this Master G's alchemy strength fearsome, but the strength of his martial art was also formidable. What kind of monster was this? But at this time, she could not look on with folded arms anymore as well, her figure moving and blocking in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and she said, "You want to stop me?" Yang Fei-er's expression was pale. She knew that she was not Yi Yuan's match, but she said stubbornly, "Eldest senior sister was disrespectful toward Master G. I apologize to you on her behalf. I hope that Master G shows mercy." At this time, Empyrean Lone Swan also urged, "Master, hold on just a moment. That Feng Tianyang currently wants to use you to establish awe. If you kill He Shang-yun, wouldn't you fall right into his scheme?" When Yi Yuan heard that, he said with a smile that was not a smile, "Oh, if I want to become enemies with this Feng Tianyang, what will you choose? Presently, it already reached the moment of a showdown. Lone Swan's every action and conduct was all within Yi Yuan's observations. He Shangyun came representing Feng Tianyang. Just now, when she made a move toward him, Lone Swan was clearly planning on taking action. Looking at it like this Lone Swan was rather sincere toward him. Lone Swan let out a sigh, shook his head, and said, "It's no use. Feng Tianyang is naturally nothing, but behind him is Empyrean Vast Wind, one of the extreme north's strongest existences. Even if I want to stand up for Master, my spirit is willing, but my strength is lacking too." To Empyrean Lone Swan, Vast Wind, Aegis, symbol was a colossal giant. A mere grand pill establishment was totally not enough to look at in front of the Vast Wind as symbol. Although he was an Empyrean powerhouse, he had to lower his head too. Yi Yuan looked at Lone Swan and said with a smile, "I'm only asking you, if I must shed all pretenses of cordiality with Feng Tianyang, what will you do?" Although Yi Yuan looked like he was joking, Lone Swan understood in his heart that Yi Yuan already made a decision in his heart. Now was the time where it was his turn to make a decision. Was it to stand on Yi Yuan's side and fight till the death, or betray Yi Yuan and stand on Feng Tianyang's side? But this was a battle where no hope could be seen at all. Just based on him, one Empyrean, how was it enough? Once they lost all decorum, don't talk about Empyrean Vast Wind, who was in the distance. Vast Wind is symbol. Even Zhu Luo Ji's Empyreans would also definitely stand on Feng Tianyang's side. Empyrean Lone Swan's face revealed a struggling look, clearly extremely conflicted in his heart. He had no intention of becoming enemies with Yi Yuan, but this kind of pointless sacrifice he was truly unable to understand. Yi Yuan did not urge either. He just looked at Empyrean Lone Swan indifferently, waiting for him to make his decision. At this time, He Shangyun finally struggled to her feet and said inarticulately, "Just based on you, a puny little true G. Oh, D-Realm, you also dare to become enemies with Lord Tianyang? Reckless and blind thing. Where's Luer, that SL*T? Why haven't you made her come out?" Slap, slap, slap. Yang Fei did not even react to it, and Yi Yuan already arrived behind He Shangyun. A series of slaps greeted her, hitting until He Shangyun's blood and foam sputtered, her eyes seeing stars. After no idea how many slaps, Yi Yuan finally stopped. Looking at the dead pig-like He Shangyun, Yi Yuan said coolly, "No, I hit you." He Shangyun's eyes rolled back, and she instinctively shook her head. She also really wanted to know what Yi Yuan targeted her like so. Yang Fei was clearly by the side too, but Yi Yuan did not touch her at all. Was it merely because she offended him? Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Because I'm called Yi Yuan." Chapter 2085. Sit back and wait. Chapter 2085. Sit back and wait. Yi Yuan? Who is Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan was struck silly by Yi Yuan, her brain not wrapping itself around it for a while. Rather, it was Yang Fei who suddenly cried out in surprise. Looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief, she said with a cry of surprise, "Yi Yuan? You're that young master who Luer spoke of. Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said with a smile, "That's right. It's precisely me. Senior apprentice Sister Fei for the past 1,000 years. Thank you very much for taking care of Luer." As he said, Yi Yuan gave a deep bow toward Yang Fei to show his thanks. This bow, it came from the bottom of Yi Yuan's heart. In these 1,000 years, if not for Yang Fei looking after, Luer would probably have died long ago. Yang Fei was full of disbelief and muttered, How is this possible? Didn't junior apprentice Sister Sun go to find you?" "Oh, right. With your strength, how can junior apprentice Sister Sun be your match?" Speaking up until here, Yang Fei shook her head with a bitter smile. They all thought that Yi Yuan was easy to bully, but who could have expected that Yi Yuan's strength was actually even stronger than eldest senior sister He Shangyun? One had to know, Luer's cultivation speed was already extremely horrifying, cultivating from the Heaven Glimpse realm to the true G. Oh, realm in 1,000 over years' time. How could Ice Cloud Tower's people think that her young master's cultivation talent was even more horrifying than hers? Although his realm was still clearly lacking, his combat power was off the charts, directly using the power of the fleshy body to crush Yishan Yun, who was a ninth firmament true God. This kind of talent was truly terrifying to the extreme. More importantly, Yi Yuan was also an unrivaled alchemy master, sweeping across the northernmost steppe, making a group of 7-star alchemy GODs bow their heads in submission. The Shakanyang Feier's heart simply could not be any greater. Was there really such a monstrous genius in this world? Why, you're Yi Yuan. Yishan Yun used fled voice and cried out in surprise. Although they could not hear what she was saying too clearly, they could hear her fear. Yishan Yun finally understood why Yi Yuan found fault and directly gave her a few slaps. It turned out that he was taking revenge for Lu Er. That target that they could freely need in their hearts actually appeared in the northernmost steppe now, casually needing them. This kind of thing made people too unable to accept it. Just like you saw an ant from afar. Walking in front of it to take a look, turns out that it was a giant. That kind of terror, this kind of shock, simply could not use words to describe. Oh, also you. For the past 1,000 years, I have to thank you for taking extra care of Lu Er. Of course, stemming from repayment, you can go and die already. Yi Yuan pointed a finger out, directly blasting Yishan Yun to dregs, destroyed in body and soul. At this time, Yang Feier finally recovered from the shock, and looked toward Yi Yuan while being somewhat fearful as she said, "Why you hurry up and bring Lu Er away from here, while Feng Tianyang hasn't discovered it yet? Not only does he want Lu Er, but he also wants to deal with you. If you let him discover your relations, H.I.+P. with Lu Er, he definitely won't spare you." When Yang Feier learned of Yi Yuan's real identity, what she thought about right away was to have them hurry up and escape. The further they ran, the better. After all, no matter how strong Yi Yuan was, he was also just a true God realm. In this Luo, there were 10 Empyrean-level powerhouses. Once discovered by them, the two of them could forget about escaping. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Leave here? Why leave? If I wanted to leave, I would have left long ago. The reason why I stay behind is to meet this Feng Tianyang. I want to see what kind of character he is." Yang Feier even thought that Yi Yuan's temperament flared up and said anxiously, "Now isn't the time to be willful. Feng Tianyang's strength is not what eldest senior sister can compare to. Furthermore, he even brought 2 Empyrean powerhouses." Yi Yuan just smiled and did not answer, but looked at Empyrean Lone Swan and said smilingly, "Have you thought about things over? If you've thought it through, swear a heavenly Tao oath. You only have this one chance." Empyrean Lone Swan kept quiet by the side the entire time, but in his heart, monstrous waves were similarly stirred up. Although he did not understand what was going on, he could think of the reason why Yi Yuan suddenly appeared in Luo. His goal was simply Lu Er. What a grand scheme! The entire Luo's people were toyed with by Yi Yuan in the palm of his hand, especially Empyrean Ice Cloud. She actually even delivered Lu Er over submissively. If not for seeing with his own eyes, he would not believe, even if beaten to death, that the entire northernmost steppes Empyrean powerhouses became Yi Yuan's tool. What kind of scheming was this? What kind of daringness? What kind of means? However, Lone Swan still could not tell what confidence Yi Yuan had to dare remain here and provoke Feng Tianyang. Hang on. Yi Yuan played such a grand game of chess, so how could he possibly not leave himself a way out? Thinking all about these, Lone Swan was taken aback by the shock. In this 1 year plus of living together, he thought that he already understood Yi Yuan very well. But only today did he discover that his understanding of Yi Yuan was too little. In fact, he, an Empyrean powerhouse, was unable to imagine just what Yi Yuan's path of retreat was. Suddenly, he sucked in a deep breath and made the wisest decision in this life. Lone Swan is willing to follow Master till death and absolutely not betray. If I violate this oath, Lone Swan is willing to accept heaven's punishment. Empyrean Lone Swan said in a solemn voice. By the side, Yang Fei could not help being struck dumb with amazement. She felt that the scares that she suffered in this life were not as many as today. After Empyrean, Lone Swan knew about Yi Yuan's real identity. 1. Tai. He actually swore a heavenly Tao oath and said that he wanted to follow Yi Yuan. Was he crazy? Smart. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and threw 2 jade plates to Lone Swan and Yang Fei respectively, saying coolly, "In a while, if you encounter danger, just deploy divine essence and shatter the jade plates. It will naturally ensure your safety." Empyrean Lone Swan's pupils constricted, thinking to himself that he indeed did not misjudge. It was just that, could this small piece of jade plate escape from under the noses of 10 Empyreans? That Empyrean Windlike, Empyrean Redfeather, both were third firmament Empyrean powerhouses. An hour arrived in a flash. Inside Ice Cloud Tower, Feng Tianyang slowly opened both eyes and said coldly, "Looks like he's refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit. Looks like this Ji Qinyan hasn't figured out who has the final say in this land of extreme north." By the side, Ice Cloud said with a cold snort, "That kid doesn't have anyone in his eyes in the first place. He's someone who won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. But, logically speaking, Shang Yun should have also brought him back already. Could it be that brother Lone Swan stood in the way?" Feng Tianyang curled his mouth and said disdainfully, "I think that this Lone Swan is likely muddle-headed with age to actually acknowledge a true G. O. D realm as his master with the status of an Empyrean. Martial uncle, let's go over and take a look. If that Lone Swan doesn't know how to appreciate favors, we don't mind sending him off." Empyrean Windlike nodded slightly and slowly followed after. Seeing Feng Tianyang seethe with killing intent, Empyrean Ice Cloud was incomparably delighted in her heart. She had long found Yi Yuan and Lone Swan displeasing to the eyes. This time, she could just nicely borrow a blade and kill people. Erasing these 2 people, Ju Luo Ji would have peace and tranquility. The group of Empyreans and true G. O. DS arrived at Grand Pill establishment in a threatening manner, but discovered that the hall had just experienced a great battle. While the Grand Pill establishment was long already void of people, on the hall's stone steps, Yi Yuan sat with his ankle on his knee, sitting on a wooden armchair, drinking wine calmly as the wine aroma overflowed. Empyrean Lone Swan and Yang Fei 2 people were standing on the left and right in attendance. Chapter 2086, Soul Planting Secret Art. Chapter 2086, Soul Planting Secret Art. Feeling the B.L.O.O.D. Wise smell pervading in the air, Feng Tianyang's gaze turned slightly cold. But he did not look at Yi Yuan, but looked toward Empyrean Lone Swan. "Lone Swan, you actually dared to kill Shang Yun. Could it be that you want to become enemies with my vast wind, a symbol?" Feng Tianyang said coldly. In his view, it was simply impossible for Yi Yuan to kill Shang Yun, unless Lone Swan turned traitor. Lone Swan shook his head lightly and said, "She wasn't killed by this Empyrean." Feng Tianyang smiled coldly and said, "Still want to quibble? Apart from you, who else can kill Shang Yun here? Also, what's the meaning of this, junior apprentice Sister Yang?" Empyrean Ice Cloud's 2 eyes narrowed, and she said in a solemn voice, "Fei, why haven't you come over here?" Yang Fei looked at Empyrean Ice Cloud. Those eyes were like looking at a stranger. "Master, it's Fei's last time calling you like this. From today onward, Fei will be leaving Ice Cloud Tower." Yang Fei said coolly. Empyrean Ice Cloud Tower's pupils constricted, and she said in a cold voice, "Treacherous disciple, do you know what you're saying? Master nurtured you for so many years, but you actually want to break away from the Ice Cloud Tower? Fei, kill the person in front of you and return in front of Master. Master can take it as if nothing happened." Talking toward the back, Empyrean Ice Cloud's words gradually became gentle, like a benevolent mother. When Empyrean Ice Cloud was saying this, a light flashed in her eyes. A mysterious power transmitted out of her body, reaching Yang Fei'er. This power was extremely hidden. Even the Empyrean powerhouses present were unable to detect it. It was just that Yang Fei'er was not moved at all, as if she did not hear it all. Empyrean Ice Cloud's face changed, her voice becoming sharp as she said, "Fei'er, Master is talking to you. Didn't you hear?" At this time, the Yi Yuan, who had been silent all along, suddenly smiled and said, "Are you wondering why you used the divine soul mystic art, but senior apprentice Sister Fei'er didn't listen to your orders?" When Empyrean Ice Cloud heard that, her heart jumped wildly. Her soul-planting secret art was extremely hidden. How did this boy discover it? Furthermore, her secret art had never failed before. Why would Yang Fei'er not listen to her orders? Empyrean Ice Cloud had a stomach full of doubts, but she was an old monster who had lived for several 100,000 years. In the end, she naturally would not reveal it easily. "Stinking brat, at death's door, and you're still spurting nonsense here. Do you believe that this Empyrean will tear your mouth right now?" Empyrean Ice Cloud said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan was indifferent as he said with a faint smile, "Unsavory history got dug out by me and turned angry from Embark. Smint? Ho-ho, using a divine soul mystic art to control your own disciples. A master like you really makes people's hair stand on end." The moment these words came out, the faces of all of Ice Cloud Tower's disciples changed drastically. They looked towards Empyrean Ice Cloud with a look of terror, disbelief on their faces. Being planted with a divine soul mystic art was equivalent to being another person's slave. As long as Empyrean Ice Cloud was willing, she could make them do anything. This kind of thing, any martial artist would not be willing. This kind of method, what difference was there between them and a bunch of pigs reared in pens? Even the other Empyreans also looked at Empyrean Ice Cloud with incredibly shocked gazes. Empyrean Ice Cloud's eyes were icy cold as she said in a frosty voice, "Humph, despicable little brute. Want to use this kind of method to sow discord in the Ice Cloud Tower? Do you think that you have a chance to escape like this?" Empyrean Ice Cloud laughed coldly. A powerful to the extreme ice law suddenly expanded out, and a palm smacked over toward Yi Yuan. How fearsome was the palm of an Empyrean! But right at this time, Empyrean Lone Swan similarly made his move. Bang! The two people exchanged a palm in the air, leveling Grand Pill establishment to the ground. Yi Yuan looked at Empyrean Ice Cloud, his gaze gradually becoming cold. When he treated Luer's injuries, he was extra cautious and inspected Luer's divine soul through the soul-suppressing pearl. Only then, discovering an abnormality, and could not help breaking out in a cold sweat from alarm. It turned out that this was Empyrean Ice Cloud's true trump card. This kind of divine, soul mystic art was extremely hidden. It was concealed within the Ice Cloud Tower's cultivation method. When Ice Cloud Tower's disciples cultivated this cultivation method, it would secretly leave behind Empyrean Ice Cloud's divine soul imprints in their divine souls. As long as Empyrean Ice Cloud was willing, she could control these disciples through her divine soul imprints at any time. If not for Yi Yuan having a secret treasure like the soul-suppressing pearl, he would really not be able to discover it. With this trump card here, Empyrean Ice Cloud was not worried at all that Luer would not give in. It was just that Empyrean Ice Cloud did not wish to arouse the disciples' vigilance. Coupled with that Feng Tianyang was currently in close seclusion and the time was not up yet. That was why she did not activate it. As for capturing him to threaten Luer, it would naturally be good if she got him, but it also did not matter if she did not. At that time, she just had to play a little trick in Luer's divine soul. No one would discover it all. It was just that Empyrean Ice Cloud exhausted every power of her brain and also did not think that her unnecessary move provoked a Yi Yuan. After Yi Yuan ferreted this out, he also felt lingering fear. If not for him being extra cautious, the consequences would be too terrible to imagine. At the same time, he also brimmed with killing intent. This Empyrean Ice Cloud deserved to be killed. After taking care of Yishang Yun earlier, Yi Yuan gave Yang Fei'er an inspection and indeed discovered that she was also planted with a divine soul imprint and conveniently wiped it away for her. Otherwise, Yang Feier also would not have this attitude toward Empyrean Ice Cloud, killing off witnesses just based on you. Yi Yuan looked at Empyrean Ice Cloud and said with a cold smile. Empyrean Ice Cloud's expression flickered incessantly. Suddenly, she said to Feng Tianyang, Honorable nephew Tianyang, this boy is spurting nonsense. Also don't know where he sent Luer to. He truly deserves death. Everyone's hearts turned cold, aware that Empyrean Ice Cloud wanted to borrow a knife to kill people. Feng Tianyang's gaze looked at Yi Yuan coldly, and he said coolly, Kid, this young master give you a chance now. Hand Luer over, then kneel down and beg for mercy. This young master will let you become the vast wind A.S. symbol's grand protector, making your status even above senior Xiao Yu's. In Feng Tianyang's view, Yi Yuan was merely a trapped beast currently. He gave him a way out. He should be shedding tears of gratitude. Of course, he was eyeing Yi Yuan's pill, refining strength. Controlling such an alchemy genius in vast wind ace symbol in the future, after he corroborates his Tao as an Empyrean, it would also not be impossible for him to lead the vast wind ace symbol and unify the land of extreme north. Feng Tianyang's ambition was extremely great, even stronger than his father's. In front of him, either submit or die. It was also precisely because so that even when these Empyreans saw him, they were also all very wary. It was a shame that he ran into Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Tianyang and shook his head, laughing in spite of himself as he said, A toad wanting to eat swan meat, overestimating your own ability. Just the likes of you are also fit to make me submit? Swaggering and BLUS. Tearing here, what you're relying on are those Empyreans beside you, right? Feng Tianyang burst out laughing and said, Kid, you think that because your alchemy Tao is powerful, you can turn your nose up at other people? Alchemy Tao is ultimately a minor Tao. Martial Tao is the truly great Tao that leads to heaven. Why would I, Feng Tianyang, rely on other people's strength? Ji Qingyun, I know that you're unconvinced, but you don't need to goad me either, because you're not qualified enough yet. Dealing with you, why would I need an Empyrean to take action? If you want to stand before me, beat them first before talking. Feng Tianyang waved his hand. 7 to 8 young men walked to the front of the crowd. Immediately, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Chapter 2087. This is your martial Tao? Chapter 2087. This is your martial Tao? W.A.N. Jining, Zhou Qianhui, Su Xinyu, my G.O.D. Those are all the various Empyreans' head disciples. It's over this time. Master G is dead for sure. These head disciples, the weakest, is also an initial stage 9th firmament true G.O.D. How to fight. Apart from Hishang Yun, who had already died, and Master Song Chao, Ju Luo Ji's young generation's top experts are all gathered here. There was a wave of exclamations all around. Clearly, this lineup gave them a fright. These head disciples were all very powerful existences, even among 9th firmament true G.O.D.S. There was no problem at all, Cruz. H.I. Plussing those in the same rank. Master G was still a little away from late-stage true G.O.D. realm, so how was he going to fight them? Feng Tianyang had a proud look as he turned to Lone Swan and said coolly, Lone Swan, the affairs of a younger generation will be left to us. You'd best not meddle in it. Otherwise, don't blame this Feng for not being courteous. Empyrean Lone Swan's 2 eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, Relax. This Empyrean won't take action. W.A.N. Jining looked at Yi Yuan with a disdainful look and said coolly, Brother Feng, dealing with a trash like this, W.A.N. Jining alone is more than enough. Why is there a need to mobilize everyone? Yi Yuan sneered and said, A trash like this? If I didn't see wrongly, you recently consumed the I Ching pill that I refined. That's how you broke through to peak 9th firmament true G.O.D., right? W.A.N. Jining said coolly, So what? Didn't you hear, Brother Feng? Martial Tao is the great Tao. In front of our martial prowess, you're as fragile as an ant. When Yi Yuan heard that, he grinned and said, "Very good. Looks like I've underestimated the northern people's degree of shamelessness. Jiu Luo Ji's Empyreans really made me have a completely new appraisal of them. The few of you attacked together then." Yi Yuan could tell that these few people had all consumed the medicinal pills that he refined, their cultivations all having an overnight transformation. This kind of favor, W.A.N. Jining actually summed it up in a few words and said it out simply. How shameless was it? Yi Yuan's medicinal pills were hard to exchange for using money. Even if it was a tiny bit of improvement, it saved hundreds, even thousands of years for these people. Attack together? You haven't gone delirious from fear, right? W.A.N. Jining and the rest could not help laughing as they said. In their view, no matter how strong Yi Yuan's alchemy Tao was, it was merely becoming a wedding gown for others. How much strength could he have? Yi Yuan did not even reach the late stage true G.O.D. realm, but he actually boasted shamelessly about wanting to fight 1-on-7. He was truly ignorant until it was laughable in their eyes. Oh, looks like this punk is normally kept aloof from SES, and already forgot what's called awe and veneration. Since that's the case, let's teach him, Su Xinyu said proudly with a faint smile. Finished talking. The 7 people had amused looks on their faces as they sped over towards Yi Yuan. Regarding this kind of battle, they were all somewhat unconcerned, too lacking of a challenge. It was just that they did not detect that an amused expression similarly showed on Empyrean Lonzhuan's face. Yi Yuan and Feng Tianyang, who was more formidable, he did not know. But for Yi Yuan to dare let these people attack together, then he definitely thought nothing of them. These people were stronger than He Shangyun, but they were also not much stronger. Yi Yuan suppressed He Shangyun with a slap. He reckoned that dealing with them would also be a cinch. Brothers, play with him well. W.A.N. Jining said with a smile, and already flashed behind Yi Yuan, his speed extremely fast. A hint of a mocking smile flashed across the corners of his mouth, and he raised his hand to deal a palm. The others also all had amused expressions, as if already seeing that panicky expression of Yi Yuan being toyed with. Talking about it was slow, but actually and Jining's speed was just a matter of a blink of an eye. However, just as this palm of his was about to land on Yi Yuan's shoulder, Yi Yuan seemed to have grown eyes at his back, slightly leaning his body to one side, dodging it lightly. This is the martial Tao that you spoke of? Claiming so solemnly about what martial Tao. I was wondering how formidable you were. Truly disappointing. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh. W.A.N. Jining's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. This time, it was a huge loss of face. Ha. W.A.N. Jining, didn't you say that you wanted to play with him? Why were you toyed around? Zhou Qinhui said with a big laugh. W.A.N. Jining can't even take care of a middle stage true G.O.D. realm. You're really losing face for us, these head disciples. Su Xinyu said with a loud laugh. When the other head disciples saw the situation, they also ridiculed away. Among the few great chiefs, there were naturally secret compet. 1-2. Seeing W.A.N. Jining get deflated, they naturally could not dispense with a bout of sarcasm. It was only to see W.A.N. Jining's expression turning cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Just now was just a moment of carelessness, kid. Don't you get C.O.C.K.Y. Oh, is that so?" Yi Yuan stood with both hands behind his back, having a meaningful expression on his face. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, W.A.N. Jining immediately became angry from Embark's smint and said in a great rage, "Punk, you actually dare to underestimate me." W.A.N. Jining's aura immediately rose to the peak. A strange but crafty sword stabbed over towards Yi Yuan. Whose plus the speed of W. A. N. Jining's sword was extremely fast, practically arriving in an instant. It was just that Yi Yuan still leaned his body to one side, slightly, and dodged it again lightly. DAM. In it. H, how did he do it? I don't believe that I can't even take care of middle stage, true G. O. D realm. W. A. N. Jining gritted his teeth, brandished his sword, and attacked again. It was just that no matter how hard he worked, he still could not touch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves. He talked about playing with Yi Yuan, but the end result was being toyed with by Yi Yuan. In the beginning, everyone was all still mocking W. A. N. Jining, feeling that this chief was too trash. But along with the sage of time, everyone could not laugh anymore. Once or twice could still say that it was lucky, but they were very clear about W. A. N. Jining's strength. No matter how lacking, it was also not to the point of being toyed in circles by middle stage true G. O. D realm. Zhou Qianhui and the rest exchanged glances, all seeing shock from each other's eyes. Attacked together. This boy is strange, Zhou Qianhui said in a deep voice. 6 great chiefs immediately used their means and rushed forward together. It was just that them joining the battle was still useless. No one could touch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves at all. The 7 people had a threatening manner, but no matter how hard they worked, they still could not do anything to Yi Yuan. The more they fought, the more alarmed they got. The more they fought, the more shocked they became. Yi Yuan's movement technique was too bizarre, just like a loach, being unable to catch it at all. Far away, Feng Tianyan's expression likewise became more and more serious. Yi Yuan's move was clearly extremely brilliant spatial law. This kind of supreme law, comprehending even a little, was tremendous luck. Yi Yuan clearly comprehended to an extremely high realm. Those few fools did not detect it at all. Just what's going on here. A 6th firmament true G. O. D is toying with 7 9th firmament true G. O. DS in the palm of his hand? Could it be that Master G isn't just an alchemy master? He's similarly a martial arts expert? Too strong. Just don't know if Master G has the means to retaliate or not. A 6th firmament true G. O. D toying with 7 9th firmament true G. O. DS. This scene was overly shocking, incurring a series of exclamations. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan would definitely be made fun of. Who knew that the result was totally the opposite? Oh, this is your martial Dao? Truly laughable to actually not even be on par with me. This minor Dao's alchemist. You guys also dare claim to be chief disciples? High up in the sky came Yi Yuan's bantering laughter. Suddenly, a fearsome power of vitality soared to the sky. Everyone's faces changed. Forget it. You all let me down too much. Let's end this game. Yi Yuan's lazy voice spread out nonchalantly. Chapter 2088. Feng Tianyang's Plans. Chapter 2088. Feng Tianyang's Plans. Yi Yuan's aura skyrocketed. His power of vitality was actually on par with 8th firmament true G. O. DS. It was only to see him dodging W. A. N. Jining's sword nimbly. He directly threw a fist over W. N. Jining only felt a horrifying power arrive with a howl behind him, but wanting to dodge was already too late. Bang! Amidst everyone's frightened voices, W. A. N. Jining was smashed into a cloud of blood mist. Universe Dragon Claw, coupled with the perfect 6th transformation golden body, the power of Yi Yuan's punch already did not lose to peak 9th firmament true G. O. DS. How could W. A. N. Jining be able to resist it? When the other chiefs saw this scene, their scalps could not help tingling. How could they still dare to deal with Yi Yuan, all running helter-skelter everywhere? Master, save me. Save me, Master. These chiefs seemed to be finding their families grown-ups after being bullied by people outside. There was even sobbing in their words. They all thought that Yi Yuan was easy to bully, but who knew that this was a desolate wild beast? Yi Yuan was not to be provoked at all. When Emperor Red Feather and the rest saw the situation, they immediately shouted, "Stop! Ji Qingyun!" At the same time, the few great Emperors were about to take action. It was just that Yi Yuan was faster than them. After Yi Yuan killed W.A.N. Jining, he did not have the intention of stopping at all. It was only to see one Yi Yuan suddenly become 6, appearing in 6 directions at the same time. Bang! 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 A series of detonations came from the sky. The 6 great chiefs were directly blasted into dregs. Everyone looked at this scene dumbfoundedly, with their mouths agape, stunned looks on their faces. Especially the few great Emperors, their hearts were dripping blood. These were all their successors. How much painstaking effort did they expend these few years? But now, Yi Yuan only used several breaths and killed all of them. How to make them accept this? However, they currently were even more shocked in their hearts. Yi Yuan exhibited extremely brilliant spatial law, far exceeding their imagination. In an instant, transformation into 6 clones, appearing at 6 venues at the same time, slaying 6 powerhouses. These Emperors, could naturally tell that this was not some cloning technique, but an extremely brilliant utilization of spatial law. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. Even these Empyrean powerhouses could not do it too. This is also too strong, right? Even if Master G is a body-refining powerhouse, it's also not to the extent of being so strong, right? His one move killed 6 great 9th firmament true G. ODS. Truly inconceivable. Master G already overpowered the extreme North's alchemy path at a young age. Furthermore, he actually also has such horrifying strength in martial Tao. How did he cultivate? Everyone was long already dumbfounded from shock. They were stunned by Yi Yuan's combat power. Originally thought that Yi Yuan was merely an alchemist, and that his combat power was limited. But who knew that Yi Yuan's combat strength was off the charts, directly crossing a few minor realms and killing his enemies. Jiu Luo Ji's most elite juniors actually did not even have the chance to escape from under his hands. Ji Qingyun, you kill my disciple. This Emperor will definitely kill you today. Emperor Red Feather said, with a furious roar. The other Emperors were also extremely alarmed and enraged. They were thoroughly enraged by Yi Yuan's actions. However, Yi Yuan was very calm, looking toward Feng Tianyang with a smile that was not a smile. He then said, "Looks like their martial Tao isn't worth mentioning at all. Don't know whether your martial Tao can stir up any of my interest or not." Feng Tianyang's 2 eyes narrowed slightly, brilliant light S.H.I. plus Ning in his eyes. Yi Yuan's performance greatly exceeded his expectations. Originally, he thought that he could casually suppress Yi Yuan. He did not expect that the combat power Yi Yuan displayed was actually sufficient to pose a threat to him. Oh, boy, you indeed made me very surprised. However, you still don't have the qualifications to stand in front of me. Those people are similarly clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of this young master. Feng Tianyang slowly stepped out, the aura on his body growing stronger and stronger. Everyone's faces could not help changing. Someone cried out in surprise, "What a powerful aura!" This aura already reached the grand completion true G.O.D. realm. Just a step, and he'll be able to reach Empyrean realm. Feng Tianyang had a proud look and said with a faint smile, "If you feel that after killing them, you have the qualifications to challenge me, then you're gravely mistaken. I, Feng Tianyang, am destined to be the person who unifies the extreme north. How can I be compared to those kinds of trash?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said smilingly, "Is that so? You also said so just now, but they're all dead." Feng Tianyang's face turned cold, and he said, "Humph. This young master gives you a chance now. Hand over lure or die." Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed, his words having an additional hint of coldness as he said, "You want to marry Luer because you took fancy on her profound physique?" Feng Tianyang was taken aback and said, "How did you know? But also doesn't matter that you know. This young master is doing it for her profound physique. This young master's cultivation method has already reached major accomplishment, and my cultivation is already cultivated to the peak true D realm as well. After this young master takes her profound physique, I'll be able to break through the shackles and become the youngest Empyrean powerhouse in this northernmost step. When Yi Yuan heard that, killing intent soared in his heart. Earlier, when Feng Tianyang released his world power, Yi Yuan could feel an extremely scorching power. This power was extremely strong, as if it was a primitive behemoth. But Yi Yuan could detect that this power was not a grand completion. Amidst the power of extreme yang, it was missing a trace of extreme yin power. Yi Yuan's understanding of heavenly Tao was far from what ordinary people could compare to. Myriad life in this world had always mutually promoted and restrained each other. No matter how strong the power of extreme yang, it ultimately had a limit too. Just based on this, even if give Feng Tianyang another 100,000 years, he could also forget about stepping into Empyrean realm. But if he completed this missing piece, Feng Tianyang might be able to break through to Empyrean within a few years. How could it be that easy to search for this trace of extreme yin power? But Luer's appearance made Feng Tianyang see hope. Hence, he had been in close seclusion all the way these few years, finally cultivating to be a grand completion, true God. Then after coming out and taking Luer's extreme yin power, he would be able to break through to be an Empyrean smoothly. It was just that while he planned things out well, he ran into Yi Yuan, this unexpected variable. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, and he said, "You deserve death." Feng Tianyang's actions already touched Yi Yuan's bottom line. Luer was Yi Yuan's reverse scale, touch and die. Feng Tianyang laughed loudly and said, "Letting this young master corroborate my Tao as an Empyrean, that's her honor. Where is she? Hand her over, and this young master can spare you from death." Yi Yuan looked at Feng Tianyang and said with a mocking look, "You talk so much. Didn't you think why I took Luer away?" Feng Tianyang's expression turned dark and said, "I don't care who you are. Not handing Luer over. You'll have to die." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Stop making futile efforts. Luer isn't in Jiu Luo Ji anymore. Also, my name is actually Yi Yuan." Feng Tianyang was clearly unfamiliar with this name. But when Empyrean Ice Cloud heard this name, her expression could not help changing wildly. "Why, you're Yi Yuan? How is this possible?" Empyrean Ice Cloud was the same as Empyrean Lone Swan, instantly thinking of many things. It was also precise because of this that she was extremely shocked in her heart. It turned out that all of these were his schemes, and she, an Empyrean powerhouse who dominated a region, fell into the scheme step by step under Yi Yuan's towing. She even personally delivered Luer to Yi Yuan's hands. Feng Tianyang's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "Who is he?" Chapter 2089, Extreme North's Number 1 Person. Chapter 2089, Extreme North's Number 1 Person. He's the person that Luer is in love with. Empyrean Ice Cloud said bitterly. Feng Tianyang was also a clever person and thought of many things in an instant. In this 1 year plus, Ji Qingyun's name echoed throughout the extreme north. Feng Tianyang naturally heard a lot after leaving seclusion. It was just that he also did not expect that Yi Yuan doing so much was actually for Luer. Haha, what a grand scheme. Boy, you really made me see you in a different light. However, to dare my Feng Tianyang's woman, you must die today? Feng Tianyang laughed coldly, a roaring flame suddenly bursting out from his body. Limitless fire, H-E-L-L. Feng Tianyang held his palm out. The entire region of S.P. AC was completely enveloped by the flames, directly shrouding Yi Yuan inside it. Everyone's faces changed. This ball of fire, H-E-L. I was like a blazing sun. Even if they were so far away, they also had a feeling of being incinerated. What kind of situation would it be for the Yi Yuan situated inside the fire, H-E-L? ELL. Indeed, well deserving of being the extreme North's #1 person. Feng Tianyang's heaven-burning secret art has probably cultivated to sublimity already. Even if Master Ji has the ability to reach the highest heaven, he probably can't escape this limitless fire L2. A shame, such a powerful alchemy master died just like this. Many people shook their heads and sighed, lamenting for Yi Yuan. In their view, Yi Yuan was dead for sure. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Feng Tianyang's mouth, and he said disdainfully, "This limitless fire of mine can incinerate limitless void. Even if you grasp spatial law, how can you escape?" "Oh, is that so?" The voice had yet to fade when a figure walked out of that limitless flames leisurely and at ease. It was as if that limitless sea of fire was his own backyard. Who was this person, if not Yi Yuan? Feng Tianyang's face changed, and he said, How is this possible?" Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, "You overestimated your flame law and also looked down on spatial law too much. Incinerating limitless void? Ho! How can it be as easy as you think? Only a person like you who doesn't understand dare to say this kind of words." The more he studied spatial law, the more Yi Yuan felt the extensive and profoundness of spatial law. The Tao of was one of this world's most primitive laws. How could it be defeated so easily? True D-realm powerhouses use spatial law to shuttle through the void, but that was merely the most superficial application of spatial law. Comprehending spatial law to Yi Yuan's degree, one cannot find more than a few in the entire heavenspan world. Feng Tianyang judged others using his own strength. So how could he understand Yi Yuan's might? Unless Feng Tianyang could cultivate spatial law to Yi Yuan's level or cultivate flame law to Empyrean level, then there would be a possibility of hurting Yi Yuan. Just with his current level, how could it threaten Yi Yuan? Feng Tianyang's face fell slightly, and he said coldly, "Humph, being deliberately mystifying. I underestimated you. I'll let you take a look at my true strength then." It was only to see his gaze turn sharp. Another aura rose to the sky. Wind attribute law. This is Empyrean vast wind's specialty. Everyone was still in the midst of exclaiming when a third power of law spread out. This time, even Yi Yuan's gaze also revealed some solemnness. "Nice law. I didn't expect that Feng Tianyang is actually such a peerless talent to actually fuse 3 kinds of power of law. No wonder he's so arrogant. He indeed has the capital to be wildly arrogant." Empyrean Redfeather exclaimed with admiration. That was right. He did not comprehend 3 kinds of laws, but he actually fused 3 kinds of power of law. It was only to see that on Feng Tianyang's body, the power of flames, power of the fierce gale, and power of ice intertwining together. Clearly, it was the manifestation of 3 power of laws fusing together. Law comprehension like his could virtually sweep across those in the same rank already. There was a wave of exclamations all around. Everyone said that Feng Tianyang was the extreme North's #1 person. Previously, everyone all felt that this was him relying on his father's prestige. Only now did they know that that was him relying on his own strength. Those who fused 2 power of laws were already called geniuses among geniuses. Those who fused 3 power of laws could no longer be described using genius. That was a peerless talent. Fusing 3 power of laws was not what Lu Zi's 5 power of laws could compare to. With Feng Tianyang's strength, he could probably pummel Lu Zi with just one hand. Feng Tianyang looked at Yi Yuan with a proud look and said with a cold smile, "To be able to force my full strength out, you can be sufficiently proud. I fused 3 power of laws and have never met a match in the same rank. Now I stepped into grand completion true D-realm. I'm a #1 person under Empyrean. Yi Yuan, this is my martial Tao. Do you think I have the qualifications to say this?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "This is your full strength?" Not bad. It's just don't know if you can force my full strength out or not. Bring it on. Feng Tianyang snorted coldly and said disdainfully, reckless and blind fool. I want to see what your full strength is. Done talking, Feng Tianyang's figure moved, arriving in an instant. 3 power of laws fused into one. His fist was momentous and tidal-like, virtually about to rent the sky asunder and split the earth open. Even the group of Empyreans also had slight changes in countenance at this time. This kind of commotion, once Feng Tianyang stepped into Empyrean realm, he could probably crush all of them instantly. Only a third firmament Empyrean, like Empyrean Redfeather, had the qualifications to firmly suppress him. At the same time, Yi Yuan's vital energy also rose to the peak and was even stronger than just now. Bang! Above the void, the two people exchanged a punch. Horrifying energy undulation spread out, giving people a feeling of MT Tai Cruz. H.I. Plussing down from above. Under the one punch, Yi Yuan's figure flew out backward, a mouthful of fresh blood spurting out wildly. Feng Tianyang laughed loudly and said, "To be able to receive this punch of mine, you can be sufficiently proud. However, you're still hard-pressed to escape death today." Again. Finished talking, he did not wait for Yi Yuan to catch his breath either. Another punch slamming over. Bang! 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 One loud boom after another came over. The two people's battle was practically about to shatter the sky. The void trembled, making the starry river flowing in reverse. This kind of battle practically already said the limits of true G.O.D. realm. This was a fight of another level. So strong. The two of them are both so strong. Truly unable to imagine how the two of them cultivate. What a shame. Yi Yuan almost can't hold on anymore. He's still too young. Give him another few hundred years. He should be able to win Feng Tianyang. There are no ifs in life. Lose means lose. But considering Yi Yuan's talent, it's indeed a shame. Below, there was a series of exclamations. The two people's combat strength far exceeded their imaginations. It was just that Yi Yuan was repeatedly forced back under Feng Tianyang's pressuring and already could not quite hold out anymore. The outcome of this fight was obvious already. Feng Tianyang's aura was too outrageous. For Yi Yuan to be able to last until now under his fierce attacks, it was already rather valiant. Bang! Right at this time, a loud bang came over. Yi Yuan's figure drew a straight line and fell into the earth. Yi Yuan is defeated. A wave of bemoaning came from the crowd. Feng Tianyang stood in the air, akin to a G.O.D. of war. Ha! In the junior generation, you're the first to be able to fight with me to this extent. Now, you can go to H.E.L.L. Feng Tianyang's figure similarly cut across the horizon, heading toward that huge pit in the ground. Chapter 2090, True Sword Hollow Etch. Chapter 2090, True Sword Hollow Etch Bang. Feng Tianyang arrived fast, but he was blasted back even quicker. Everyone was dumbfounded, uncertain what it meant. What happened? They completely did not detect any trace of undulation, and Feng Tianyang was blasted flying. It was as if Feng Tianyang ran into a wall and was directly rebounded back. This scene was extremely puzzling. Inside the pit, Yi Yuan carried the bone sword and slowly walked out, with a desolate killing aura on his body. Very good. To be able to force out my full strength, you can be sufficiently proud. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Tianyang and said coolly. He stood there, giving people a very lofty feeling, just like a sharp sword that was sheathed, ACCU, mule-adding momentum and awaiting release. This is sword intent. What a swift and fierce sword intent. He fused a supreme law and the sword Tao law. How is this possible? Empyrean Wind-like had been standing there calmly all along. Even when he saw that Yi Yuan comprehended spatial law, he was also not the least bit moved, because he knew that Feng Tianyang would definitely win. But at this time, a look of surprise finally showed on his face. Comprehending spatial law was nothing, but fusing sword Tao law and spatial law, that was incredible. The difficulty level was much harder than even fusing 3 powers of law. Supreme law, just comprehending it required immense talent. Ordinary people could not even learn the rudiments, let alone talk about fusing the power of law. Just how in the world did this kid cultivate? His alchemy talent crushed 7-star alchemy GODS, but he's actually also heavenly defying in martial arts. Empyrean Redfeather exclaimed with admiration. Just now was him striking Feng Tianyang flying, but I didn't detect sword Dao undulations at all. Another Empyrean cried out in surprise. An attack that could not be seen was the scariest. The group of Empyreans already did not know how to describe their emotions. Originally, they thought that one Feng Tianyang was already monstrous enough. They did not expect that Yi Yuan's talent was even more monstrous than Feng Tianyang's. This, Brother Win-like, honorable nephew Tianyang will be fine, right? Why not? We'd better take action. Empyrean Ice Cloud said worriedly. Empyrean Win-like shook his head and said, Relax, just now was just Tianyang's momentary carelessness. Furthermore, he still has an ultimate move that he hasn't used. Tianyang won't lose. Although this boy's talent is high, his cultivation realm is inferior to Tianyang's in the end. The moment the group of heard this, they immediately felt greatly assured. The current Feng Tianyang had disheveled hair, numerous wounds on his body, in a sorry state. How is there still that lofty bearing from before? DAM in it. DAM in it. DAM in it. You dare to hurt me. I'll definitely tear you to shreds. Yi Yuan, this finger is the strongest attack that I created after fusing 3 laws. For you to be able to die under this attack, you could be sufficiently proud. Feng Tianyang roared and pointed a finger out fiercely. Fine cracks actually appeared in SP. It could be seen how horrifying this finger was. If this finger were to land on a person's body, it could probably directly annihilate them. A sea-shattering finger. Empyrean Win-like's face revealed a hint of a praising smile as he said, Fusing laws is one aspect. Application of laws is another aspect. Tianyang's understanding of these 3 laws is extremely profound and already carved out a great Tao that belongs to him. Maybe he can Serpa S big brother in the future and become a once-in-a-blue-moon heavenly emperor powerhouse of this land of extreme north in several 100,000 years. This finger, even if a first firmament Empyrean took it, it would likely be the outcome of serious injuries too. When everyone heard that, their faces all changed. They did not expect that Feng Tianyang was actually so monstrous. The strike of a 9th firmament true D could actually harm an Empyrean. What kind of terrifying offensive power was this? How strong was an Empyrean? Even if one stood there and let a grand completion true D realm hit them, it would also be hard to injure them in the slightest. These were powerhouses of 2 different levels. It was 2 different levels of understanding toward heavenly Tao. But Feng Tianyang's finger could actually seriously injure an Empyrean. It could be seen how terrifying this attack was. Of course, being able to harm an Empyrean was one thing. An Empyrean powerhouse naturally would not stand there stupidly and let Feng Tianyang hit. The Empyreans could not help looking over toward Yi Yuan with pity. Encountering such an opponent was his sorrow. Amen? He's actually smiling? The Empyreans discovered that a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and could not help being very surprised. At this time, he actually still had the mood to smile. Ice Cloud sneered and said, Probably scared silly, right? A little interesting. Yi Yuan slowly raised his sword and calmly stabbed his sword out. This sword was too sloppy and ordinary, without any power to speak of. Compared to Feng Tianyang's show of strength that billowed to the sky, Yi Yuan's sword art did not have any aesthetic sense at all. It looked like Yi Yuan was a martial artist who did not know how to use the sword at all, except if Song Yu and the rest of the people who had been to the ancient Oh, deep battlefield before we're here, they would know that Yi Yuan's sword actually followed the exact same pattern as that Empyrean bone devil. What is he doing? Can this kind of sword hurt people? Empyrean wind-like furrowed his brows. He completely could not tell what impressive aspect Yi Yuan's sword had, but he kept feeling in his heart that there was that tiny hint of something amiss. Empyrean Ice Cloud laughed coldly and said, "Of course it can't hurt anyone. That's why this Empyrean said that he's scared silly." People who did not know the inside story were all mocking Yi Yuan's sword, saying that he was a mantis blocking the cart. Feng Tianyong was similarly like so. He laughed wildly and said, "Ha! You're relying on this sword to handle me? Go to Hel. L then." At this time, the S.P.A.C. shattering finger was already formed. He pointed over toward Yi Yuan fiercely. "True sword hollow etch." Yi Yuan lightly spat these 4 words out of his mouth. This move was still sword hollow etch, but he was inspired by the Empyrean bone devil and already completely mastered restraining the power. Sword hollow etch power also reached the extreme and did not leak out in the slightest, reaching the realm of returning to one's original simplicity. Hence, he named it True Sword Hollow Etch. Right at this time, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed across an Empyrean Wind-like's mind, thinking of something. Just now, when Feng Tianyong was suddenly blasted out backward, wasn't there no undulations at all? Could it be that this boy condensed his power to the limits and did not leak any of it out? Could this kind of thing really be done? Not good. Tianyong, quickly retreat. Empyrean Wind-like yelled out, his figure suddenly moving, speeding over towards the 2 people's battlefield. But sadly, it was already too late. One bright and one dark, 2 attacks, collided together in midair fiercely, rending the void apart. This kind of collision could be described using move mountains and fill the seas, making mountains and rivers flow in reverse. It was not the least bit over the top. Everyone looked at this scene in great shock. Their brains had not processed it yet. Why would Yi Yuan's sloppy and ordinary sword have such terrifying power? Yi Yuan's sword hollow etch was an incomparably swift and fierce strike in the first place. Now that his retraining of power had reached major accomplishment, the power of sword hollow etch was compressed to the extreme without any leakage. The power became several times greater. Such a terrifying attack, it was hard for even S.P.A.C. shattering finger to withstand too. Feng Tianyong did not even get to groan and was directly annihilated. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. Why? Why is it like this? The one dead is actually Feng Tianyong. Just what kind of sword is this? Why would it have such terrifying power? Chapter 2091, Heaven-Shocking Lightning. Chapter 2091, Heaven-Shocking Lightning. Seeing Yi Yuan put away the bone sword calmly, Empyrean Wind-like's 2 eyes were practically spewing fire. Vast Wind, Symbol's future was actually killed just like that, right under his eyelids. He thought that by relying on his Empyrean might, it was absolutely impossible for such a thing to happen. Yi Yuan also would not dare to kill him right in his face. But Yi Yuan killed him just like that. "Punk, you've got guts." Empyrean Wind-like gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Yi Yuan said coolly, Feng Tianyong coveted Luer's profound and divine physique. He deserved to die. If Feng Tianyong just took fancy on Luer's beauty, Yi Yuan also would not have his killing intent aroused. After all, everyone loved beautiful things. Yi Yuan would not go so far as to be so crazy, killing off anyone who took fancy on the people around him. But Feng Tianyong never should have had designs on Luer's divine physique. If Feng Tianyong took Luer's profound and divine physique, Luer would become a cripple if minor, or kick the bucket if it was serious. How could Yi Yuan tolerate this kind of thing? Good. Today, if I Wind-like don't kill you, I'm not human. Empyrean Wind-like was already furious to the extreme, his body emitting an outrageous aura. Feng Tianyong was the extreme North's future master, was the vast wind A.S. Symbol's future. Now, he was actually dead. Empyrean Wind-like's fury could be imagined. What a terrific little brute. You dare to kill honorable nephew Tianyong. It's becoming enemies with the entire land of extreme north. Today, this Empyrean will definitely kill you. Empyrean Ice, Cloud, immediately jumped out and said, Little friend Yi Yuan, you went overboard in this matter. Today you must stay here. This Empyrean won't sit by idly and remain indifferent too. Empyrean Red Feather also said, with Feng Tianyong dying at Juluoji, it will be hard for them all, these people, to absolve themselves from the blame. Once Empyrean Vast Wind investigated it, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Hence, their attitude must be shown right now. The other Empyreans also spoke up, wanting to capture Yi Yuan one after another. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed, and he said with a smile, Kill me? Haha, today's matters aren't over yet. The injustice that Lu'er suffered these few years, this Yi will claim it back for her today, all at once. Today, this Yi will exterminate your ice cloud tower down to the last person. Yi Yuan staying behind was not for bravery or to fight. When he found out the problem in Lu'er's cultivation method, he had killing intent aroused toward Empyrean Ice Cloud. Furthermore, in this Ice Cloud Tower, the ones who bullied Lu'er normally were not in the minority. To Yi Yuan, Ice Cloud Tower already did not have a need to exist anymore. It was just that these words sounded overly conceited in other people's ears. Haha, you want to kill this Empyrean? Kid, I admit that you're very strong, but you, a mere true G. Oh, D-Realm, want to kill an Empyrean? When Empyrean Ice Cloud heard that, she burst out laughing. Everyone all shook their heads one after another, feeling that Yi Yuan was too ignorant. He was indeed peerlessly talented, but wanting to kill an Empyrean, he was clearly not qualified enough yet. In theory, that sword of Yi Yuan's was sufficient to threaten Empyrean powerhouses. It was just that these Empyreans were not fools either. Would they stand there and let Yi Yuan kill? Moreover, that kind of horrifying sword, the consumption would definitely be tremendous. How many swords could Yi Yuan unleash? Yi Yuan sighed slightly, a dark metal ball suddenly appearing in his hand. This thing was originally my final trump card. I didn't want to use it easily. But today, in order to kill you, I can only use it. When Yi Yuan was talking, he had a look of reluctance to part. Ha 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 ha. Empyrean Ice Cloud's laughter gradually ceased, the expression on her face becoming extremely fascinating. Not just her, after the other Empyreans saw that black ball, each and every one of their expressions became incomparably solemn. Even Empyrean Windlike, the fury on his face also diminished considerably. At this time, there was more alarm and fear. Clearly, he feared this black ball like a tiger. Heaven shocking lightning. This is Heavenly Emperor level heaven shocking lightning. Why would you have this sort of thing? Empyrean Ice Cloud cried out strangely. How was there still any of the former composure? Currently, alarm and terror were written all over her face. And the other Empyreans also unconsciously pulled apart the distance from her. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Turns out that you all recognize this thing, huh? Then I don't need to do any explanations. Emin, just now, weren't you all very fierce, wanting to uphold justice for Feng Tianyong's death? That's okay. I don't mind. I welcome you all to come to find me to demand justice anytime. All of the Empyreans' faces turned black, nearly fainting in anger. Demand justice, my A***s. That's heaven shocking lightning. Heavenly Emperor level heaven shocking lightning. Heaven shocking lightning was a one-time consumable. Inside sealed the power of a certain powerhouse's one attack. Once opened, it would be equivalent to that powerhouse's all-out attack. And heaven shocking lightning had many different colors. Among them, the highest grade of heaven shocking lightning was black, and it was refined with special methods. It was extremely hard to come across. What was sealed inside was naturally the attack of a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. If it was an Empyrean level heaven shocking lightning, everyone would not be at the extent of being so fearful. After all, it was just the power of one strike. Furthermore, it was not executed by the caster themselves. But heavenly emperor level heaven shocking lightning. How horrifying was the power? This kind of heaven shocking lightning. The materials required were extremely hard to come by. It was normally hard to chance upon. Yet, Yi Yuan had one in his hands. This was a deadly object. Once Yi Yuan released the heaven-shocking lightning here, probably none of them, these Empyrean powerhouses, could survive. The attack of a heavenly emperor shocked the heavens and earth. In front of a heavenly emperor, all were ants. This heaven-shocking lightning was obtained by Yi Yuan inside the ancient G.O.D. battlefield's heavenly emperor C.R.A.P. Myrtle's cave. Originally, it was used as his final trump card to preserve his life. Even when 100,000 people besieged Heavenly Eagle back then, he also never used it. But today, for Lure's sake, he decided to use it. This Empyrean ice cloud's thoughts were extremely wicked. Not killing her, it was hard for Yi Yuan to dispel the hatred in his heart. Thinking about everything that Yi Yuan suffered in these 1,000 years, Yi Yuan's heart ached faintly. The Empyrean Windlike, who was still clamoring about taking revenge just now, his expression was currently deathly white, without any imposing momentum at all. Right now, Yi Yuan's spearhead was clearly targeting Empyrean Ice Cloud. He did not wish to anger Yi Yuan and make Yi Yuan turn the spearhead to deal with him. How could his fragile body bear it? Why Yi Yuan? Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. You look, in any case, this Empyrean has also brought Lure up for so many years and imparted to her cultivation methods. Empyrean Ice Cloud broke out in cold sweat, racking her brain to think of a plan to escape. Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Misunderstanding? Ho-ho. Lure has followed me since young, and I couldn't even bear to hit her once. You count for yourself. How much hearts? H.I. plus P has she suffered since she arrived at Ice Cloud Tower? Furthermore, in your eyes, she's probably just a cultivation tool, right? Now, you're telling me that it's a misunderstanding?" Empyrean Ice Cloud discovered that this Yi Yuan was too smart, as if he was an old thing that had experienced many vicissitudes of life. How is he like a young man? This kind of inferior quibbling had no way of fooling him at all. Hence, she gritted her teeth and said in a stern voice, "Glazed Frost Grand Art absorbed for me." Those Ice Cloud Tower disciples all cried out miserably. The divine essence in their bodies actually broke out of their bodies frenziedly, swarming over toward Empyrean Ice Cloud. And Empyrean Ice Cloud's aura was currently rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 2092, Heaven Rank Secret Order. Chapter 2092, Heaven Rank Secret Order, Initial Stage, 3rd Firmament Empyrean. Middle Stage, 3rd Firmament Empyrean. Late Stage, 3rd Firmament Empyrean. Empyrean Ice Cloud's aura increased steadily, directly breaking through the fetters of 2nd Firmament Empyrean, reaching peak 3rd Firmament Empyrean. And this was not over. Her aura was still rising, heading straight for 4th Firmament Empyrean. The realm that originally needed year after year before she could break through was actually not the slightest bit stagnant at this moment. However, those Ice Cloud Tower disciples were all sucked into dry corpses, the method extremely cruel. Even when Yang Fei'er saw this scene, her face also turned pale. These junior apprentice sisters and martial nieces that had lived with her for many years past set away just like that, without even a trace of strength to resist. She could not help looking toward Yi Yuan. If not for this man, she would probably also be the same as them now, right? The other Empyreans also stared at Empyrean Ice Cloud in immense shock, being stunned by this scene. No one could have thought that she actually concealed such means. It turned out that Empyrean Ice Cloud was the ambitious schemer hidden among them. Yi Yuan's sudden appearance clearly disrupted Empyrean Ice Cloud's plans. Otherwise, come one day in the future, when Empyrean Ice Cloud devoured all of her disciples in one go, she would likely be able to directly become the extreme North's #1 person. Even if Empyrean Vast Wind came, he might not be able to suppress her too. At the thought of this, everyone was horrified. To be able to use such cruel means to equip herself, The northernmost step would probably immediately be plunged into darkness under this woman's rule. In virtually an instant, Empyrean ice clouds aura rose to fifth firmament Empyrean. Empyrean vast wind, not moving out. There were really few existences that could be found in this land of extreme north that could do anything to her. Even Empyrean wind-like was weaker than her. Empyrean ice clouds stood in the air, her white fairy dress fluttering away. Glaring at Yi Yuan, she said ferociously, "Brat, you force my hand. The two of our debts have to be squared." Finished talking, Empyrean ice cloud took a step out and directly concealed inside the void. The other people were all dumbfounded and tongue-tied, gazes casting toward Yi Yuan one after another. They were afraid that Yi Yuan would use the heaven-shocking lightning on them. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed and similarly took a step out, entering the void. Seeing Yi Yuan left, everyone all heaved a long sigh in relief. Finally sent this plague G. "Oh, D away. Brother Windlike, this," Empyrean Redfeather said with a hesitant look. Empyrean Windlike gave a cold snort and said, "This matter isn't over so easily." Humph. After he uses that heaven-shocking lightning, I want to see what methods he still has to be KY with us. Tianyang's matter, I'm afraid that Big Brother already knows. At this time, he is probably already on the way. Perhaps feeling being at the mercy of a true G. D earlier was overly humiliating. He was a little loud when speaking. Everyone present could hear it clearly. Empyrean Redfeather and the rest nodded slightly, clearly having long predicted that this matter would not be left at this. Feng Tianyang was too monstrous, but such a monster died at Jiuluo Ji. If there was no explanation for this matter, Empyrean Vast Wind would probably turn the entire northernmost step upside down. A little while ago, inside a dark SP, a sea of vast wind is symbol, a stalwart figure was currently sitting down cross-legged. Behind him, several colored lanterns were suspended in the air. These were all the lifeblood soul lamps of the vast wind symbol's important people. Suddenly, one of the colored lanterns gave off an intense tremor, then shattered with a crack. That big and tall figure suddenly opened both eyes, his gaze cold and gloomy, like a bottomless abyss. This Empyrean gave Tianyang several life-preserving divine abilities. Even when facing Empyrean powerhouses, he should be able to escape with his life. Furthermore, there's Windlike accompanying him on this trip. So who could kill Tianyang in front of Windlike? Empyrean Vast Wind's brows were tightly knitted, full of puzzlement. He regarded Feng Tianyang extremely highly. Although he normally trained Feng Tianyang a lot, he also gave Feng Tianyang quite a lot of life-preserving divine abilities. With these divine abilities around, even if facing an Empyrean powerhouse and Feng Tianyang could not beat him, he could still escape with his life. For so many years, those divine abilities also let Feng Tianyang tide over perilous situations, turning dangers into safety time after time, let alone that this time was just marrying a girl. Furthermore, there was also Empyrean Windlike accompanying him. In Empyrean Vast Wind's view, there was no danger at all. Yet this time Feng Tianyang died. This son that he pinned high hopes on was dead. Empyrean Vast Wind did not know that Feng Tianyang did not have time to use life-preserving divine abilities at all and was directly killed by Yi Yuan's sword Hollow Etch. Having lived for no idea how many tens of thousands of years, Empyrean Vast Wind had long already cultivated until he had no joy nor sorrow. It was just that currently, at his glabella, that thunderous rage hidden in the depths of his heart could be seen. Humph! No matter who it is to dare kill Tianyang. Even if this Empyrean goes up to the ninth heaven and below the earth, I'll also tear you to pieces. Not pulling your divine soul out and refining it for 100,000 years, it will be hard to dispel the hatred in this Empyrean's heart. Finished saying, Empyrean Vast Wind pointed at the void. Several dozen streams of light directly tore through the void and left. After 15 minutes, Vast Wind, this symbol, was in an uproar. Several dozen powerful auras gathered in the sky above vast wind. Yes, symbol, virtually making the entire territory asphyxiated. Isn't that Ling Yu As? Symbol's Empyrean Shinluo? That's a fifth firmament Empyrean superpowerhouse. Why would he appear here? Also, that's Hudong As. Symbol's Empyrean S. H. I. Plus Mia. That's Ironwood As. Symbol's Empyrean Guyun. When the world is happening, practically half of the northernmost steppes Empyrean powerhouses have gathered at our here. In vast wind As. Symbol, people who had the knowledge noticed that all of these Empyreans that normally did not show themselves to the public were now there. Each one of them was a super powerhouse whose names shook a region. But now, all of them were gathered in vast wind, a symbol. Even a fool also knew that something big was about to happen. Empyrean Shinluo was in front and said to Empyrean Vastwind with clasped hands, "Brother Vastwind, I wonder what happened? You actually want to use the heaven-ranked secret order? The last time it was used, it was when the demon race's 9 great sovereigns arrived together." The other Empyreans also had blank faces, not knowing what happened. This heaven-ranked secret order was the secret order that Empyrean Vast Wind commanded the extreme north with. Normally, not reaching a life and death juncture, it would not be used. Now, they received the heaven-ranked secret order under the circumstances where they did not receive any danger alerts. Empyrean Vast Wind had a calm expression, devoid of joy and sorrow as he opened his mouth and said coolly, "Wait, there are still a few that haven't arrived." The other Empyreans exchanged glances, but no one dared to say anything. Empyrean Vast Wind's prestige was not established through words, but carved out with real swords and spears. People should not look at how these Empyreans were all powerful. In reality, they were very fearful of Empyrean Vast Wind. Before long, the void trembled and 3 figures slowly stepped out. When the Empyreans saw this scene, their pupils could not help constricting. Empyrean Tianju, Empyrean Yeyu, Empyrean Zhenhuang. These 3 are all existences that aren't weaker than Empyrean Vast Wind. They actually came too. Looks like something big is really going to happen. Chapter 2093, Heavenly Emperor's Strike. Chapter 2093, Heavenly Emperor's Strike. Vastwind, you issued the heaven-ranked secret order to call us here. If there isn't anything special, you'll need to give me an account. Empyrean Tianju looked at Empyrean Vastwind and said those words with a cold smile on his face. Clearly, he did not really have respect for Empyrean Vastwind. Empyrean Tianju and the 2 great Empyreans were slightly weaker than Empyrean Vastwind in terms of strength. But if they really fought, Empyrean Tianju, 3 people also would not be that much weaker. Hence, even though they treated Empyrean Vastwind as their common lord, they actually did not really have respect for him. Empyrean Vastwind's 2 eyes narrowed, and he said coolly, "My son, Feng Tanyang, has perished. Inviting everyone here is to request for everybody to take action together and block off this hunt. After the matter is done, this Empyrean will naturally repay generously." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed. Feng Tianyang was known as the young generation's #1 person. Once he stepped into Empyrean in the future, he would be the extreme North's common lord. But now he died? Tianju and the rest were wildly elated in their hearts when they heard that. But in front of Empyrean Vastwind, they could not express it and just said with a loud laugh, "Vastwind, what has your son dying got to do with us? Isn't it too rash for you to send out the heaven-ranked secret order arbitrarily? Vastwind, you're too unbridled. The heaven-ranked secret order is the highest secret order that we've agreed upon. You actually gathered all of us here for this. What evil motives do you have?" Empyrean Mieyu said in a cold voice. "Humph. Vastwind, if you don't give us an explanation today, this matter isn't over." Empyrean Zhenhuang said unhappily. While the 3 great supreme Empyreans dealing with Empyrean Vastwind in unison, the other Empyreans were all silent like cicadas in winter. The scene was already going out of control. Many Empyreans were gloating over others' misfortune, waiting to watch Empyrean Vast Wind's good show. After all, even though Empyrean Vast Wind was formidable, he was not formidable to the extent of truly unifying the extreme north. Summoning the group of Empyreans here for his son, everyone was also rather unhappy in their hearts. Feng Tianyang's death was actually something that had a far-reaching impact on the northernmost steppe. Concerning this point, everyone had a score in their hearts. Empyrean Vast Wind said coolly, "You want an explanation? This Empyrean will explain for you right now." Done talking, Empyrean Vast Wind suddenly fired palm out. Heaven and earth changed colors because of it. Empyrean Zhen Huang's face revealed a look of great alarm, hurriedly raising his palm to meet the enemy. However, a power akin to Mount Tai Cruz, H.I., plussing down from above, suddenly pressed over. This palm, he was unable to contend with it. Empyrean Mieyu's two eyes narrowed and suddenly pointed a finger out too. Crack, crack, crack. The wind and clouds changed, lightning flashes. H.I. plussing. The battle between middle stage Empyrean realms was too earth-shaking. Yet, under this palm of Empyrean Vast Wind, the two great sixth firmament Empyrean powerhouses were faltering very soon. Empyrean Tianju gave a cold snort and also struck a palm out, with three great Empyreans making a move at the same time. How shocking was the commotion! However, what was even more shocking was Empyrean Vast Wind. His palm seemed to have come from beyond the heavens, suppressing the world. Poo-work, poo-work, poo-work. Very soon, the three great Empyreans could not hold on anymore, spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood at the same time, figures flying out backward. Empyrean Vast Wind's one palm suppressed three great Empyreans. Dam, in it. You broke through to the late stage Empyrean realm? Empyrean Tianju looked at Vast Wind and said with a look of astonishment. Empyrean Vast Wind said coolly, "Are you all still satisfied with this explanation?" Empyrean Tianju was tongue-tied for a moment and actually did not know what to say. Empyrean Vast Wind's gaze swept across everyone's faces and said coolly, "Looks like N.O. Body has objections anymore. Set off then." Done talking, Empyrean Vast Wind stepped out and shuttled into the void. The other Empyreans exchanged glances, but still followed him in the end. Several tens of thousands of miles outside of Jiu Luoji, Empyrean Ice Cloud revealed her figure, having a hint of ridicule flashed across the corners of her mouth. So what if you have the heaven-shocking lightning? Can't catch up to this Empyrean. Everything is futile. Except her voice had yet to fade when a layer of ripples emerged in S.P.A.C. Yi Yuan's figure slowly stepped out. Empyrean Ice Cloud's words were immediately cut off. She used a gaze like having seen a ghost and cried out in surprise, "How can you be so fast?" Yi Yuan played with the heaven-shocking lightning in his hand and said coolly, "You seem to have forgotten that I know spatial law." Empyrean Ice Cloud naturally did not forget. It was just that she did not think that Yi Yuan's spatial law would actually be fearsome to such a degree. She traversed the void with the power of fifth firmament Empyrean. How fast was the speed? Originally, she thought that she would be able to shake Yi Yuan off, but who knew that she would be caught up so quickly? A true D realm could actually rely on spatial law to catch up to a fifth firmament Empyrean. What kind of shocking thing was this? Just how will you be willing to let me off? Empyrean Ice Cloud's complexion was ashen, looking at Yi Yuan with a terrified look. Let you off? Hoo-hoo, you're probably thinking too much. You must die today. Yi Yuan said coldly. Are you mad? You're heaven-shocking lightning. There's even a possibility of killing a heavenly emperor powerhouse, but you're actually using it to kill me? This kind of precious treasure is a treasure that can fortify destiny regardless of which faction it's placed in. You're actually wasting it like this. Empyrean Ice Cloud cried out at the top of her voice in shock. So what? In my view, there's only willing or not willing, not about its worth. Yi Yuan still remained unmoved. You lunatic. Do you know once you use the heaven-shocking lightning to kill me, Empyrean wind absolutely won't let you off. Also, that Empyrean vast wind, he regards this sun dearly. Right now, he's probably already on the way here. If you have the heaven-shocking lightning, they will absolutely be incomparably apprehensive. But if you use it to kill me, you won't have a reliance anymore. Empyrean ice clouds, eyes swiveled around, trying to persuade Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan said coolly, that doesn't need you to worry over. You also don't need to harbor thoughts of getting lucky anymore. No matter how what, you also can't escape death today. Facing Yi Yuan, who was impervious to all reason, Empyrean ice cloud completely broke down. She no longer had any thoughts of leaving things to luck, her figure moving and shuttling into the void, attempting to escape. Yi Yuan just smiled faintly, right hand plussing lightly pressing the heaven-shocking lightning into the void. Using spatial law in front of Yi Yuan, even if it was Empyrean ice cloud, it was also showing off in front of an expert. It was only to see a horrifying to the extreme power burst out from within the void. A blinding light could be seen distinctly even from more than 100,000 miles away. At this time, it was as if there was only that area of pale yellow light left in the world. Rumble. The Empyreans who were far away at Jiu Luo Ji currently had ashen pale faces. That horrifying energy undulation was seemingly like the sound of thunder, exploding in their ears, being clear and distinguishable. They were all very clear that this energy was released more than 100,000 miles away. If released in this Jiu Luo Ji, the entire Jiu Luo Ji would probably be razed to the ground instantly. An Empyrean powerhouse said falteringly, This is the strike of a heavenly emperor? Are really too horrifying. Saying that it has the power to destroy the world is also not overboard. Currently, the group of Empyreans exchanged glances, and they actually felt somewhat grateful toward Empyrean Ice Cloud. If she did not run away, Yi Yuan would likely have directly obliterated Jiu Luo Ji at this time.